Okay.
It's time for the Severe MMA Preview show with Sean Sheehan, Spencer Kite, Harry Powell, and your host, Ian O'Neill.
Welcome. Today is not a preview show. It's not a preview show.
It's not hosted by me either.
It's not. Today, you've got the B team of hosting.
Hashtag fake news.
Myself. We have me, Harry Powell. I am joined for a live stream of UFC London by Mr. Ian O'Neill. Ian, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
The cleanest hair we've seen in Irish MMA. Shawnee, how you doing?
I'm not great now, to be honest. But we can continue on anyway.
We are joined by the righteous Harry Williams. Harry, how's it going?
Not too bad. All fine and dandy.
Lovely.
And we are joined by Spencer Kite. Mr. Kite, how's it going?
Good day, sirs. It's a pleasure to be here as always.
Shout out eallreal.com. Enter the code word Severe MMA. Or are we sponsored by them today? No.
Even if we're not, we are.
Yeah, fair play to them.
We're here. We're out here. We're going to jump right in. Claudio Silva and Nicholas Dalby are already in the cage. We'll try and sync up our clocks. I've got Bruce Buffer shouting. What have you lads got?
Oh, you're ahead of us.
Oh,
now.
you're ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, you're ahead of
probably
us.
not too much. I've got him shouting here now as well. So we'll wait until the clocks come on.
As soon as my clock comes up, I'll pause and then we'll sync up and we'll get into the right thing. If everyone else wants to sync up with us, feel free. There's 4 people watching.
I've got Claudio Silva just walking into the cage now, so I think I'm behind everybody.
Oh no!
You're like 10 minutes behind.
Spencer's back on the UFC Long Island card.
Yeah. So you guys just go ahead and I'll follow along
exactly the
slowly
same
behind.
QH.
So what do we think about this fight, guys? Nicholas Dalby.
This is a tough old fight for Claudio, I think. Claudio is somebody that I've watched train. He's trained at Shoot Fighters for a long time. Has coached at Shoot Fighters for a significant portion. Obviously, he was over in ATT for this camp, like he is for most of his camps. But Claudio is what is he? 37, 38 now. Obviously, really slick on the ground. But he's been working with Barry's boxing coach, who is somebody that's worked with actually a significant portion of the London-based fighters on his striking. But I mean, he's still predominantly a ground fighter, so it's I think it's a tough old fight, but we're going to find out. Look, if he gets him to the ground, it could be long for Nicholas Dalby, but here we are.
Does anyone else wonder if he calls it a career after this? Just it's home, right?
Probably not.
It's home. He's 39.
I've got the
It might
clock
be 3 straight losses.
4:55. I've just paused.
It hasn't even started for me, so I'll let you know when it's on.
I'm 4:55 now.
Okay,
I'm
just
not
pressed start.
pausing. I'm just going to continue to watch. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
of course it is.
4:55 now.
Yeah, I'm way behind you, so you guys just roll.
Yeah. So here already, like Claudio's doing exactly what he needs to do, right? He's barreled on in, got to the hips. Nicholas is blowing with his new tattoo.
Is it just me, or does Nicholas Dalby look stronger? Maybe it's the tattoo, but he looks really fucking strong.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, he's on the single leg. He's now open in open cage, right? This is.
Yeah, but we very rarely see open cage single leg takedowns this time. Now
100%.
maybe he'll run the pipe, pull him up and pull him down, but we usually see people running the pipe against the cage. Is there a reason for that, Harry, do you reckon?
Well, it's mostly because when you're in open space, you can keep your balance a lot better, right? And there are a lot more counters in open space. Whereas when you're, if Claudio wants to chain wrestle here, right, and come to the back or go for a single leg or whatever, there's far more space for Dalby to be able to counter or get his way out. Whereas if he's against the fence, there's a lot less space for. Oh wow, that's lovely
takedown into almost into the mount here.
That was lovely,
Watch, he's going to do the McGregor pass here, and he did it into the mount. See that McGregor did against Dennis Seaver?
Yeah,
straight into the mount.
This is exactly where Claudio wants to be, right? Exactly where Claudio wants to be.
Double overhooks by Dalby. a very defensive position here, but I suppose you have to be in a very defensive position here in the mount. Oh, he's got up. He's got a bit of posture, but he's looking to head and arm choke here.
Sean is actively
Certainly
spoiler alerting
That's
all
your
the
own
action.
fucking fault. lads.
Hey.
Walking up at the elbow. Lovely. And let me tell you, I've had Claudio in. I've been underneath the mount of Claudio, and it's not fun. Thankfully, he didn't punch me in the face, but it's not fun here. Not fun in the slightest. Dalby clasping his hands together like this is not great. He wants to be trying to get his right arm to the inside hip, get to a hip, and that will allow him to frame his inside left hand back to a more dominant position. But at the
What time
moment,
are you at again, Harry, there?
251.
Oh, yeah, same as me. Maybe we should just pause it for a second and come back, will we?
Okay, yeah. 245.
Let's pause it at 240 and then other people say it, okay? Right, I have a pause at 240.
Right. Let me know, lads, when you're at 240. Obviously,
Ian, you pause it at 240.
No, sorry, I'm at 238 now. Sorry.
That's fine.
Pause it there, grand.
That's fine.
Spencer, where are you?
I'm at 305.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay,
Make it real slow on the West Coast.
we'll wait the 20 seconds. Give us like when you're at 245 and then we'll press play.
Ian, pause it.
Oh yeah, well, I'm like, yeah, I am at two. I'll pause it at 215. So let me know.
Okay, well, I'll tell you when we get to 215.
Yeah,
I'm at 245.
Perfect. Okay, let's go.
Right. Ian, wait. All right, Ian, go whenever you're ready.
Oh,
What?
really?
215, right?
Yeah, I'm at 227 now. Spencer, what are you at?
I'm at 230.
Okay, Harry, let's pause at 2 minutes. We'll get this right, okay?
Yeah, we will get this right.
I don't
Right,
understand how
pause at-
Fight Pass, how the UFC has this be the screw up all the time. That everybody's on different times.
It might be over by the time they get the fucking
Yeah.
2 minutes here.
I know
Let's go.
everyone else will be for tweeting.
215.
Yeah, okay.
I'm still at 2 minutes.
I think
Yeah,
I'm further ahead than Ollie because I've been at 2 minutes for about 40 seconds.
Right, Spencer, tell us when you get to 2 minutes.
202, 01, 2 minutes.
Okay,
Perfect.
we're all aligned now. We're all aligned.
Wonderful.
This is great.
This is live stream for you, lads. This is
This
live
is it.
streams for you.
Sure, why not? This
Get
is
it
what the
off.
first
I wonder
fight's
how-
about.
I wonder how long we're going to have to.
We're going to have to do it again
that.
when we switch over to BT Sport and all
Well,
that.
I actually, I think it's all on Fight Pass for us, so we mightn't have
Yeah,
to
but
change
we'll
it
have
up.
to switch to the main card feed.
Yeah, we will.
Again, we've been doing this for 8 years and they haven't figured out how to get everybody
Fuck's
synced
sake.
up properly. And
Anybody who's listening right now, please
Drop a
leave us a comment. Please
Yeah.
leave us a statement or an opinion, and we can talk about it. Don't
Absolutely.
hesitate.
We're around 121, 122-ish if anyone wants to sync up
Yeah.
as well, so we'll give the time.
Absolutely.
I was thinking Nicholas Dalby could be Ian Gary's next opponent, especially if he's coming back for a fight at this part of the world, but so far it looks like he's losing this round. 232 of top control, the old...
And it's
Most
also,
important
the ever
stuff.
important ground control time.
Mhm.
but Claudio's been looking for things, right? He hasn't just laid on
Yeah,
him. He's
yeah.
been looking for shots.
Ah,
He's been
yeah,
putting
yeah,
head and
I'm only
arms and
joking.
stuff, right?
He's been landing shots.
Yeah, and the Dagestani handcuff and the far wrist strip is a fucking brilliant control.
Yes.
Serious
indeed.
question from Iris Chaotix. Go on,
Serious question.
let me bring that up. Serious question. Oh,
Okay.
that's it. It's a serious question. I
Give it
understand.
to us.
We'll wait for the serious question.
Mark Mooney, legend. What's the crack?
What's the bit in the serious question isn't an actual serious question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Paddy got his Twitter taken away from him, lads, for showing his arse.
Saw that.
That's crazy.
It definitely wasn't
What-
for showing his
what
arse.
are you
It
all
had to be
drinking?
something else.
Strictly workly mode. Well, for me, we've got the heavy stuff.
It's
yeah.
9:09 in the morning, so I'm on coffee.
Yeah, and I'm on 10. Yeah, I'm at 10 past 10 in the morning. So
Ian's drinking the menu inside here.
this is a coffee that's going to keep me.
Was that the end of the round or the end of the fight?
End of the round.
End of the round.
That was that's what are you guys drinking? Yeah,
End of the round.
that's to keep me going for 7 hours on the live stream. So
I gotta
left
you're
my
very
water bottle.
there's a lot of hatred coming towards North American culture, Sean. I wonder what that's coming from here. Giving out
I'm
to me for saying
wearing my Baltimore Ravens thing here
ah,
in the fall.
He'd like to be over here with us. Let's be honest.
Baltimore shit.
Shit. Go for Amsterdam. What else did I hate in North America?
You hated me calling it autumn to fall by mistake.
Oh, well, I'm 100% correct.
Well, look at you have to chameleon into your environment, Sean.
You do
know what I
not.
mean? I have to. I'm here 6 years. Like I thought, like when I moved over to Canada, I'd be like, Oh yeah, I speak English. Everyone is going to understand what I'm saying. But no, Irish people talk too
Canadians
fast.
don't understand what the word autumn is, do they? They don't understand autumn.
But they
Spencer,
just
do you know
call
what
it
the word
fall.
autumn is?
I know what the word autumn is, but
Yeah,
I'm
well, shut the fuck
cultured.
up, Dinian. What do you... Everyone in Spencer knows
I'm
what
educated
Spencer
and cultured.
Canada
Come on.
knows
No,
what
everybody,
autumn is.
nobody
ain't all
calls
like
it that
me.
over here. Nobody.
Yeah, but they
calls
still
that.
know what they still know what it is like.
Yeah, well, don't hate the player, hate the game. That makes that's great defense, but
all right, all right. If I went to Kilkenny, I wouldn't start calling it a hurl, like, you know.
what?
It's a hurley.
Lovely, like
A hurley? No, it's a hurl in Kilkenny.
Yeah, if I went to Kilkenny, I wouldn't start calling it a hurl.
beautiful takedown.
Will you step in for Coach Doug's fight, Sean?
Yeah, I would.
What's
Yeah,
this?
no problem.
Will you step in for Coach Doug's fight, Sean, since the Canadian lad dropped out? What's this?
Coach Doug's your man from Barstool.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Mhm, I'll fight him. Yeah, no problem.
Is that in Rough and Rowdy? Is it?
I don't know. I didn't. He's hardly fighting, is he, Coach Doug?
That's bad to say. We should definitely get Sheehan in Rough and Rowdy.
I'd have a good 4 seconds in me, and then that'd be that.
We should do our own one called Severe Slaps.
That's a horrendous position for Dalby to be in, mostly because the body triangle is on the side of the cage. Well, not anymore, obviously, but it was. That's fucking rough. But equally, having Claudio on your back, regardless of whether in MMA or straight jiu-jitsu, is not somewhere you want to be. I'm not going to call for the belly down shots yet, Spencer.
All right. I was waiting to hear.
Okay, here we go.
Surely we're looking at a 10-8 round here, Sean, are we?
Jesus, it's only after fucking starting.
Only messing. Relax.
He might just break this fucker's jaw. Get him to tap just from this.
Nicholas Dalby's tough, though.
Yeah.
Claudio, give me some strikes, please.
Here's my prediction. Nicholas Dalby finishes him in the third.
Hold on. You get some good money on that live betting now.
Here we go. Mightn't even take to the third.
Turn into the
Hey,
this is the worry, right? There's Claudio Silva's 7 minutes.
Yeah,
it's a fucking hurley.
CC Sean Sheehan.
There's his 7 minutes.
Irix, what county are you from?
Hi, Susanna. Where's Suzanne? Excuse me.
Hello, Suzanne.
Is there any song with Suzanne in it?
There's a Roxanne. We could change that.
That's Roxanne, is it? No.
Yeah, we could change it.
Suzanne, you don't have to put on your prelims.
You don't have to tune into the live stream.
Yeah, actually do that.
I think we'd make a good duo, Sean. You reckon we?
Definitely not.
Limerick, you're a lady. Here we go.
Kick him off the stream. Look at this. Dalby on top. Sean Sheen's prediction is coming through already.
Can we call your duet?
This is the thing.
Can we call you Autumn in the Fall?
Autumn in the Fall.
I like that.
Brilliant.
Autumn's Fall. Beautiful.
Oh, this is Severe Groupie under another alias.
Thomas.
Thomas,
where's Thomas from? Awfully, isn't he?
Yeah, sorry for your troubles, Thomas.
Oh, this is not great.
Oh, nice knee.
You know what?
He's hurt.
7 minutes is gone, which is true. It seems to have, but like the
on it.
Dalby just needs to stay away from him here. This is a big
exactly. Like this is what Claudio does, right? It's what he did against Danny Roberts. He just finds a way to keep scrambling and finds a way to keep scrambling and scrambling and scrambling, and eventually lands in dominant positions, right?
And that's you talked about it a lot before, Sean, about not giving up those takedown attempts, even if you eat a few shots or they don't. Oh Jesus, he's in trouble now, though.
Yeah, he's getting slippery.
Yeah, but the trouble with this round,
right? Slipping around the place, isn't
he spent the first 2 minutes in a
to
dominant position.
Oof.
It doesn't matter. The scoring doesn't matter here anymore.
But like Dalby's Dalby's taking over here.
Forget about the judges at this point. This fight is over if Dalby can do the right things for a 30-second match, but he hasn't so far.
No.
Look at him. Get rid of that underhook on the fucking right-hand side. Get out and jab the fucking head off. Your man's tired. He wants a way out. Like, give it to him.
Yeah.
This is terrible by Dalby here. He might finish him in the clinch.
Get those knees up. You're not going to get them to where you need them. They're not even landing to the body that well.
What you need to do here now, break.
Like the thing with Dalby, you never really know what you're going to get.
The thing that we learned, that's a big knee though, lads.
That one was nice, yeah.
He's almost holding him up though. Now, this is it. Now, here we go. Finish him now.
Let's be clear too. Łukasz
28 seconds left for me.
Łukasz Bolshaki is ready to stop this fight.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Everyone is ready to stop this fight.
He's waiting.
Exchanges.
Come on,
2,
just offload.
1, 2.
He just needs to offload here.
He's ready to jump in.
This is terrible by Dalby. This is the most frustrating part of MMA for me. It's like lads who just need to take a step and a half back, look at their opponent, throw a jab, and then throw your combination.
Would it be better, Sean, if he just took him down instead? Would you prefer that? Ronaldo?
No, you step away and you offload on him
Frankie.
there. You do what Sean did, is that when he had his back against the cage, you push away and you just start landing jabs and straights over and over and over again, because he's not going to want that, and the referee will likely step in. But easier said than done, as they say.
It is, but it isn't even one of those ones where it's like early in the fight and Silva still has his whole tank. Like I said, he was fucking on top and was dominating, that his cardio is going to go. It was gone by that time. Like, you literally only have to throw 3 or 4 jabs in a 30 or 40 second period, and this guy's going to be on the way out. Like, just open him up for a combination. But the start of this round now is massive for Dalby. Because if he gets into a clinch here, if he gets taken down, or
keep your hips as far back as possible, lad.
Claudio Silva here needs to be dropping to his back, pulling guard, throwing high kicks, falling down, and everything like that. just
Imanari roll. It's the way forward.
Yeah, he literally does. Push himself to the fucking cage. Yeah,
Come
acting like
join
he's
me
not
here,
out.
son.
Triangle you.
As we're going to see from
Paint
Paul
off
Craig
his
later in
face,
the day.
Scotland flag, scream, and just pull guard. That's how it works, right?
Give us the time there, Harry.
4:53.
52, 51. Yeah, we're all aligned.
Yeah, I'm a little bit
Look
ahead.
at us go, lads. This is professional live streaming at its fucking best.
Beautiful. Better by Dalby here now. Taking a step outside, a little bit of a jab. This is all he needs to do.
Such a frustrating fighter, though.
That's
Dalby,
perfect. Get
isn't
up.
he?
No.
He has his moments.
Yeah.
Get up.
Oh, you see, look at that.
This is
He's grabbing his gloves, no?
What's he got? What's that submission called, Harry? The dead archer, is it, when you do the
Dead
2
Orchard,
arm?
yeah, when you have a double arm in triangle. Yeah.
I love that.
Famously
It's my
made by
favourite
Tank
submission.
Spallett's Nathan Orchard, who's a mad old bastard, I tell you.
There's been cartilage there.
Yeah, great man.
Shout out Ben Cartledge.
Never liked him.
Ratner as well there. All of 150 years old.
Ratner doing his
If he's
best.
a day.
What was your man's name from Harris from Lord of the Rings that did play Gandalf?
Ralph? No.
No.
Ewan
This
McKellen.
one
No, the Irish actor that played
from Limerick, yeah.
yeah, something Harris. What's his first name?
Oh, God.
If this
Someone
is
comment.
live stream for, lads, I don't know what.
this is
Wished.
Look at him. The general's here. The general has arrived.
Fuck you, Graham.
Fuck you, John.
Frick.
Good
right
arrival
after
anyway.
that. There we
I
go.
was just
Fuck yourself.
I was just listening. My stream's a little bit behind, so I'll just hear what happens from you guys right before.
Do you not even have a Fight Pass subscription? Are you? Is that how fucking tight you are?
Yeah, pretty
You
much.
can neither confirm or deny that statement.
Yeah.
Big elbows here. My prediction of a third round finish, if Dalby's any good, it'll surely come
I
true.
don't
here,
think
like.
he's going to finish it.
Relax, you, Paul Williams.
We need to be getting out of here, right? Like Claudio knows how to survive in these
Oh,
positions.
nice t-shirt, Graham.
That is
nice
a beautiful t-shirt, Graham.
What a lovely t-shirt.
Lovely t-shirt.
Also, yeah, fuck Royal Mail, Sean. I still haven't got mine. Cunts.
Brits, you know.
Triangle.
What can you do?
Yeah, fucking Brits.
That's what you get now for leaving Europe.
It wasn't my fucking choice. Was it? Yes.
I heard you were on the campaign for Brexit now.
Yeah.
Fucking Boris Polo.
Himself
there.
and Boris.
You and Boris.
Oh, these elbows are nasty.
Big elbow.
Look
like
at
you
Claudio
said-
Silva throwing up triangles on the
But like
fucking
you
body.
said,
Like, what's
Silva
he
knows
doing?
how to stay engaged here for the
Yeah,
most part.
this is it now.
This is it. Get all the
Oh,
way
he's
up.
fuck-
Make him get
No,
up.
He doesn't want to get
See
up
if he
there,
does the Herbert
shaking his head.
Burns.
Take your time now. Jab and 1-2s, nothing else here. You don't need to fucking give him up anything.
100%. Oh, or a high kick. That's fine. We'll take it.
I hate the way lads just fall into shots like that.
Yeah.
Why? You've no need to do it.
All we need now is Silva to throw a spinning attack because he's so tired, and all tired fighters just throw spinning attacks here.
Yeah. And then he clips
Come
out,
on.
puts him away.
He
Love
gets
it.
his back
Full
taken.
guard.
You almost did it. Go on.
Why is he changing the southpaw here? Why is he changing the southpaw?
He's looking to spin. He's looking to spin.
He's gonna throw a wheel kick. He fucking is.
Are we questioning?
Who was it last week that threw like
here.
the slowest wheel kick ever, and the commentary just started laughing?
Oh,
Can't remember who it was,
Oh, fuck, I don't know.
but they threw a real bad.
Silva's after coming to life here a bit. He's after catching his second win. Look at that nice takedown.
Yeah, because Dalby fucking allowed him to play close to after
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah. It was very poor by Dalby.
And
But Dalby now trying to set up a
he's playing
triangle here.
close guard. Like, come on.
Let's still look at that.
Fucking.
Oh, he has it. No, he doesn't. Omoplata.
There's absolutely no way. You use an omoplata to sweep or nothing else. And Dalby's
Yeah, that's good, though. That's what he's doing, though.
Immediately.
But he's trying to sit up. Sit up, sit up, sit up, sit up, sit
Trivia,
up. Oh,
who's-
look at Saudi Silva pulling his leg in so he can't sit up. That's fucking good shit. But he doesn't.
Sean, here's a bit of trivia for you. Who was the last person to pull off an omoplata win in the UFC?
Ben Saunders.
Well done, correct.
He's the only man, isn't he?
No, there's
No,
been
Adam
two.
Viscerak hit one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Saunders was the last one, I think, in 2015 or something like that.
Who fought Nate Marquardt at UFC 48 or what was it? UFC.
Ivan Salisbury.
Ivan Salisbury, my guy.
Cage contender, legend, alumni.
Yeah.
Ivan Salisbury.
Yeah, exactly. Canadian MMA legend as well.
If Dalby had anything about him here, he'd be using
He'd
that
beat the
right
fuck
arm. Okay, not anymore. But he should have been using the right arm to underhook Claudio and put him in. Oh, jeez.
And then he finds himself in mount position. Crazy.
All right, lads. When this fight's over now, we're all going to send in our cards. We'll see who's right.
Okay.
Nice knee by Dalby.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
that's the correct comment right there.
Right.
That's the 100%. Dalby 29-28, but it's
Dalby
for
29-28.
no close apparent reason.
Yeah, definitely as well. It
Like-
could have been easily a 30-27, but I have a 29-28 to Dalby as well. Round 1 to Silva, round 2 and
Has to
3.
be round 1 to Silva. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Could be a
close
10-8.
29-28, but it should have been a blowout 29-28.
Could be a 10-8 in the first round. Maybe he destroyed him and he almost fucking submitted him, didn't he? Or am I gone mad?
Nah,
He
he
got
didn't.
mad.
And he didn't get anywhere near a close.
Fair enough. Yeah, could be 29-28 either way because Dalby didn't do much in the third round and he got taken out and hit with a few shots, but no, 29-28, Dalby, all right.
suppose it ain't a bad fight to get the people in the arena.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a good fight to open it up. Nobody's pissed if they missed it.
Dalby's just so frustrating, isn't he, when you have
Couple
them
veterans
moments like that?
Because nobody cares.
Everybody's pissed.
But like, if people have been following Nicholas Dalby, they'll be there to see him. You know what I mean? Like, people that want to see him fight, they'll see him fight. If
Someone
they
turn on
missed
the
it,
sound there
they're
to
not
listen
that
to the
worried.
result and tell the rest of us.
Judges score the contest.
Not
29
you, Harry. No.
29-28.
No, Harry, turn it off. We'll get taken down.
There you go.
It was 29-28, 29-28, 29-28, was it? Or
I mean, if it was the same fight, the same scorecard across the three, then
Good
There's
judging.
a 29-27 in there. Be interested to see who
10-8.
gave
10-8, yeah. 10-8 first round.
No, that would have been a 10-8.
No, it would have been
For
second
Dalby.
round, probably.
Oh, right.
Probably, yeah. I can see it, to be honest.
There you go. That's it. Yeah.
I like no one should ever give out about 10-8s because like we need fucking more 10-8s.
It's probably that useless bastard Ben Cartledge.
More than likely, yeah.
fuck's sake.
The women's flyweight division.
We're
The
just
one
joking,
that
everybody
was-
listening. Ben Cartledge, friend of the program,
Yeah.
one of the best judges in the absolute world.
Wouldn't
that's
trust him to-
Spencer's words.
Wouldn't trust him to judge a hot dog eating contest.
I wonder how many people actually get that joke, Graham. It's probably like
It's a
two
really
of us.
old,
No,
really
no.
old podcast joke.
Do you want to explain it? Go on.
Yeah, well, if I remember right, you probably remember better than me, but was it around the Paddy Pimblett fight?
It was, yeah. Paddy Pimblett, Julian Rosa, yeah.
Yeah, we were given our opinion that we thought that Pimblett had lost to Rosa and whatever. There was a lot of blowback. Paddy wasn't happy. A lot of people weren't happy. And Ben Cartledge said about Sean, I wouldn't trust him to judge a hot dog eating contest. He was real mad before. That was before they struck up a friendship when Sean
Best
became his
friends,
boss
yeah.
as head of the union.
Head of the union. Graham, do you not have your microphone plugged in? No, I need a chance of a microphone. Oh, you might need to select it there, maybe. Can't hear you now.
It's not recognizing it. One sec, hold on. I'll plug it out now.
Okay. Is it too late now to say sorry? This is what we're fucking dealing with here. This lad's supposed to be running the show, and he can't even fucking plug in a microphone.
Amateur hour.
Fuck's sake. I'm going to need to go soon, lads, but I'll watch a bit of this.
Ireland's own Mandy Bohm up next. That's
John Cavan in the corner.
Yeah.
Is he?
He should be, yeah. Should he?
Oh, yeah, that's him there.
Yeah,
His
yeah.
right hand.
Yeah, he's fighting. She's fighting out of.
Wait, how
SBG.
fucking far along are you?
Yeah. I've got
Me?
Victoria Leonardo coming to the cage.
Oh,
Gear
that is-
down.
sorry. We might that might be the wrong lady. That's, yeah, is that her?
She's got her husband.
Who knows?
and-
Who gives a fuck? They do look a bit alike,
And
don't
some
they?
fellas that
Oh,
don't
is that
matter.
Andrea Lee there? with her?
Andrea Lee.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
I
this
recognize her.
lady's most likely going to get.
Wait, what?
Tony Kelly will be throwing a few slurs now through
Any
this fight.
racists in our corner there? No, yeah, one or two. Maybe. Graham, did you get working?
No, we can't hear you, Graham.
No, yeah, they're not there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Yes.
It's better. The volume.
Yeah,
Yeah, do you have what kind of microphone are you?
I'm using
Yeti,
the
is it?
Yeti. It was plugged in there and it wasn't recognizing it, so I plugged it out and in and had to
Oh, yeah.
reselect it for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's working there. You sound
classic troubleshooting there by Graham, turning it off and turning it back on again.
The only solution.
Yeah,
If that doesn't work, I'm fine. Like,
That's it.
I don't know what to do.
He's gone.
I'm out of ideas.
better. drive down to Limerick
Yeah,
and
that's
sit
what-
inside me into the podcast. We're gone. Yeah, hold on. Is John Kavanagh there? Greg, give him a text there. See in.
It looks like he's at the back. Yesterday at weigh-ins, the pop for Aspinall was probably the biggest, I'd say.
Bigger than Paddy?
bigger than Paddy. Yeah,
So, yeah, I'd say so.
Interesting.
There was a lot of people in that room for Aspinall. A lot of people. A lot of old chants for Aspinall. Paddy's pop was obviously big, right? And Molly's pop was big too. But yeah, it was a
funny
big,
though how cards in the locality have a very different type of hype than like people watching at home. John Gavin doesn't seem to be there.
no,
Like you nearly forget here that Aspinall's even fighting. To be honest, like
yeah,
it's
yeah.
all about Paddy for me, and all about
Really?
everyone talking about this card. It's all Paddy, like that. Like, and the problem with the Aspinall fight as well is it's kind of meaningless for the next 18 months. If we're being honest, like you know, he's not going to be fighting for a title.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's
so.
tricky, right? Because there's no fucking clue of what's happening in that division.
Eric Nixick in the corner of Mandy Baum there.
Yeah,
Lovely,
she's been training to the extreme.
nice guy, Eric Nixick,
Thought-
very
thought
smart,
you'd-
great
thought
coach.
you'd enjoy that.
Nice guy, very good coach, Eric Nixick.
Like,
So Victoria Leonardo has been mauled in each of her 2 fights and suffered a broken arm in each of her 2 fights. So if you're Mandy Bohm, just start bashing kicks that she has to block with her broken forearms.
or we do female MMA 101. Close guard on.
Oh,
Let's go
no, we go head and arm throw.
Yeah,
into a close guard. armbar.
Jesus, 71-inch reach advantage. No, not
Yeah.
71, 7-inch reach.
Some reach.
Yeah, she should.
Jeez.
Good stretch Armstrong.
Leonardo beat the hell out of Chelsea Hackett, who was a prospect out of Australia on the Contenders series that a bunch of people were very high on because she looks good on Instagram. And that got her a contract. And then she's gotten the hell kicked out of her by Meno Fierro and Melissa Gatto and shown that she has no business being in the UFC.
She's from Shreveport, Louisiana. One of my favorite place in America is Poughkeepsie, but Shreveport, Louisiana is right there. I only saw Poughkeepsie spelled for the first time like 2 days ago, and I couldn't believe how you spell Poughkeepsie. Was it Poughkeepsie or something? That's fucking
Correct.
Do you think
Oh,
how
please.
easy it is for like a woman fighter to kind of get into most of these UFC divisions kind of leads to them kind of fighting maybe easy fights or fighting cans just to get to a decent record and then getting signed to the UFC, and then they actually don't have the experience and the development to actually be a good fighter, and it just like scuppers the
Yeah.
whole thing.
I think the ones that you see that actually come in and have real success, right? Like Erin Blanchfield has come in and had real success. If you look at who she fought on the way up, she fought good competition, right? Brogan Walker's in the finals of the Ultimate Fighter this year. She fought Tracy Cortez. I think she beat this chick, Victoria Leonardo. So like she fought good competition, but the ones that, yeah, for the most part, like Mandy Baum didn't fight anybody before she got here, and she's 32. and then got the shot and lost the area and Lipsky right out of the gate.
Fight has just started. If anyone is trying to sync with us, 453 for me, 52.
54, 53, 52,
Yeah.
1.
But yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Graham. Like the level of competition just isn't there.
Yeah, that's
for
the problem.
most part.
I don't think
like
it's
you
just
get 1 or 2 good wins, or
Mhm.
even 3 or 4 in a row, then you get a shot. And
it's
the
not
gap
just
between good and
selecting
bad just
easy
isn't
people
there.
either, though. It's like there aren't that many people outside of the UFC for you to fight. Like to get,
Mhm.
if you're a good female MMA fighter, it's actually very hard to get fights. Like so, they end up fighting people who are not that good and then getting to the UFC. You know?
Check it. Like you look at Nadine Abba-Bissett, right, who had to fight at amateur level, merely 2 weight classes above atom weight. You know what I mean? And that kind of stemmed from her kind of decision to go pro in the end because she simply couldn't get any atom weight fights anywhere.
And equally, look at Shauna Bannon's, the people that Shauna Bannon's fighting, right? Like,
Yeah.
she's fighting people that aren't on her level because it's difficult to find fights.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then
is Mandy Bone the girl that was the wrestler, or is that someone else that was in SPG? That's a strong wrestler. Who was that? Like was it an Olympic wrestler?
I think it might be Bone.
Was it Bone? Yeah.
Shout out to Katie Saul, who picked up a good win last night at Combat Global as well.
Ireland's own Katie Saul,
Ireland's
for
own.
anyone says anything else.
Yeah.
Look at Eric Nixick there watching on
It's
the
like it's
line.
much the same in the UK with the women. You see it with Dakota Dichaver having to go over to Canada to get a couple of fights.
Down in London,
Yeah.
Kate Bessich is another one. She trains at London Grapple and she's struggled to get fights. She's had like 5 or 6 pullouts in the last 5 or 6 matches that she's had. And yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
You look
Even up
at
here when we have like.
Go on, Harry.
We have like Levi Steedman up here. She went. She was, I think, 7-3 at amateur, and then went 0-2 at professional. Ended up fighting Megan Morris in her first pro fight, and Megan Morris's first pro fight. Like just ridiculous levels because there's no one else around. And then she's ended up fighting Jenny Line on Budo a few weeks ago, who she's already fought at amateur. Who was, I think, she was 41 years old, and that was her first win. Because there's no real way to prepare yourself for the early fights of the early levels of pro. Like women, it's either you end up fighting someone like Morris or you fight the bottom of the heap. There's no real like in between to test yourself.
I suppose the IMAF though, the IMAFs is a good place for women to get fights.
It's the best. I think it's probably the best place for them to get fights right now.
Also, though, how do you get the funding and how do you get yourself over there and everything else, right?
Well, that's the thing. Well, like
do you want to be a fucking fighter?
Yeah,
would say.
That's the thing, Graham. Like people need. I think people have this funny idea recently that like, oh, you need to be a millionaire after 2 or 3 fights. Like people need to. Like people are going into debt to get to the UFC. Like that's what MMA is. Pick a different fucking sport if you want to be rich.
The minute you choose to be either an amateur fighter or a professional fighter, you're automatically going into debt. You're paying
Has that like? Do you reckon that has changed? Like, obviously, we have a lot of talk in the media these days. You know, Ariel talking about it all the time with Diaz and all. Do you feel like that's people are thinking they should be getting paid the same as fucking Nate Diaz and all that? Like, it seems like the realism has gone out of mixed martial arts and knowing what it exactly fucking is. Like, even if the lads at the very top were getting paid or the people in the UFC are getting paid, there just isn't that amount of money. Like the PFL, okay, are paying people and Bellator are paying people. But after that, like, who the fuck is going to be able to pay you $5,000 or $10,000 to fight? Like, it's just
let's be real here. Bellator is paying some people.
Yeah,
right.
True.
Like,
yeah.
Bellator is paying a handful of people, and then most of the people on their undercard last night in Tacoma are making less than the folks on the undercard of the UFC show.
100%.
They're getting regional fighters, and they're giving them $2,000. Like,
yeah, but that's more than most places, though. At the same time, like, you know,
for sure. But
you're right. Yeah.
So I remember a couple months ago, I talked to Joe Lozon, and he said, "Look, if you're fighting on the regional circuit and your thought is about money, then do something else. Because all you should be thinking about is just getting as much experience as possible and building your skills and learning and growing and getting to a point where you're developing to see if you can keep going."
Maybe you
you're
compare
not
it.
making money on the regional circuit, like
Maybe
at
you
all.
you could compare it to like football in a way that like a 17-year-old kind of kid coming through is thinking about, oh, how am I going to get to my last big contract? How am I going to like work my way there? It's like you need to just
100%.
focus on getting into the first team. You need to do the basic things. You need to like, you know,
even
as an MMA fighter, you need to make people interested in you. Even if you're a great fighter, if you're boring or people aren't interested or people just don't care either way, then you're probably not going to make that much money like anyway, unless you're a really special talent.
How big of a problem is the fact that managers and coaches are the same thing now?
Yeah,
like your coach should be the one planning exactly what Graham said there. But when they're a manager, they want you to be earning $5,000 in your first fight rather than 1,500 or 500 in your first fight or whatever it might be, because they're getting fucking 10% of it. Like that's a big issue, I think.
But you even think most football players as well, like Graham was saying, they're moving away from their homes and their families when they're 13 and 14 years of age. So they're sacrificing something in their own right. So like, success comes with sacrifice, and people
their families are sacrificing to bring them there to like you know to move. Say Liverpool signed some guy from London, family has to move or whatever. You know, it's not just you're the best and you go in there, kick a few footballs around, and money starts raining in. Like,
yeah, maybe it's just the way society has gone. Like, you know, you can't have success without sacrifice. And a lot of people just want shit handed to them at this stage. But
some of it is also, like Shawnee was saying on the podcast, speakers that we did the other day, talking about amateur fighters and how amateur fighters have got managers now and they want sponsors and they want this and they want this and they want the next thing. And they're treating it more like a pro career than like an amateur career. Do you think because of the way that amateurs sort of been glorified in a lot of ways, right? By IMAFs and other things, that there's sort of not a privilege. I don't. That's not the right word, but there's almost like like a glorification of amateurs. So that when you do eventually turn pro, you're like, oh well, I've got all this amateur experience and I've got these sponsors and I went on this podcast and I had this interview. Like, give me the money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you look at it, right, John Cavan did an interview with Severe MMA maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and he said amateur should be where you learn. You know, it shouldn't matter. You should take a fight this weekend, next weekend. Doesn't matter if you lose, win, whatever. Obviously, as long as you're not hurt. And now he is saying amateur MMA should be the world or the Olympics of MMA. Like, if it's the Olympics of MMA, that is the most fucking competitive thing you can get. And okay, like we could have it like the boxing Olympics. But we can have it like the boxing Olympics. That's still very fucking competitive. And obviously, they can move on. But still in all, there's a big difference between boxing as an amateur to become a pro and boxing as an amateur to be the top amateur in the world and go to the Olympics. That's when it turns like winning or losing every weekend makes a difference. Whereas before that, it's getting that experience as an amateur. That's the big thing. That's a big change from fighting for experience and fighting to be a fucking Olympic champion. I don't think those two things correlate.
Like in the boxing world as well, you can use your Olympic success as a marketing tool as well. And we've seen that time and time again. Whereas that, I just don't think that's going to translate into mixed martial arts right now. The current
only Makhachev, really? Makhachev did it.
Makhachev has done it. And maybe he's the first of a good few people that we are going to see in the coming years that will kind of translate over that way. So
Fergus Jenkins will be the next one.
Yeah. I'd say there's.
I mean, they've made a little point of it. They've made a little point of it with Menno Fiorot as well. And like, if you go and check out the IMF, their website, they have a list of like all the people that have won medals and gone on or won titles and gone on to be in sort of some of the bigger promotions and stuff like that. Because I know I did a piece not that long ago talking about, you know, and Jack obviously did well and Jack Shore did well in IMAFs and stuff like that. So there's been a few. And I think as we talk about it more and as it continues to gain steam, it will get there. I know for over here in North America, the NCAA has had the name, image, and likeness rights situation over the last year where like these athletes can now get sponsorships and earn money and start bringing in money as opposed to just being student athletes where
college wrestling's a bit different though, right? Like that's an entire fucking sport and business and livelihood unto itself.
For sure.
After college wrestling, there's no professional wrestling really. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no Jordan Burroughs and stuff.
I mean, there's professional wrestling, but yes, there's not. Yeah.
And there's the Olympics as well.
Yeah. You either stay the international track or you go to something else.
Yeah. You don't get paid for the Olympics, right?
You get a stipend.
You get paid sponsorship, and you would get paid by the Olympic Athletic Board under.
Remember, Ronda Rousey said she got a bronze medal and 10 grand, and she was sent on her way.
Yeah, but I mean, Katie Taylor was like not obviously making life changing money, but she was being paid quite a good bit by the boxing committee, Olympic committee in Ireland for a time. That's why she took so long.
That's the greatest boxer of all time.
I know,
right?
I know, for sure. But like, yeah, that's an exceptional example. Like, but there's not too
in
much
Ireland
money.
though, as well, doesn't it? Ireland have a good setup, like where they get paid, as you said, the stipend and stuff. So I don't know if it's like that in every other country. Like, this is I hate this shit. Like,
Anybody following this fight?
no, who gives a shit? Because they're just fucking clinching for the whole fight. MMA needs a serious fucking change to the rules that we can break up clinches more. Like clinching is not fucking fighting.
I think the opposite. I think you should just
100%
never stop it ever. If you're going to change it that direction.
No, that'd be oh my god.
You have to learn. If somebody can hold you there like a fucking idiot for 5 minutes, then
but then someone will fucking hold you there and be boring as shit.
Yeah,
and
well,
no
you
one will watch.
better
Be
learn
like an Adesanya fight.
Yeah, you better learn how to defend that then. You know.
Nah, I hate that shit. It's so annoying. Like, we should be making MMA fucking more entertaining, not less entertaining.
Well, they could. I think knees on the ground.
Knees
on the ground would be a huge boost, I think, to the action. You know, in these situations, if your head was in threat of being kneed, you wouldn't be hanging around there. You know, you'd be more careful. You'd be, you know, in danger at all times. And even soccer kicks, I'd bring them in. Although the refs, I wouldn't trust enough refs to certain refs anyway to keep people safe if there was soccer kicks. But I think if you had a high quality of refereeing, I think you should be able to knee on the ground, you should be able to kick on the ground. It's
the kicking up against the cage. I think really would hold back the soccer kicks. In the octagon.
What's the difference between the knees when you're bent over with your hand not on the ground and a soccer kick?
There's not. I'm all for you.
The knees worse, I think. No,
I'd love to see knees to a grounded opponent come in first, and then I love the soccer kick. I love the pride rules. It's the purest form of fighting, to be honest. You know what I mean? And I quite enjoyed it, but I was just playing devil's advocate and thinking like they don't want anybody's head pressed up against the cage and getting kicked in solid, but. I mean,
you can knee somebody's head up against the cage while they're legally while they're not grounded, and it's going to be.
They're not cushioning it a bit even. Would it actually make it better?
Force, bounce it off probably. Yeah, I don't know. They are pretty stiff defenses though. They cut you up.
They're a lot stiffer than you think. Yeah, it's like.
What do we think about this question here? What are your thoughts on lads outside the bigger organizations fighting for dodgy organizations for the money? It's MMA at the end of the day.
Every organization
you gotta get paid at the end of the day.
If you're picking and choosing the non-cable organizations, you'd be never fighting.
The only trouble with it is you're making money from dodgy organizations, likely fighting dodgy competition. So it's not preparing you for anything going forward, right? You end up being one of these fellas that's got 24 wins and no losses, and you haven't beaten anybody. And you show up and get just absolutely tuned by the first fella that has some semblance of skills. But look,
shout out Askar Murarov.
Yeah, you definitely can't do it too often. But
come on, that was unfair. Obviously, your man's
fight falls apart or you can't get a fight and somebody gets offered. I definitely I wouldn't be doing it all the time, but I can see why some fighters do it occasionally.
Oh, you're Norman Park fighting in Fame MMA.
Legend.
Yeah, Norman will fight anybody and anything.
Fair play to him.
Why not? Why not at that stage of your career? You might as well.
He's a bigger star in Poland now than he is in Ireland. So credit where credit is due. He's like huge over there right now.
I'm still waiting for Norman to do that interview. Jeez, do you remember that interview he gave to Severe MMA once, Graham, and that fucking janky dark place in Dublin? One of the best fucking interviews ever. He just started talking. Remember, I don't remember who interviewed him, but he just started talking for like 20 minutes. And just talked an all-merciful amount of shit, and it was a great interview. It was in like the Sugar Club in Dublin or somewhere like that. No, that place that closed down. What was the name of it?
The Regency, was it? Or?
No, not the Regency. Fuck. It was before KSW. They put on like a media day, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's up in Severe MMA. I'll find it.
Graham, what shows used to be in the Regency? I remember being at one show.
Battle Zone.
Yes.
Yeah, I think was it only Battle Zone, or there might have been one.
It was only Battle Zone.
Was there a Man of War there or something? Or they were in Dunleary, actually, Man of War, weren't they?
Yeah, I think Battle Zone is definitely the one. Redzer used to DJ at him.
Oh, yeah, DJ Redzer, yeah. If he wasn't fighting, he was DJing.
He's class, yeah.
Which one was it?
Is there a
Was it
cage
the
conflict
Regency
on
that had the
Stay Hard?
chandelier in the middle, or which venue was that had the chandelier? And it was two heavyweights, and the guy picked them up and he like fucking knocked a bit of the glass into the
That was the
cage.
Red Cow, was it?
Was it? I can't remember. My memory of these old events is kind of blurred into one. But yeah, they had to stop the fight and clear the like bits of chandelier away.
At the last Premier FC card in Clonmel, it was like the cage was like here and the seat was like about here as well. It was very close as well. That they're moving it to Loughlin Gales in Kilkenny now, which I think is a good move for them.
We're gonna get a "How did I lose that fight?" face from Victoria Leonardo here.
Yeah,
because she's going to 100% assert that her 6 minutes of control time with zero effective anything should get her to win.
These
The knees to the thigh aren't doing it for you, no?
And you know that one of the two commentators at the side, like the color guys, either Bisping or Felder, is like, well, you know, those start to add up and those accumulate.
Octagon control.
Patrick Sheehan, the man.
Yes.
Here he is. The one and only.
Get in, son.
A legend.
Absolute.
Patrick.
Here he is.
We'll have to get the other microphone. Hold on, I'll get another microphone. We'll be back. 1 second.
So has anybody been scoring this?
Spencer, maybe?
I mean, just from what I've seen, been occasionally looking up from typing about this, feels like Mandy Baum is doing all of the effective anything, and Victoria Leonardo is doing some attempts at grappling that aren't really effective.
The
But
level of disrespect on those thigh knees is shocking.
This is just bad fighting. This is just two ladies that aren't talented enough and polished enough to be in the UFC
Oh
at this
god,
point.
look at that takedown attempt. Fucking hell.
Also, can we have an argument as to whether talent is real, whether it's just skill? I don't like talent.
No, talent definitely exists. but-
Definitely
McGregor says
exists.
that's not true.
Who, McGregor
Hard work beats talent, mate.
said a lot of things too.
The talent refuses to work hard.
I'm forgetting that part of the quote. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah, John
I mean, I
Johnson
think
is talented at all,
I think talent exists, but I do think skill and application and, you know, effort are becoming increasingly important.
yeah, I mean, we talked about this with Jack Shaw, right? Like, again, it felt as though in the Ricky Simon fight that he was the far more technical fighter. He just wasn't at the level of athlete that Ricky was, right? And that cost him a big in a big way. So yeah, I think
like confidence and momentum is like something that like is talked about a lot in like, you know, football matches or strikers' confidence or whatever, you know, get one goal, here comes another one. I think that's under talked about in MMA. Like when your shots start landing, you kind of feel like you're in a groove, you know. When even in soccer, if you're playing with your friends, if you score a couple of nice shots from long range, then like, you know, everything starts flying in, you start getting into your groove. I think that's letting people get into their game is a big thing, like that is kind of underplayed in MMA. And
yeah,
once people start finding success, then, you know, they grow in confidence. It's a huge part of the game.
Did you watch Cage Warriors last night, Graham?
I saw bits and pieces of it.
So that you just talked about is George Hardwick's fight all over. He set himself a game plan. In the first round, the game plan went essentially perfectly, and the confidence just absolutely skyrocketed. Like he took a bad cut to the nose, like it's probably a break, but the confidence was so high because the game plan was working that he just didn't deter from the game plan, even though his nose was absolutely fucked. And yeah, I think that's exactly that point. Exactly that point. Spencer, Leonardo just won that fight. Just FYI. You're on mute, Spencer.
Spencer wouldn't know.
I was incorrect.
Judging.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I'm just the only one. I'm just the only one on this panel that actually has ABC accreditation. But you know, whatever.
Ooh, shots fired. Ooh. Ooh,
He won't be on this for much longer with that attitude.
Say, hold on, we'll get Patrick. Say hello. Hello, Patrick.
Hello there. How are you, lads?
Hello, Patrick.
Patrick Sheehan, look at
That
it.
work?
Pat Sheen, the legend.
What a fucking legend.
Just back from a fishing trip.
Big fight up
lovely.
next, lads. Big fight up next.
Huge fight.
Oh, Joy
Huge.
Herbert.
The Black Country Banger up next,
Steve
boys. We can't complain. We talked about it on the preview show. Obviously, we talked about Jai Herbert's level of competition. You can't complain about this fight. This is a very well-matched fight, and should be a winnable fight.
It's a must win. Like, the pressure is really on here. You know.
Yeah, he has to win this one.
He has to win this, and get it done no matter. Like, maybe it's not that impressive, but he has to get it done no matter what. Like, and we know he has a lot of talent, but as we said, he's been kind of crying out for a matchup like this, or even a matchup a little harder than this. He probably would have accepted. So, he's definitely got to get this done if he wants to stay in the UFC, I think.
But I mean, look at the performance against Ilia Topuria until it went bad. Like, he was looking fantastic.
Yeah, against performances. I don't think the UFC are really, like, unless you're at a higher level in terms of interest than Jai Herbert. They're not really looking at that. They're thinking, we try another guy and see if he can make the breakthrough.
Yeah.
Or we can come back to Jai in the future. He'll be there if we need him.
Yeah, I'm certainly not saying that they keep him on for good performances. I just mean, like, if we look at this matchup, this isn't a matchup. Kyle Nelson's not Ilia Topuria, right? Like, Kyle Nelson's probably not karma worthy either. And
he's karma worthy.
You reckon?
I mean, he beat karma worthy to get to the UFC, so he's about karma worthy. Kyle Nelson is one of those guys that is perfectly situated. If there was actually a Canadian regional circuit, he'd be great. Just perfect for being the champion there. You get a cup of coffee like this in the UFC, it doesn't work out, and you just perfect B tier fighter. Yeah, you get a giant frosty.
Stand of that.
Tim Hortons ice cap, and
is it Tim Hortons?
That fucking sure is, man.
Of course it is.
Sure is.
You
buddy.
Hey.
In the fall.
How's your whisker? You're on the food.
3 in a row. 3 in a row.
Are we? Oh, look at that's a beautiful. Edition. It's a super chat. Is the super chat available tonight? It is. Is it?
It is. Yeah.
There you go. All donations greatly appreciated. Thank you, Thomas, for that beautiful donation. Sean can buy a nice cap out of it for himself.
Fucking Graham getting that money. Graham,
also,
split that 6 ways.
Yeah, I'll send you your 75 cents each, lads.
Over an Ireland.
7 ways. All under 7 of us here, right?
That might
check.
Anyone in Ireland keeping an eye on a cage conflict?
No, well, I know I'm going to probably watch it later on because I have to for the old triangle. Shout out the old triangle. But yeah, I'm kind of trying to not look at it because I don't want any spoilers, and I'll probably watch it later on. But I know I don't know, if we want to share results, I can get them for you, no problem.
Come on, Joey.
There was big crowd reaction there.
Victoria Leonardo, by the way, 30-27 across the board. So my analysis of her.
He looks a little nervous, I think. He looks.
He does look a bit nervous.
Yeah, he looks a bit under pressure here.
He hasn't looked as nervous since he talked to me there last week.
So
you have a way of making people nervous, Sean.
I do,
yeah. I'm not too familiar with Nelson. What should he be looking to do here?
Nelson's good all around. Like he's
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Hell. Fair play to you. Good man.
Great man.
That's got to be our biggest one ever, is it?
It is our biggest one.
Have you ever got one before this?
Yeah, we got one. Patrick's one last time. We got like one from India, and it was like 247, whatever that is. And I looked up, and it was like 75 cents or something. It looked great at the time.
Thanks for the donation, though. Don't shit on it.
I'm not.
You're
right too. You're right. What was I going to say though? Kyle Nelson, like, he's good in the clinch, good knees in the clinch. He's a tough fighter. Like, when I was talking to Jai, he wasn't talking him down at all. Like, I think he respects him. So it's a big fight for him. Like, Jai loses this, he'll probably be out of the UFC.
He just needs to stay at range. Like, he just needs to use all of that.
Circle out.
He's got such long fucking limbs that he should really just be keeping
like he was doing quite.
He was doing well against Topuria.
He was doing very well. Yeah, he was doing.
He won that first round. He dominated that first round.
Yeah.
What's
another ref in there would have been stopped.
Let's do quick predictions here, lads. What do we think? I'm going to go with Jai Herbert second round TKO. Harry.
Me too.
Harry Powell.
I think he gets it done in the first.
So do I.
Shawnee.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Jai Herbert first round KO. Yeah.
Pat,
Look at that reach.
Decision, Jai Herbert decision.
decision. Graham,
Yeah, I'd say late second.
Herb Dean's in there, so I'm changing mine to the second because he wants to see Kyle Nelson die.
Herb
Dean-
for a decision. And
He appreciates seeing people get.
Let's not forget as well. I know we're joking about Herb Dean, but the Dan Hardy Herb Dean fight, the famous fight was Jai Herbert's fight.
Yeah.
That's
So-
right.
With
That's right.
Ronaldo.
So we're
Interesting.
going unanimous. Jai Herbert won by decision from Pat, and then we all think first or second round knockout. So here we go.
Yeah.
Big fight for Jai Herbert. This
massive.
The best striker to come out of Wolverhampton since Raul
Steve
Jimenez.
Bull.
Raul Jimenez, Steve Bull. Yeah.
It's Robbie Keane.
What?
Robbie Keane, yeah, I forgot about
Yeah,
Robbie Keane.
remember
yeah.
Robbie Keane there.
Wonder if we'll get another video of his missus peeing herself from Liam McCord if he wins here.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
That
He
was
is
so
there
fucking-
too.
Lee is there.
there,
I wonder
yeah.
if she. I know she was with Molly. I don't know whether she's going to be in the corner of Molly or not, but she was helping her and she was on stage with her yesterday and everything. So, be interesting to see if she corners her tonight.
Dave Portnoy might corner her maybe, will he?
Yeah.
Come on, Jai, let's go.
Confident, Harry.
So
I think Jai needs like the opening 2 minutes of this fight to really go in his favor, and his confidence will probably build.
Circle and jab. That's all he needs to do. Use his footwork, and he'll get him out of there pretty handily. I'd say. The problem, like I even said it to him, like when Anthony Pettis is fighting, it's very similar. When he circles and jabs and gets his striking going, he's brilliant. But when that stops, when he gets caught and he gets pushed back and he starts going straight back, he's fucked. Jai Herbert's the exact same. That's why he starts well and then it kind of goes badly at times. So if you can get him out of there early, all well and good. But he's circling well here to start with, away from the power of the right hand.
Felt like that with Tobias Cerilla yesterday. Tobias Cerilla went forward for like 30 seconds and looked great and then got put on the back foot and it was just over.
Nelson looking very defensive so far.
Yeah, he is.
Well, he's in the same spot too, right? 1 and 3, been stopped in all 3. Like this could be loser leaves town, and he doesn't want to get lit up for a 4th time in the UFC.
Yeah, they both have the exact same record in the UFC as well. It's very interesting, very well made. I love how I'm always talking about Herbert circling, but I love when he kind of stops and just barrels in with the right hand when he circles to the right a lot, just like the naked open right hand. I know we'll see if he does it here. Nelson isn't pressuring him that much, though, is he? Like Jai is a guy who likes to be pressured and circle, but when that pressure turns into no circling, fucking here's
he likes to draw. He likes to draw his opponents into him and try and get him following his movement, and then he'll draw him straight into the right hand. He's done it a good few times. It's very well.
If you want to sync up with us as well here, I'm on 317, 316, 315.
Just one second here behind, so we're all good. He needs to get away from these positions here, though. Against the cage.
Harry Williams, what do you think about this? His base doesn't seem to be that wide, does it? Like when you're defending takedowns against here, that's not that good, is it?
no, you're not. You definitely don't want to have your position so thin. You do want to space yourself out against the cage all the time, especially against Nelson, who's going to try and pressure you like this and go low. You do not want to have like a thin base between your feet. But it's so far so good is Herbert.
Trying to get tall here, isn't he? Really, with the overhook and just hold him up. So I suppose the thinner base is working.
Trying to sink his hips in, so his base is lower, so it's harder. There's more weight in the knees, so it's harder to take him down. But then, as you say, he's trying to pull the overhook up so that Nelson's body lock is away from his hips.
Yeah, if he can get it, Patrick was just saying the Israel Adesanya take down the fence here. Look at him with the wrist control.
The thing that he does that's so beautiful is he'd feed that left hand all the way through to the second wrist. So then he'd have a free hand to grab to the back of the neck and pull him out and exit that side. But if he's reversing here like he is wide, like just get out. Like don't play here. Just get out. You know?
Needs to be careful there.
Yeah, elbows. Nice.
Yeah, Nelson's been using the head pressure well there, but as it's nice inside elbow there to the cheek of Herbert. Safest plan for Nelson to try and fight like this, because I think if he wants to stand with the long range of Herbert, it's not going to be a good night.
Joy was telling me in the interview as well about his shots away when he comes away from the break. So let's see if he can land a few when he's coming out from the clinch.
Well, I
'Cause
mean,
that's what Nelson does really well.
Right? Leon's bread and butter is those out of transition shots.
But that's what Nelson does best as well. Like I don't think it's Joy's bread and butter necessarily, but he can do it as well. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like I would have expected Jai to absolutely.
Beautiful elbows by Nelson. Oh, he's hurt here.
He's wobbled, Joe.
He is. Those 3 elbows without a shadow of a fucking hurt him.
I just don't understand why Jai's hanging out here. Like
he's been held in with the overhook. I can't get out. I don't think. No, this is his best position, Nelson. Oh, look at that elbow again.
Those little short elbows are nice.
Beautiful.
A lot of effective striking there by Nelson.
Did you learn that on your course, Shawnee?
I didn't need no fucking course.
As always, anyone that's watching, if you want to chuck in a comment, a topic, we'll happily chat about it, give our thoughts, share it round.
Yeah, not a good start really for Herbert here. Those elbows I think were the most impactful strikes of the round. So I think he's down around here.
It doesn't really feel like he's got the range going. Like Nelson's doing a really good job of using the kicks to keep the range, whereas to negate the range of Herbert's strikes, right? So yeah, I mean it's gonna have to find a way to either start checking or using the kicks to come into range.
Could there be a little just Nelson get through one for Jai?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
maybe. It wasn't a blowout round by any means either. Like it was a relatively close round, but I think what you said there is correct. Nelson landed the harder stuff.
It's really there's no margin for error now if he doesn't look like he's having the success he might have thought or we might have thought he was going to have on the feet, and he's going to have to let it all go. And is he going to do that, or is he going to try and?
He's still looking nervous here, isn't he? He still looks very nervous. Just a drink of water would be nice. No, I left my bottle inside. Fuck's sake. Patrick couldn't brought it out when he was coming.
Bring out a few cans.
That'll do. That'd be better.
Rattlers.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'm very quiet, lads.
Entries and exits in that last round. He didn't.
It's tense. It's tense in here now. With Jai Herbert.
Very tense.
Jai could be a round down here. He needs to really make something happen this second round.
Oh, nice kick.
Might be the biggest round of his career so far.
Without shadow of a doubt. 4:45 here on the clock for me anyway.
Yeah.
Circling better now. I think he needs to use that lint better with the circle. There's no point just circling. You need to throw a jab and get the 1-2, use your speed. Like Jai's definitely the quicker guy here.
He's finding it hard.
He's using so much movement without actually throwing that many strikes. Yeah.
This is where he needs to throw the strikes now, because your man can't push him back and get him onto the cage straight away. At least if Jai needs to take 2 or 3 steps back, he can take another 2 or 3 steps to the left or right to get out of there. Like the problem is when he starts throwing against the cage, you can't take the backward steps and then the left right steps after it because you're against the cage, and that's exactly where Nelson wants you.
He's also trying to get Nelson to commit to shots.
Yeah, trying to set up that head kick over and over as well.
Nelson is just not committing, and he doesn't have an answer for that either.
And equally, the moment that Jai comes in with a jab outside of range, Nelson's got a body kick for him. So, and you don't want to get blasted with those consistently. And if he's not going to deal with it by either parrying it out of the way or eating it and committing all the way into the pocket, then we're going to find that he's here, right? And he's here taking low kicks that aren't nice.
That's better by Jai now.
Low kicks and leg kicks going himself.
Exactly. Combinations. You want to be throwing in 3, 4, and 5s. He's only throwing 1s and 2s, and none of them are landing. You want to rack those combinations up, like.
This is better now. Countering that fucking leg kick with a jab.
Take the kick and commit into the pocket with that kick,
100%.
I think he's trying to do like throwing those big kicks.
I felt like in the first round and in the early second.
It feels like he's just only. It's like he's only settling into the fight right now.
Yeah.
Herbert.
He's really trying to draw him out, and it just didn't work there.
It didn't work at all. Yeah.
And like the problem is here now, like half the round basically has gone there, and Herbert is probably ahead. but not by much. Like if he takes him down here and is the whole rest of the round on top, lands a few strikes, like Nelson's going to win this round again. So he didn't, he didn't make fucking hay while the sun was shining.
His takedown attempts aren't great though.
No, but even a clinch with a few knees and stuff would do it.
Jai needs to
get
out.
A couple more. He got careful of his elbows again. In the first round he got hit with them.
He has the perfect takedown defense here against the cage. He has that overhook and the wrist control, overhook on the left, wrist control on the right. He just needs to turn here, get stood straight up, and then turn off it.
Legs.
He needs to be more urgent here in these positions.
Sure.
Like break off when he turns him around. He needs to break away.
Exactly.
Fight that overhook and get out of there.
When he's attacking, he can't be trying to break when he's because he'll eat the elbows.
Someone in the comments there said friendly sparring. That's what it looks like. That's good there. But like he,
nice.
It was, elbow again by fucking Nelson now. Yeah. Like Herbert was in a dominant position there where he could have moved off and he just waited for Nelson. Like when Nelson is the one who wants to wait in that position where he had the overhook.
Even now when he's landing these stupid little punches to the body, he needs to break away.
Yeah. Now break away. You had it there. You got to out from the overhook, push off the shoulder and break away.
That's a nice shot though, in fairness.
How have you managed to sync up, Graham? How did that happen?
I don't know what happened to him.
What time are you on?
1:13.
Perfect. Yeah.
Not only has he sunk up, he's actually gotten 1 second ahead of me. Magic.
But it's what you were saying earlier, Shawnee. Like he's not distinguishing himself enough in any of these things.
Nice right hand.
Yeah.
One big shot can swing this, and like so far through 4 minutes, yep, this is Jai's round, but
it's
a good couple shots land.
Yeah.
In fairness, though, in the clinch there, Jai did win most of the goings in the clinch, so I think he has a good bit ahead now. So
he looks more confident here. Like it looks like Kyle Nelson's slowing down a little bit, and Jai's starting to get a feel that his strength is maybe going.
Lovely right hand there by Jai.
That's exactly what he needs to do. Don't clinch up here though. Keep
working. I
think what we talked about there, the two best shots though that Jai landed, they were both when they were pushing Nelson back, when he has so much space, like he's 20 feet behind him to move back into. That's what Jai needs to do. Cut off the cage a little bit more. Push
he had a
back.
chance there to land a couple of nice elbows, and he just didn't. That round could have come down to something like that. Like you need to take those opportunities. I think he's done just enough to win this round, but we've seen worse decisions.
I think it's probably 1-1 there. It's likely it's coming down to the third round.
Yeah, definitely 1-1, I'd say, yeah.
The sage Patrick Sheehan calling it correctly.
All right, so if you're in Jai Herbert's corner, what are we telling him?
What you did for the second half of the second round? Yeah.
No, stop clinching. Just that it's vital he stops clinching. He's gonna have an advantage on the feet, growing advantage as his opponent gets more and more tired, which he seems to be doing at a quicker rate than Jai is. So if you can turn up the intensity on the feet and stay away from the grappling, because he doesn't want to get a little inside trip takedown or any kind of takedown, end up on his back, eat a couple of elbows, and then he's lost the fight.
Imanari roll
into a clinch.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do here.
Look into it, bro.
Like flying knees, so you put yourself in a terrible position. Go on, Jai.
In all seriousness, throw a double jab. Like throw the double jab, put Nelson backwards. Yeah. Like if you do that,
two jabs and a low kick, just
exactly,
for 5 minutes.
I think tired Kyle Nelson should be looking for some spinning attacks here.
The straighter shots and shots in the middle from Jai Herbert as well, through the middle of the gloves.
Oh, that low kick hurt Herbert a little bit.
Nelson has landed a good few of them low kicks, to be fair.
Little legs.
That one, I think that one in particularly.
Definitely, look at the way he's moving a little bit more gingerly, both to the side and cutting back into his stances.
Mm-hmm. Nelson consistently dropping his head down to the right hand side. If he threw a left high kick here, he could catch him with it, but we'll see. He probably won't because he's getting a bit tired now. Look at that in the screen, lads! Look at that in the screen.
Oh, look at this!
I know, fucking doing it all. Streaming, tweeting, watching.
Like him managing to avoid that and land here is good, but you've got a 6-inch reach advantage. How are you letting this man get that close to you in a close fight? Like, got to do everything you can if you're Jai in that situation to keep him outside, keep him
At
up.
this point,
Would you stay in this guard here,
Yeah.
or would you try and
Yeah.
pass? I'd stay here
No,
and
stay here.
land shots. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
this is a fight you need to win at this stage. This is a
Yeah.
career-changing fight. You don't need to prove a
Yeah.
point here. Land
No.
your few strikes.
I wouldn't even
Keep
land
going.
these little shots. I just pick and choose big shots every now and again when the opportunity arises, because
It
the little
needs to
shots are
stop
just not
skipping
scoring at all. And the ref's more likely to stand it up than if you're landing a couple of, like, you know, big elbows or big ground and pound shots. Like, in this position, you should be dropping elbows.
Just like that.
Yeah.
What about Nelson though? Look at the lockdown ish on the right leg, just
Yeah, he
holding
needs to
himself in
move-
the
Yeah.
position.
He needs to make something happen here, or he's gonna, you know, from his
Gonna lose a
perspective as
decision,
well,
yeah.
he's gonna lose a decision and probably get cut as well. So, you know, he needs to maybe, you know, offer up the side control maybe to Jai, and hopefully he can kind of explode out of it from there.
Like Jai's not a renowned jiu-jitsu artist as well or anything. Like even if you do give him position, he's probably not going to submit you. Now he might, like, but he gets fucking maybe probably not get submitted or get up and save your UFC career. Like, I think that's what he needs to fucking do here. Take a chance, get out of
I
it.
mean, the first thing he needs to do is
He
get
is-
his knee up.
He needs to put his back against the fence here. Like, he's trying to push forward, but he needs to put his back
Yeah.
against the fence.
This is bizarre. Well, Nelson's or Herbert's doing a good job there of pushing him in the other direction, to be fair, but he wasn't going the right direction the first time anyway.
He does look quite comfortable in this half guard, though, doesn't he?
He's holding on here, you know, looking for a stand up, but I don't think he's going to get it here. He really needs to make something happen, and Jai's probably, you know, thinking, if I can just hold on here, I've done enough, and he's not going to eat any big strike that's going to change the round from this position anyway. So, yeah, I think Nelson's really, he's got to try and give up his back or try and stand up, or he's got to kind of go for broke.
Get a butterfly hook here and just fucking kick him off. Look, that's what he does, kind of.
He won't
No,
be able
his
to
knee was
fire
inside.
from here. He's elevated too high already. He won't get up his hips. He needs to be using the underhook and getting to his hip, posting up on the right
There
hand.
he is now. He's out.
Get to the
so he can
fence.
Get up.
Yeah, there we
now.
go. Get to the fence. Yeah.
Jai just needs to
Jai
be
knows
here
what
and
he's
try to get
doing.
back,
Yeah,
like.
And
yeah,
hip heist up.
Patience is vital here from Jai.
What's Nelson's path to victory here, though, at the same time? Because, like, even if they do get back up, that's fucking advantage to Jai nearly.
You nearly
It's
have
too
to be.
late
He
now.
has to
You
be
need to
looking
create
at
the
finishing.
scramble, and end up on top.
Yeah, just fucking throw
Yeah,
like
he needs
holy
to
hell
finish,
if he
man.
gets back to the seat.
But Jai hasn't landed too much here either. It's not like Jai's running away with this one big hard shot for Nelson. Could fucking turn this round quickly around. Jai, he's great control and he's winning the round, but control doesn't win you rounds if there's a big power shot and stuff. But that's better from Jai now. A few shots.
Absolutely needs
Yeah,
to-
they're decent shots, but they're not really changing anything in the round. Like, if there was a big elbow here, you know, in the breakaway from the clinch, that could steal the round in the fight for Nelson. That's how close
Jai
that
needs
is.
to be very careful here. If he takes a few of those elbows, he could be in trouble here. He needs to get that right hand out there. It's just stuck inside. Get that fucking overhook and hold on to him. Like, this has been a poor fight for being
Not a
honest,
great
like,
fight.
yeah.
Not a great fight at all. But you know what? Sometimes
Jai-
you just have to go in there and get the job done.
Jai should be pushing the head down here. Yeah.
It's all right, though. At this point, just hold on to that fucking overhook. You're
and
14
if you're-
seconds.
Yeah, I think given
Yeah,
the
if you're-
situation, we expected a bit more fire from Herbert, but
In hindsight, the pressure being on him to get the win probably must have been a lot. Like, even if you're Nelson here, you've got to be realizing you're losing. You have to be separating and trying to land
Ooh,
bombs.
couple
Oh
of
yeah, you do it with
strikes
1
after the
second.
bell there.
Does it with 1 second to go then. I could probably give that 29-28 to
Herbert, yeah.
Patrick called it.
Yeah.
Patrick called it. Be very one, Patrick.
yeah.
Give your fucking.
Paddy predictions did it again.
Fair play to Harry Kearns as well. Legend.
See me on Sherdog next week.
There you go.
Jeez, they take anyone there now.
Get an invite on the show. Graham using the barbecue lighter. I like that.
Hello, John. How are you?
UFC London trending #1 in the US. Thank you to this live stream. I'd say for that.
Fucking lizards.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun,
Makhachev.
dun.
Is Makhachev next? I think so. Is he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Let's go after
Shit.
this, lads. Things to be doing.
Evan Knievel.
Someone turn on their sound there and tell us the result.
The accumulate.
Harry died, R.I.P.
All three judges score this contest
928.
29-28 with a winner by unanimous decision, John!
That's what happens when you do an interview with Sean. You win. I'm telling you. Ian Gary won every fight. I'm telling you, that's it. Right, lads, I must go. I might be back later on for a while, but we will leave it there. Thanks, everyone.
Take care.
That's it. John is gone. Stream over.
Stream over. There are 0 viewers now. I know.
Double the amount when you're gone.
Right then,
So,
lad. What do you
how
think
do
about
we-
Roman Reigns of Severe MMA has left us.
Are you saying everybody hates him?
I
Yeah.
missed that. What?
Roman Reigns?
Roman Reigns.
It's the head of the table right there, Sean Sheehan. Acknowledge him.
Yeah.
I
So,
agree.
how do we see this going? How long is this
The
fight going?
accumulate is
before
now
it's
1-0.
set?
So,
Preview,
we're
yeah.
doing well.
I think really it goes as long as Makhachev wants it to go, but I'd love to see him take it even just 2.5 rounds, right? You know, we talked before about how the Nurmagomedovs they'll do the grappling, they'll do the domination, and they'll absolutely blow the opponent out for 2 rounds, win the fight, and then go and have fun and try some shit and do some spinny stuff and all the madness. Like, if I'm Makhachev, he probably won't, right? He's probably going to come out and try and fly and knee his chin off. But, like, I'd like to see him go and get some experience under the lights. I know he's got a massive amount of amateur experience. I know he's got all the experience, but you can't get better experience than UFC. You can't get better experience in the O2 in front of, 10,000 are probably in there at the moment, right? Like, you can't get that kind of experience without just getting it. And he's against a guy that he's probably better than in most facets of the game, right? So just go and enjoy the experience and get your time.
Yeah, but I think there's going to be plenty of time for that too as well.
But why not get it now?
Why not? Why not just get in there and get out there as quickly as you can, and then maybe look for a fight on UFC Fight Island or something like that? I think at this stage of his career, he's looking to try and rack up the wins. And I think naturally, as he progresses up the ranks, you're not wrong in what you're saying too. I'm just being devil's advocate, right? I think eventually that challenge is going to come inside the UFC.
We're not paid by the minute, are we, lads? Eh?
We sure fucking.
I don't even know if it's devil's advocate. Like he's most somebody that doesn't want to piss around. Like, he doesn't want to wait. He's been talking from the jump about, I want to be fighting for the belt in 2 years. Like, he doesn't want any of this. It's the opposite of Ian Gary, right? Gary came out right away. I'm going to take my time. Still got a lot to learn. Mo's been like, get me in there. I want title shots.
And I think if Ian Gary honestly did have a choice, he would probably choose to try and get his opponents out of there as quickly as possible as well. I mean, I think that, like, wanting to challenge yourself, the longer you stay in there, especially in the UFC, your chances of winning are good, but your chances of losing, the longer that you're in there as well, increase as well. But I don't know. I don't think that he's going to be wanting to play around too much here. I think he's going to be wanting to go for a statement win, say that these guys are not on his level, and try to move up the rankings. What do you think, Graham?
I just think his haircut is phenomenal. That's what
Unreal.
Fucking hell. You have to be an MMA fighter to pull that off.
Well, what you're saying isn't necessarily wrong, Harry. Like, I mean, getting that cage time, seeing how your gas tank is doing, you know what I mean, testing your striking. I think.
Do you think he's one that the UFC matchmakers are looking at though? And we talked about it a lot on the podcast where they don't really have a plan for fighters coming in; they just kind of throw them on. But I think certain fighters, maybe he's one of them that they're going to selectively kind of bring through. And Sean Shelby said in an interview we did with him years ago about Conor, he said he didn't want to throw him to the wolves. Maybe they're kind of a thing where they're not quite like boxing, but they're going to do their best
to try to manage him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
100%. I think that they are thinking along those lines as well.
Wonder what the reaction's like.
The live stream has ended. The
It's like,
fuck?
what the fuck is going on there? It's like, what?
Just the UFC.
I think
doing
it's up
UFC.
to PT Sport, lads. Oh, it's back. It's back.
Yeah, it's back. It's back. Yeah.
But
Did I see Michael Venom Page there in the front row in a fancy suit?
Yeah, he was at Cage Warriors last night for one fight, then they kicked him out. Fair play to him.
Why did they kick him out?
Because Darren Stewart had fought and they wanted it for Joanna's because Joanna was there as well last night. They wanted it for Joanna's coach or husband or whoever it was.
Right, lads, my computer's like fucking a quick restart.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Before this fight gets started, let's have a quick chat about Evan Keaveney there. A bit late joining, so we discussed Dalby and Gary. I mean, that was kind of mentioned, right? What do we think about that, Spencer? What do you think about that?
I think it's a good test given what he's faced already and what we've seen him do. Right, the Gabe Green fight was an advance over the first two, and so Dalby's the kind of guy. I wrote it in my recap so far of like he's the perfect veteran hand to sort of face a guy like Ian Gary. He's made for those kind of fights. If you can't beat a Nicholas Dalby at this point, you've got a lot to work on. So works for me. Do it over there somewhere. Makes even more sense.
Agreed. I think look, one sec. Let's get quick predictions here. I think Muhammad Makhachev at plus 180 by submission is a really good price in this fight. I would say he'll probably get the submission inside one round. Harry?
I'm not sure about one round. I think inside two he'll finish him. I'm not sure whether it'll be strikes or a sub, but I think he finishes him inside two.
Graham?
Yeah, it could be a submission. It could be a on the feet. I think it's going to be whatever he wants, really. I'll go first round TKO.
Spence?
Same.
Yeah.
Gets him out of there with it.
I think he
with
doesn't
something
fuck around
big.
this fight. I think he doesn't fuck around either. I think he'll try and get him out there as quickly as possible. It'll be interesting to see.
I
Over
just think
under.
he has no interest in
a
fucking
minute.
around at all, ever.
Yeah.
He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall.
Somebody's audio is on.
Yeah. We'll get taken down if we stay playing that audio.
And like he's super comfortable in these moments, right? That was one of the things we talked about on the preview show. Like you're not supposed to be that settled, that comfortable, that
No, coming in
locked
and
in
being,
at 21.
Yeah, being even aggressive at your weigh-ins. You think of a guy who's 21 years of age, who's only fighting his second fight in the UFC. He's coming in, he's getting in his opponent's faces. That's all mind games too. Like, I mean, he is as ready as any amateur fighter has ever been for the professional ranks, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And you look at him, and I know the extensive amateur career and everything else, but this is his 7th pro fight. 7th.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The one question I will ask is, at flyweight, like, look at the size difference, right? I know he's 21. He's got a lot of time to grow into it. He's got a lot of time to build and all that stuff. Do you think that size will be a problem the higher up the division that he goes?
I think he'll naturally get bigger as he's getting older. Like, you don't stop really filling out until you're, 25, 26. So he still has 4 years to get to that level as well, which is more than enough time to go up there and win the title and then move up naturally anyway.
Johnson's not reacting well here to...
No,
not at all.
Like this. Look at the way that Makhachev is cutting the cage off, and when he cuts, oh Jesus! Good Lord!
Stick your face in the fence.
Oh, look at that, lads! Look at that out inside.
That pressure's just fucking insane.
That's ridiculous, lads.
He's just so good.
Oh! Makhachev eye lines all aboard.
Johnson is defending pretty well, like for what it is, for the skill discrepancy.
A lot of other guys would have been down on their ass already at this stage.
But I think he's using a lot of energy here, it seems, as well.
What did Johnson represent in the Olympics? He's got
Nothing.
Bad haircuts.
Nothing. That's a cool tattoo then. Love
Yeah,
it.
I saw it and was researching, trying to find out what it was, and I think he had some wrestling aspirations, but never got there.
Olympic tattoo.
So
Respect.
what you got?
think so.
I didn't even see that you had an Olympic tattoo.
Yeah,
That's
he's got
crazy.
the Olympic rings on his back. Now, to be fair, I didn't go like hardcore deep dive searching, but yeah, the initial looks didn't provide any insights.
The UFC would be pretty quick to tell you if he's
yeah.
an Olympian.
That's what I was going
I'm
to
sure.
say.
Yeah.
They'd be big in. Things have kind of calmed down here a little bit.
Well,
yeah.
As I
The
said,
beginning of the end here, possibly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing well though. He's doing the basics well.
He's fighting the hooks well, and he's gaining back to his feet well.
Staying patient here is Makhachev as well as Johnson, who has to obviously stay more patient. This is a lot of work, though. It doesn't look like a lot of work, but it's a lot of work for Johnson to try and keep on his feet here. He's got to get out of this position, though.
And Mo looks like he's just having fun.
Yeah, he's like,
He's tucking the smile away every once in a while.
This is about as significant as a dilemma exchange as you're going to see, right? What do you want? Do you want knees if you turn in? Do you want me to take you back? Do you want to get suplexed? What do you want? It's horrendous.
It's just relentless.
Yeah, nice elbow on the from the back there from Johnson.
He's doing like he's
he's
doing
done well
he's
to
not
fight
doing
everything
he's
here
not
and
doing well, but
stay
he is
upright.
doing well at the same time because I mean he's fighting real hard to stay on his feet here, but he's got to figure something else out.
Yeah, lesser fighters are already done.
100%.
Like this is where you know he's okay. Like he's
That's gorgeous. That is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I'd like to see. I'm happy to see Makhachev patient. Right, he's not diving on the back. He's just looking to climb the back as and when he can, using that Renzo Gracie triangle. But yeah, I mean, do we score these elbows to the? Oh, that's gorgeous! That little foot sweep. Stop that. Do we score these elbows to the thighs at all?
I mean,
no, from Graham.
Not really. No, I don't think so.
If nothing else in the round happens, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think his back control is more score worthy than those elbows.
Yeah, I mean he's cut Johnson up already, and
the suplex, and
Well, I think the opening minute or however long it was with the strikes, you know, you could see his reaction that he wasn't liking them at all.
And I think even with Mo here, he's happy to just kind of work like this and make Johnson work himself, tire him out, hold on to him. Look at these. Yeah. It's all mind games. I love it.
Yep. Ian is the only person here who's had meaningful competition experience. If you're in a bout and your opponent's doing this as he walks back to his corner, what are you thinking?
What's this? Say that again, sorry.
If you're Charles Johnson and an opponent that you're competing against walks back to his corner and is acting like this, what are you thinking? What's running through your head?
How the fuck can I get out of this situation? What am I going to do? And you're hoping for your best kind of advice that you can get from your corner team right now, but it's hard. Like you don't even realize, like he's in a situation that's completely out of his control right now, and that's what he's thinking. You know what I mean? He is like
just waving to the crowd.
Yeah, he didn't want to be in any of those positions in round one. Didn't show anything to show that he can get out of those positions too. So he's in a real predicament here right now where he's losing the fight, he's losing the physical battle, and now he's losing the mental battle at the same time. So, I mean, this is
he'll probably be quite pleased with how he's done in terms of defending, but you know, he needs to get something going himself if he's going to win. If he goes out and loses a decision, it's no use to him. But I don't think there's really much he can do here. you know, barring a mistake from Mo, I think, you know, he's going to have it all his own way. But Johnson just got to, I suppose, be there if the mistake happens and capitalize on it. But yeah, I think, you know, there's probably another gear here for Mo and another couple of gears if he needs them. But, you know, it is somewhere we if you can drag him in late into the rounds, it's somewhere we haven't seen him in the UFC. So I suppose we'll see some questions answered. But yeah.
It's so tricky, like when you're going in against someone like Mo, is that you're hesitant on your striking because you don't want to overcommit. You don't want to be moving too far back against the cage because you're always fearful of the takedown. Just like coming against a real strong grappler just takes so much away from you.
He's looking a little tired here. He's looking a little tired. Oh, that's a bit sloppy as well.
Oh, that was good. That's what you want to be doing now.
Get the strikes going again here against the cage. Yeah.
What he needs to do is land a big shot on the feet. Johnson needs to land a huge shot and get more respect.
I think he's too grapple happy here, Mo. He's having success on the feet and he's going for these takedowns and they're not really there. And, you know, even if he gets them...
It's the easiest route to a finish, right?
He looks to be, every time they strike on the feet, especially when he has them against the cage, it seems to be... Johnson seems to be reacting badly, but obviously being on top, if he can secure this takedown properly, would be a big advantage.
What we see,
he's doing well at getting back
to of what we were talking about, though. Like this might be a little. Let me just get out here and get 15 minutes of 10 minutes of grappling with somebody like Charles Johnson's the LFA champ. Defended the belt a couple times. This is a very good win if you're able to go out here and dominate this guy in these positions for this long. Like,
oh yeah, very good win, but he's definitely coming in here with a mindset to finish. I don't think I'd love to. I would have. Yeah, I didn't hear any pre-fight interviews with him now to kind of get where his mindset was at. But like, I mean, yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world if he does end up going to a full decision.
Oh yeah, like I don't think he's gonna not take something if it's there, but I also don't think he's rushing and going to force anything.
Oh
Jesus, that would have been nice.
Simon's carry out to a back body lock. Okay. Jesus.
Jiu-jitsu people are so weird, aren't they?
yeah.
That's not even jiu-jitsu. That's just straight wrestling.
Yeah.
Like that fucking guy in Bellator last night that landed the F5 on some guy.
This is not
just picked him up.
No. His hips are lower than Johnson's.
Turned into no, he's
got his other hips out to the back, and he's going to gain hip height. This is good stuff. But like, there's moments here. There are moments here. This is not as perfect a performance as we saw in this first one, obviously, which is good. And to be honest, I think this is great. This is what we want, right? We need to see where the holes in Makhachev's game are. Yeah, there are things in this fight that Makhachev can take away and can work on and use. And
if he can get a few elbows going here, like, you know, off his back, you could get right back into this round.
Right. Like, we are seeing a fight that Makhachev is certainly winning, but it is not going entirely the way that he wants it to go.
No.
100%, yeah.
What we want as analysts and as people that cover the sport, you know, this is what we want to see. We want to see Makhachev tested. And this is what we're seeing, right? And I think that it's good. This is great. This is great for Makhachev's career. He's winning the fight. He's doing well. But we're seeing... Oh, triangle. Hello. I'm a plotter. Oh, that was silly. That's not what you want. This is not what you want to be if you're Charles Johnson. Oh, go on. Heel hook him. I dare you. Go on. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Going for those low percentage.
It's horrendous. Heel hooks in MMA is the dumbest thing ever. Because I can guarantee you, Makhachev on top of you in side control is a wet blanket, an absolute wet blanket.
Yeah, unless you're an expert like leg locker or knee bar or whatever, like Paul Harris or something, Dean Lister, even further back, just go.
Yeah,
most guys go for it, and I'm 99% sure they actually don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, ask Cyril Gagné. Ask him. Go on, ask him.
Most people are just trying to use it maybe to sweep, but like it's probably the worst way that you can try and sweep someone with a leg.
Yeah, like the craziest one recently was Burlington McKee. That was mental.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Not in that a bit of grease wouldn't sort out anyway, lads, huh?
So 2 rounds to 0.
Yeah, I'd say so.
2 rounds to 0, I would say this is, yeah. But yeah, he looks like It doesn't look like he's going to get him out of there from what we've seen so far. So,
well, I think if he stayed on the feet a bit more, I think he probably could get him out of there. But he seems to be happy to land a couple of strikes and shoot for chain takedowns. But from what I've seen, you know, on the feet, when he has kind of got the combinations going, he's had a lot of success.
If you're Charles Johnson now, what do we do? Do we just go hell for leather? What do we do?
you have to finish. Have to finish. Yes,
You have to, right? You can't let Makhachev come forward. You can't let him continue to dictate all of these terms. Like you got to get throwing. You got to get trying to keep him off your hips as best you can, which, you know, big ask. But the trouble is, right? You can't throw a kick because he'll just catch it and run you down.
Yep. Unless
So you got to just be trying to throw big hands. I mean, this is what it see like. That's the
always
problem.
looks.
You're coming in here, man.
That's lazy. He threw that
That's
kick lazy.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So it is.
Yeah.
You're coming in there with a lazy leg kick like that. You're asking to be.
You got to be
taken out.
coming in there behind punches and
The
throw
body
it.
kick he threw before that, he threw it sharp and got it out of there. And
Yeah.
it was fine. Then he just threw that lazy kick, just terrible.
Never a fan of a
Oh.
single kick thrown on its own. It's such an easy way to get drawn in.
especially with somebody like Makhachev, right?
Yeah, if you're coming up against someone with the wrestling pedigree of him, and you're just going to feed him your leg in the third round when he still looks as fresh as he does.
And you know, the other thing we often talk about, especially for Makhachev, like I'm not saying he's not good on the feet. Obviously, he's good on the feet. We've seen it, but the efficiency of his movement in grappling means that his cardio is elite in grappling, right? Because he's been doing it for so long and knows the positions like the back of his hand, right? So when you have somebody like Charles Johnson, who's like, "Would you like my leg in order to do some of the grappling?" and Makhachev says, "Yes, please, that's fine." Like if you're looking to wear him out, if you're looking to get your spots, if you're looking to come back into the fight with something, let me tell you, naked leg kicks and ending in this position is really, really not where you want to be.
It's like giving someone a bit of rope to climb up.
I'm glad Sean's not here so I can actually say this. It's the thing DC talks about all the time, right? Wrestlers are designed and built and conditioned to wrestle for as long as you want them to wrestle. Like if you told this kid right now, you've got to go another 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, he'd be like, Grant, great, fine, let's go. Because he's used to it. 3-4 matches a day, grueling, miserable, whatever. But there's nothing happening that he's not used to.
Big
German suplex.
Oh, he has his
throws
back.
a German suplex and climbs on his back. Suplex City indeed.
He's defending well, though. He's doing.
That was a smart decision by Makhachev as well. A smart decision by Makhachev. He sees he stood up. He sees he doesn't have really good inside hand position. He doesn't have a perfect seatbelt. So he's like, fuck it. I'll just drop off and go back to a back body lock. That's smart grappling.
Yeah, because you don't want to end up like Shane Burgos did last week and have your legs fucking burn out completely, because that's what happened to him.
Or worse, you get shocked off the back and you end up on bottom. And, you know, I mean, that may not be the worst position for Makhachev to be in, but that's certainly not what you want to be if you don't have to be, right?
100%, yeah.
He's done well again here, like, but he's obviously.
I'd like to see him open up on the feet here. Like, I mean, look, this is all well and good, and he is dominating and he's winning this fight. But can we see him fighting like this for the duration of his career and getting to the top level in the flyweight division? I don't think so. He's going to have to mix it up a little bit more, because there are going to be guys that he faces off in the flyweight division that are going to be able to kind of rebound and get up from these positions as well.
Well, we're seeing it here. He's able to rebound and get up from these positions.
But I mean, he finds himself, you know, getting out of positions and putting himself back into awkward positions again. And that's Makhachev's chain wrestling, which is good. But there'll be guys who'll have the ability, is what I was trying to say, of separating altogether, getting away.
There's a nice elbow.
And I think this
he gets into Go ahead. I was just going to say, as he gets into the top 15, as he gets into facing, you know what I mean? Like some of these guys that have better grappling defense, that have a little more IQ and a little better understanding of things, it ain't going to be this easy. They're not going to let him hang out in these spots. They're going to make him pay for some of these. Like this last entry he's tired. Not tired, but like it got a little sloppy. And if you're in there with somebody that knows what they're doing and has a little more experience and is in a little better shape
here. You better watch
than
his
Charles
neck here.
Johnson. Yeah, like see, he's in a bad spot here.
Yeah, he's okay.
You get there with Tim Elliott. You get there with,
Yeah, he's okay. He's okay.
Matthias Nicolau, one of these guys that's still young and hungry and successful. It ain't gonna go like this. So I think this is the best thing that could have happened for him.
I agree.
15 minutes, you get a win, lots to build on. Also shows you that you've got to slow your roll. Like there's no rush.
Yeah.
You're 21. There's no need to rush.
I think as well, the thing that is going to be the most impressive thing, or the most pivotal thing, I think, for Makhachev is his ability to transition out of the wrestling into striking. So we've seen in the start of this, he transitions really well into wrestling from the striking, but it's how do we go from adding the variety of, okay, the grappling isn't working perfectly. Let's come out, go back into striking, go back into wrestling, go back into striking, go back into wrestling. I think the interfacing between coming out of the offensive cycle of grappling into an offensive cycle of striking and back out again, that's going to be where the most fruit is bared, I think. Because, it's all well and good being able to go, okay, lads, in that first minute, I'm battering him on the feet. Great. I've cut his nose up. I've landed some shots. I go into my offensive cycles for my grappling stuff. Great. I've not been able to get him down. I've not been able to get him into the perfectly dominant position I'm looking for. Well, let's come out and hurt him on the feet again and add that variety and give him that opportunity, So, yeah.
I mean, all of, we can't ever take away from it. It's always very important to go out and get these wins, go out and have this success, keep things going the right way, right? Like these are all positive results.
But it's kind of like we're maybe cooling the Jets a little bit here on the Makhachev hype after that performance.
I mean,
and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's completely fine. I think even himself is a little bit disappointing, but more so than anything else, like getting that 15 minutes is a huge learning curve for him. And I'm interested to see what he brings in next, because, we kind of get caught up in the hype a little bit, and I'm guilty of it, and everyone is guilty of it, where, you expect him to come in and maybe...
Mr. Scroobius.
Oh,
him.
Gentlemen, how are you? How are we doing?
We're doing great. How are you doing, my friend? A slow start to the card tonight.
Mate, they've got a lot of fights to get through before the main card starts, haven't they? They're
sure
sending them straight out.
Yeah, that's right. No joking. Even the prelims, there was like 8 fights in 3 hours they had to get through. We've almost all gone to a decision, so they're under pressure.
They've got overexcited from the March card, where it was all fireworks, and this is, as you say, it's been a lot slower, isn't it?
Before we get to this one, what's your opinion after watching the Makhachev performance, Pit? What's your opinion on him now? Are you still as high on him as you would have been before? Do you feel like the Jets are cooled slightly? What's your opinion after seeing those 15 minutes?
It's the UFC, so you're always going to get tested at some point soon. But in a way, I think I benefit from not having seen his legendary amateur career. So I've just heard this mythical beast who's the best amateur ever. So I think it's still good, and he still looked great. He was throwing him about and absolutely dominating. He didn't look as if he tired. It was worrying that I think at some point in the third round he'd thrown less punches than his age, which is a worry for a sprinting prospect. But yeah, I still think he's exciting, right?
Yeah, big time, because like we were just talking about it before you came on, and it's like, okay, he probably would have wanted to go out there and get the finish and impressed, but I think hindsight is a great thing, and he might have been a little bit disappointed after that fight, but he'll look back at it as an important 15 minutes in his career, and you need to get that cage time in. And I think that will pay him probably more dividends than going out there and getting a finish after 1 minute or after 2 minutes. You know, he will have learned a lot of stuff.
I know you guys, or I think, you guys were saying earlier that, you know, he's going to get those 15 minutes the higher he climbs up. But it's not bad to get that at an earlier point, you know, at a less threatening point. Because, again, make no mistake, he won every minute of that fight. So it is one of them as well where it's like, right, well, you'd rather, have that longer fight against someone that's not threatening you much than in a couple of fights' time where, you might get caught out.
Indeed, yeah. Like, he didn't get hurt there. He didn't appear to be hurt after that fight. So
I don't know if it's a crackle on just my line, or is it, can people hear a crackle from somebody's microphone?
Is there a crackle from me?
Oh, yeah, it is actually, yeah.
That's weird. Hang on. Let me unplug and plug it in again. Yeah.
We'll take the Graham approach.
Yeah, the only solution. Plug it in and plug it out.
Before we dive into this one, can we do a quick round table of, do we see locked in, dialed in Amir Khani, or do we see the other Amir Khani, Ian O'Neill?
I am going to say, let me see. I can't remember his last fight now. Did he win or lose his last fight?
Last fight was Mike Grundy. He won.
He won. So we are in danger of seeing a non-tuned in Makwan Amir Khani coming in here.
All right.
Normally it's a loss. I'm going to say it, right, for the sake of it, I'm going to say we are going to see a tuned in one this time, but we are in danger of seeing a non-tuned in one after getting a win.
Dialed in or not dialed in?
I think dialed in. I don't think he was purely motivated by breaking the heart of a man who'd gone through absolute horrific things in the lead up to his last fight. I think he doesn't need that to fire him up. I think he can get fired up anyway now, hopefully.
Harry Williams.
Yeah, the rhythm you kind of get with a lot of Makhachev Khani fights is that he's 50-50. It's a mixed bag, so I kind of feel like he's not going to win this one.
E. Spencer Kite.
I think we're getting the flake. I think we're getting the fella that's happy to be here and have a little wrestle for the first 4 or 5 minutes and then be like, oh, tired, I want to go home.
General Graham.
See, I think he probably is motivated, but I do think what Spencer said, you know, maybe a little longer than that could happen, where if he can't put him away or get some kind of choke, he might run out of gas a little bit. You know, we've seen it before, but you know, he looks in decent shape. He doesn't look out of shape, but just you know,
are we going to get a flying Andy Ogle style here? He looks like he's waiting for it.
Just for a tiny bit of context as well, the gentleman sat to MVP's left is a fighter out of London Shoot Fighters called Felix Klinkhammer. He's on the European regional circuit, doing pretty well at the moment.
What do you guys think about MVP being there? I wasn't expecting that.
I'd love to see him fight in the UFC, to be honest. I think he has nothing to prove in Bellator anymore. Like, he could. I just found it really surprising that he chose to go against Mike's, what's his name? Second name? Mike. I can't think of it now. The Florida guy, the mad guy for bare knuckle boxing, Mike Perry.
Mike Perry.
Yeah, Mike Perry. I thought that was the strangest signing ever, going in there. Me and Sean spoke about him on the Contender MVP, and we reckoned that, you know, if his Bellator contract,
there's some good elbows.
Nice.
Are we going to see Matt finished here?
Oh my god!
Oh,
because he's bleeding badly already.
He cut him. Yeah. He's fighting. He seems to have got the dominant position here, but yeah, that's definitely.
He's going to get switched in a second.
I don't know. I think he's going to take the back here. Is he?
He's fighting for it.
Yeah.
We're at 343 if anyone is tuning in and wants to see.
341, 340, 339.
Jonathan Pierce is big and long for this division, and he can wrestle. He can grapple, but it looks like we've got, for now, engaged Amir Khani.
But I mean,
these are big efforts.
He does the thing he does all the time. He's gotten hurt, and now he's doing massive suplexes. Like,
yeah, these are big outlays of energy that.
He's not managed to get a good grip on his neck yet, but he's got a good grip on them gloves a couple of times. So
things you love to see.
And now he's going to get. Well, he's doing well to not. Every time it feels like he's going to give up the position.
This is an anaconda setup. This is an
Oh,
anaconda.
he's rolling for it.
Yeah, this is an anaconda setup.
Oh no, it's defended well. Oh yeah, no, it's defended.
And you know that you've got a wicked anaconda if you're going to give up the back for an anaconda.
He's looking for a guillotine that's not there.
Still hunting for this.
It's not what you slept Grundy with.
Yeah, exactly what he slept with.
Yeah, he's got a really good anaconda.
We've been, Cavan has talked about the Darces and anacondas of Makwan for years. He's got something
We have it here now again.
Yeah.
Nah. Pierce has got his shoulder open. If Makwan can close the gap between where his shoulder,
he's out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now Makwan is very tired.
Closed. You have to.
Oh, very tired. He's very tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that going to be all he had?
Well, it's flexing him for no reason, and yeah.
Can I make a possibly controversial comparison here? Is Makwan Anakani the Finnish Claudio Silva? 7 minutes of greatness and then a bit of nothing.
3.5.
I would say he's probably a little bit better than Claudio
he's not even
Silva.
got to 7 minutes, I don't think.
Oh, that's a nice shot, though.
Lovely left hand, yeah. Also, is Ben Cartledge absolutely massive, or is he standing up?
He's a tall dude. Well, then again, I'm only 5'6", so.
Yeah,
he's doing well on the feet here for a tired striker. Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, Jonathan Pierce has been known to get tired too, right? Like.
Oh, that's a
fellow that can get.
Yeah, I think
he's a fellow that can run out of steam. So like. Having to do all of this defensive work.
Ooh.
So that second Kimura counter was far better. The first Kimura counter was a problem because he didn't go elbow to elbow deep. Which
I think he was probably only using it to sweep the first time, maybe. Do you reckon, Harry?
Yeah. But even if you don't go elbow to elbow deep, you're not going to get enough of a rotation of the shoulder, and Makwan can use his shoulders around the corner again.
He's doing a good job here, and these are good grappling exchanges, but he's landing all the damage with these elbows.
Are great.
What are we thinking?
Amir Khani got a couple of nice shots in on the feet, but these elbows are consistent.
We're probably scoring this round for Pierce, lads. What do you reckon?
The elbows are the thing, right?
The elbows are the thing.
Yeah, I think he snapped his head back with one of the left hand earlier, but I think there's been enough of these elbows to turn it around. And he's cut open. Yeah.
Sean, comment on your scoring of the fights now. I know you're listening.
Kimura sweeps, Shawnee. Absolutely. Shawnee Jiu-Jitsu called the return of Kimura sweeps. He actually did, to be fair.
He
said that Kimuras are an underutilized weapon in MMA, and I think for sweeping, they absolutely are. For submissions, I think you're going to be hard-pressed to finish Kimuras against good guys, but for sweeps, for sure, because you can catch them in transitionary positions, whether that's from half or as you're getting taken down. Like we saw with Nick Lentz against Movsar Evloev, right? The guillotine can be used as a brilliant weapon to get yourself back up and to hip heist and all of 10-9 Pierce. Interesting. Okay, interesting.
I would be in agreement with that scoreline anyway.
Yeah,
Does anyone
I think
else
it's
have
fair
any
enough.
arguments?
Yeah.
Now this becomes a war of attrition, though, because both these fellas are tired. Like Jonathan Pierce cuts a gang of weight to get to this weight class because he just doesn't have the strength to fight it at 55. We saw that in his debut against Joe Lozon. And so now it's who gets tired quicker. And can either of them find something in those scrambles?
Yeah, Amir Khani looked really tired, but he did seem to get a bit of a second win, but you don't want to get your second win 3 minutes into the first round.
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
How do we feel about the JSP nickname? Are we okay with it? Is it
JSP? Yeah.
Is it a fine homage? Is it?
I am not impressed by your nickname.
Oh, he looks very tired here, Amir Khani.
Yeah, he looks knackered, doesn't he? You think he'll be trying for one more explosive attack at some point, but it doesn't look as if he's even got that.
And this is Amir Khani, right? If I'm George Pearce here, what are we doing? Are we beating up the legs? Are we just trying to go to the body? Are we trying to go straight shots? What are we looking to do here?
You're slowly trying to chip away at them and not commit too much within the first minute or a minute and a half, because that's where Amir Khani is probably going to be at the height of his cardio after getting the break in between rounds. So if I'm Pearce here now, I'm holding off for about a minute or 2 minutes.
I wouldn't be holding off anymore, lads.
No, he's not holding off anymore. He's like, fuck this.
There you go for takedown of his own here.
He must sense it. If we can sense it looking at it, Pearce is definitely sensing that Amir Khani is kind of a little bit deflated here right now.
Yeah.
And I got to say,
Amir Khani might be happy enough to try and create a scramble here. He's pretty good at this kind of thing. Just these elbows, he needs to cover himself to make sure he doesn't eat the elbows he ate in the first round.
There's nothing wrong with those elbows. Back of the shoulder blade.
Shoulder blade was fine. Yeah.
What was the ref doing there?
I think he must have.
Oh, that's nice. That's a lovely grab onto the fence to keep yourself in position. Keep yourself from falling off the back. Oh, I got a little bit too far. Hang on. Let me just reset here with this fence grab.
There.
Pearce wants his own DAS, by the way. That overhook and the elbow to the head is trying to force Amir Khani to strip and turn inside. If he strips and turn inside, Pearce is going to look for his own DAS, which would be mad disrespectful. But I'm here for it. Okay,
he's giving him space here. He's giving him space here, and Amir Khani needs to use that space to
it's like from what we're seeing, But he's not trying to get up here at all.
No, it's space for what? Because he's got the overhook on the shoulder, which means he can't rotate nicely, and his hips are flat against the cage. Like he should be turning in here and rotating in fine like this. But again, I think he's worried about the threat of the DAS. And
there we go. He just needs to kick his hips out from against the cage and put his knee down beside the.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
he
this.
Needs to do
this is exactly what he needs to do now.
Anything else than what he's doing here now. Because
and now he needs to stand up off this. Yeah.
There you go.
And eat a crazy knee.
I was going to say, he needs Pearce to knee him illegally so he can get a DQ win at this point.
What do we think, lads? Do we agree with Carl? We won't go past the second round. I probably would say that.
Yeah, it feels like this is a lot to keep. Oh, he's surviving at the moment, isn't he? That's all that's happening, but he's clearly exhausted.
Yeah.
He's getting broken here.
Yeah.
And Pearce is doing the right thing, right? This is a version of what you
are. Oh, this is it. This could be it. This could be it at any stage.
Stop this.
He needs to pick bigger shots instead of these small shots, I think. A couple of big shots. The refs got close to the action. Like the refs ready for a couple of big shots to step in here, I think. Instead of these small, consistent shots, just one or two big ones.
You got to think Pearce is aware of his own history of gassing as well, though, don't you? So if he starts unloading too many big shots, he's at risk of a third round being the exact opposite.
He's got to move here. He's got to move here.
Anytime now, really.
Is this intelligent defense?
No, this should be stopped.
No, that's got to be it. His hands are both down. That should be it. That should be over now.
I think his punches are hitting his shoulders just enough. I think, he's given up, I think, now at this stage, really.
Yeah, that's it.
That's got to be it. Come on now.
Yeah. In fairness to the ref, I think a lot of those shots were kind of small shots, but they're I think he could have finished it a lot easier if he just had a bit more composure on the ground and pound.
Carl was right, lads. Carl was right. Didn't get past the second round. Fair play to you.
How do we feel? I want to talk a little bit about those knees to the ribs too. Like, if you're inside control, why do we not see more of them in MMA? Do you think?
Give me every last ounce of them.
Too much space to kind of get yourself out of that situation where you're trying to keep the pressure on your opponent.
Especially when somebody is fresh, maybe when they're worn down like Amir Khani, you can kind of.
I was going to say, when they're as tired as that, you've got room to give a little bit more space there and throw him in properly as he was. Really do take it out of him.
Who was it back in the old school days that used to go into side control and they used to shoot their bottom half of their body up real high and then come down with knees to the body?
With GSP, was it?
Yeah, GSP used to do something like that. It's crazy. You don't see any of that stuff anymore. But like the minute you're shifting your way up there to kind of do what a certain kind of a handstand, most fighters these days are going to get out of that position when you do that.
But I mean, not I mean, I'm not thinking such as an aggressive movement as that, but where Pierce had a crossface and had the left knee controlled with his left knee, just donkey kicking and coming back in with a knee. I think that's a fine application. Obviously, Amir Khan is toast at that point, right? He's very tired and stuff. But I'd love to see more of it. It's the same as foot stomps and clinches. I fucking love foot stomps from clinches, man.
Yeah.
I love an old shoulder up against the cage as well.
Of course you will. You McGregor shield. Look at him.
No.
What's underrated?
How dare you? Randy Couture was the first one to start throwing shoulders against the cage.
The Randy Couture Glover Teixeira stubble on your head, rubbing it in their face.
Yeah.
That's the best move in MMA. That must be fucking horrendous.
It's a classic move when you watch it on TV. I remember seeing Randy just doing all of his cage control stuff live, and I was up in the sticks. One of the most boring things I've ever seen in my life. On TV, all the nuance is beautiful, but when you're in the arena, you're like, I don't know what's going on here. This is just a man holding another man. This doesn't work.
Shawnee Podcasts is back.
There he is.
They're trying to load him in. Oh, there we go.
Hello there. I'm just here for a minute. Hello, Pip. How are you?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I'm not too bad. It's great to have you on. Very good.
It's good to be on. I'm glad to have been invited.
Yeah, it's pity you have to talk to these old fucking lower down versions of Severe MMA. You don't have the real star on. I said I better come on here for a minute.
Well, there we go. Get my money's worth. You got to appreciate that.
That's it.
Which Brit is gonna set this night on fire? Because it's
might be Nathaniel Wood now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's probably either going to be Paddy or Aspinall, if we're being honest. Yeah. And if not that, maybe Molly, because she's after getting the biggest name out of it there, and she has the easiest matchup. I'd say most people would say, but if Paddy wins, no one can beat Paddy. And well, maybe if it's a decision or something, maybe, but. Yeah, it's just because Paddy has the hype in him. I don't necessarily think Paddy is the best fighter out of all of them, but he definitely is. Do you get that sense too?
100%. People can't get enough of him, and it's exciting to watch. It's always almost uncomfortable listening to all UK British MMA podcasts about him, because we all have to dance around the fact that no one's certain how far he can go. He's amazing and really exciting, but we've all seen in Cage Warriors and that he's got his weaknesses and he's beatable. But equally, he is, he's a young lad still. He's still got plenty of improving to do. Like, my favourite fighters are the fighters that we think we've seen their ceiling, and then they exceed it. Poirier, Charles Oliveira, all of these people who there was a point where we went, they're good, but they've got their limitations, and then at some point Max Holloway being the best example of that, of seeing him early days and thinking you'd got his level figured out, and then he takes it up a notch. So yeah, there's always that potential for Paddy there as well.
It's a great point. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, with the world opening up more now as well, if he's going to go around and train different places and get improvements. He needs to do that. I think the best thing
I think all of this in theory is great, but if he's not going to stay in shape after fights, if he's going to make it a thing about getting out of shape, if he's not going to do all the things he said he knew he had to do about 5 years ago, then he's not going to make these improvements.
It's why the hype around Ian Gary is more realistic, because he's moved to an amazing gym and he seems so focused. Whereas, exactly as you say, every interview Paddy talks about growing up and taking it a lot more seriously. But as you guys have talked about, if you balloon him that much in between fights, and I know Paddy has called it out as fat shaming this week, but I don't think that's fair in this instance. If you balloon in,
you're a professional fighter.
If you're ballooning in between camps, then the bulk of your camp is weight cutting, not improving, and there are improvements there. Again, if you are someone who's got no improvements to make, do what you want, enjoy yourself. But
it's calling it fat shaming, so he doesn't have to address it, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
You go out and you turn it around at the other fella to say, oh, look at you guys insulting me for this. So he doesn't have to say, yeah, I am being unprofessional and I shouldn't. And respect to him, he made weight properly and all
100%. He looks amazing. He looks
great.
in ridiculous
But,
shape. Fantastic.
Have a little more, I don't know, focus.
How much time did
commitment.
he spend in doing that, though, where he could have been working on his striking or working on other aspects of his camp rather than focusing on getting his weight down, which to the weight that he blew up to, like, you're talking about a good 4 weeks and trying to get that down, like,
easily. And you've got an amazing, UK representative talking about this now in Ricky Hatton, saying it's the biggest regret of his career that he ballooned, went up and down because the damage he did to his body, the focus on training, all of the things that we're talking about, quite fairly. He can turn around and go, all these guys are sitting at home on their couches having their criticisms. All right, you can't say that about,
It's not just all the people sitting at home, though, because Paddy is, like, we've been following Paddy's career for years, and Paddy, even when he was in Cage Warriors years ago, was saying that he needed to start doing this stuff and he was going to start doing this stuff. So he knows what he needs to do, and he's not doing it. So that would give me a bit of trepidation. But
it's funny, though. The point Pip makes there about, like, we're kind of dancing around the issue about Paddy maybe having issues and maybe being not being that good and getting away. If we feel a bit like party poopers when we're saying that, because it's such a good time and, like, everyone, he's so new to everyone, but he's not new to us. Like, we've seen him for a long time and know the issues. I watched back a bit of the Storm Back fight today, and John, he actually did better in that Storm Back fight than I remembered, honestly.
Almost finished him in the first round.
Yeah, still, anyone else, he probably would have finished him. He was in that fucking choke. But, like, there's just, I hope what Pip said there is right, like, in terms of he could become a Poirier or one of them. If it'd be great for me, it'd be great for everyone here, it'd be brilliant, it'd be great for MMA. Just I can't see it. Like, he just has too many issues. But I gotta go anyway. I'll pop back in later on, lads. Good luck, you're doing a great job.
I think Dustin Poirier is a good example in a lot of ways, because he did kind of turn it around in the mental side. And Paddy's overeating and all that stuff. He can call it what he wants, but that definitely is some kind of mental weakness. You know what I mean? As a fighter, he knows he needs to contain himself and he can't do it. And
it's self-sabotage, right? It's an excuse.
Yeah. And again,
there's a lot of sacrifice that goes into it. Like, some fighters, they can't eat at Christmas depending on when their fight is, or their birthday or whatever. Thanksgiving in America is a big thing, and it's difficult. And these guys, a lot of them are cutting a lot of weight and they're dieting a lot, like, weeks ahead of time before their fight. So it is difficult. But if you want to be elite, these are the minimum sacrifices choices you've got to make.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're someone who's got so much of a potential payoff at the other end of it, Paddy has got more of a potential payoff to that than any other fighter coming out of the UK at the moment.
It's built in. You just have to keep winning and being keep thinking. He doesn't even have to necessarily keep winning. You just have to stick around and
everyone else has to show that dedication on a hope and a prayer that they'll get that hype, or they'll get that push, or they'll get that moment. It's all there for him. It's promised. He just needs to.
And he's made it happen for himself. People are like, "Oh, why are they pushing this guy?" Or whatever. He's made it happen for himself. He's made himself popular over the years.
Getting stuck in here, by the way, lads. Fucking hell.
I was going to say, Nathaniel feels like one here that has been putting in that absolute dedication for ages and has had bad luck. The last London card with fights falling apart, and just keeps pushing on and keeps being, a pro.
I spoke to him before this.
Yeah, I did.
Go on, Harry.
Go on, Nate. No, sorry, you take the floor, mate. Go for it.
And he was basically saying that, like, everything that Pip just said, he was like, he just can't catch a break, right? Like, he's been in amazing shape, done all of the things he needed to do. He's grounded himself. He's matured as a man. He's got the dog now. It's kind of like feels like a bit of a kid, right? But not quite a kid. And oh, hello, lads.
Oh, that's a big leg kick, guys.
Hello, boysies.
Like, don't get high-fiving him. Get in there.
Move up to featherweight, I think, might be the best decision that he's ever made.
Right.
We were wondering what he was going to look like, and he doesn't look out of place. And like, Charles Rosa isn't a giant featherweight, but like, he's, the frame of him, the size of him. Yeah. I was worried that Nathaniel was going to look small in here and look out of place. He looks great so far.
He is piecing Rosa up. He's piecing him up with everything here. I think Rosa's leg is his left leg is seriously hurt.
Yeah, You actually,
Harry, 6 seconds behind.
yeah, I'm trying to time it right. I've been struggling.
We're
the
on
whole fucking
four.
time.
We're on 4:36, 35, or 4. Jimmy, 2:36.
40, 39, 38, 37. I'm a little bit behind.
You're just about 10.
His
Yeah.
roster's very sloppy here.
Do you think that's because like compromise, Graham?
I don't know. I just think he's very sloppy and getting desperate.
He did take this fight on short notice too. It's kind of looking that way.
Nathaniel's turning this pressure up.
Really is.
He's doing the thing that we were talking about with the Dalby.
Very
fight,
nice
right?
little.
Picking his spots, not hurrying, not
growing
there
in
doing the right
confidence.
thing.
Yeah,
Chop that leg again.
That leg kick stance switch immediately. That left leg is fucked.
His left leg is fucked from
He's
Rosa.
putting it behind him. He's trying to fight out of the opposite
He
stance.
just had a
Doesn't
little
know
roll
how.
on it there where it's trying to give out on him.
Oh yeah. You can see a misstep there.
He had a little of the
This
Michael
left
Chandler.
leg is
A little of
fucked.
the Michael Chandler. Wait, my foot's not working.
Yeah.
In the words of
That
one
was the
shot.
old stool trick. That was very
Ooh, first
entertaining
nut
moment.
shot of the night. Oh, guys, did anyone see the rolling thunder to the nuts last night? That happened in Bellator. It was absolutely unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Full blown rolling thunder to the nuts. It was like another one ticked off the box in mixed martial arts.
Speaking of last night, I'm sure you've all talked about it, but how great was that Cage Warriors main event?
Oh, boys, boy.
Oh,
it was
my
amazing.
Let me tell you, Pip, live, it was crazy.
Yeah. I can completely imagine. In the last year, I've fallen completely in love with the Hardwick brothers, and to win in that kind of fight was just amazing. A proper war. The crowd were going absolutely nuts. Love it.
One thing I was very impressed with.
Have you ever?
Go ahead, Harry.
Have you ever heard a 25-year-old with a voice like George Hardwick's as well?
Yeah, no, it's unreal. He done everything right. I thought his game plan was perfect, his execution was perfect, and then post-fight interview was unreal as well.
Absolutely amazing. Him in tears. Like when they showed the replay of him in tears almost immediately after, I was choking up. I had something in my eye. It was
crazy.
Nathaniel has to be really careful here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get.
He needs to open that shoulder. Lovely.
That was a beautiful elbow out of the clinch from Wood there.
Really nice. Oh,
take down.
What you were saying before as well, H, about Nathaniel maturing and that. I did a commentary gig with him at the start of June remotely, and he was telling me much of the same things you were about how much he felt he'd matured over the last few months, especially since missing out on the last London card. Felt like he's come a long way, and fucking hell, clearly he has.
Damn right.
He's got to be careful here.
he really does.
My stream paused.
Like Wood has been around for such a long time as well that he's only 28 years of age as well, so he's still got plenty of time.
I'm currently in between rounds. What minute are you guys in?
Just
finished.
between rounds.
Just finished.
I'm in between rounds. I was really quiet on the first fight because I realised I was about 20 seconds ahead of you all. So I was like, right, I can't react to anything. I just have to sit politely, keep my mouth shut, and try and figure out where you guys are at. But
Charles Rosa then limp. I've got a close up of his feet now.
Yeah,
it's great. Put that on.
Okay, so I'm now back in.
Right, where are you guys at now?
57.
In between rounds. I'm in between rounds.
I'm in the corners.
I've paused at 450. Let me know when you guys are there.
We can all align up here now as well. I'll
So we're going for 450, right?
450. Yeah.
Let you know. I'm still in the corners.
I'm still in the corners here as well. A little bit of a cut opened up on Wood's eye.
Yeah,
but he's gotten cut loads of times before.
I'm at the same point as you, H.
450, yeah.
Okay, we're still at the corners here. Okay.
Yep.
Rounds just about to restart for me, but I'll pause.
Just about. So I am at 458, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 450.
Done.
Yep. So we all should be.
Fucking modern technology, eh?
There you go.
Amazing, isn't it?
Proper production here.
Oof.
Oh, that's a big right over the top.
was going to say earlier, one of the really nice things in that round, Spencer mentioned about Wood really picking his shots, but it was picking combinations as well, which again, it's that maturity in him as a fighter rather than just going for those big ones, although he's going for just big shots now.
but you know what? I know what you're saying, Pip, because his shot selection has been very good because he's not throwing too many shots that are missing in this fight so far.
Exactly.
So that's going real good for him.
Carl's just asking into anything either.
Carl was wondering who won the first round. We'd probably all be in agreement that we give it to Wood.
Yes. Yeah. Not Makhachev comfortable, but comfortable all the same.
Yeah. Rosa's trying to get him. They were jawing at the start, and he's trying to get him into a little bit more of a brawl like that.
That left hook there,
catching that left hook, but Nathaniel's so far doing a very good job of.
I love his use.
That tie clinch is lovely.
I love his use of the elbow out with the tie clinch.
He drew him into the knee then, didn't he? And then just like really looked as if he was going for a knee and then just sliced that elbow across. Lovely.
What just looks like he's seeing absolutely everything that Rosa's, every situation he's in. He's like he's having like an out of body experience with it. He's so clear to everything that's happening.
He's been waiting for months.
That was just lovely.
We saw this in the Lona Kavanagh fight. So I'm making this read now. The timing of that low kick and when a guy is stepping in, go back and watch Lona Kavanagh at Cage Warriors last night. He dropped his man 6 or 7 times just from doing that, just from timing the step in on the low kick and catching them. That is something that is in the GB top team arsenal. I'm telling
100%,
you.
because I spoke to Lonnie ahead of that fight as well, and he, me and you had talked before that, Harry. We were wondering how much, because you can see some similarities between himself and Wood in his distance control. I think that Lona Kavanagh has an abundance of potential too. He's like
agree.
A couple of good guys coming out of that gym now.
Right? This is a problem. Wood is so good when he allows himself to not get in his own head, not agree to the brawl, right? Because when he agrees to the brawl, we see Josh Wood type performances, and yes, he wins them fine, but be on the outside.
But he puts himself in bad positions.
Land your 1-2s, shoot your selections, like just be the smarter fighter here, right? Instead of allowing Rosa to draw him into these situations.
I think he has done that quite well.
He's gotten away from the leg kick a bit though. That was serving him very well.
Because he's headhunting, and when he's headhunting, Rosa can find his way back in to draw him into that brawl.
Like even now with the leg sitting there, he should be hacking away at that.
Yeah, it feels like it's really compromised because it's taking him down all the easier with each of them chops.
Yeah,
100%.
He's kicked out of it a couple times when he's been getting
now he should be going
up,
on it.
But he should be the minute it's forward or the minute you're close enough to it, just whack it one more time.
Big time.
It's Ross is trying to fight out of southpaw, but he keeps forgetting, keeps misstepping, and putting his injured leg forward.
I think because of it, but because of going southpaw, limiting his arsenal, he's proper ready.
There's a kick to the leg on the ground.
He's been doing that one right there.
Yeah.
Every time he's got him down, he's been throwing that one.
He's smelling blood.
But the leg is there now, and he just didn't. He did. Yeah. It was perfect for a kick there.
I think also the other side of this is Rosa knows that as soon as that left foot is forward, he knows that he wants a low kick, right? Yeah. So he has to be sure that he's not baiting the low kick enough that see there, he leans down to try and
now you throw a head kick.
Yes.
Because he's concentrating about it. So when he switches, you want to be looking low and throwing high because that's a sign there that he's really thinking. Yeah. When you're reaching down, you're thinking about that low kick. So if I was Wood's corner now, I'd be telling him, keep with the low kick, but let's throw a few high kicks in there and see what happens.
Yeah, look down, kick up.
Yeah.
All the advances here from Rosa as well now are very flat-footed.
Like his legs are in bits right now. I mean, he's a type of explosive striker that will probably lean a lot. Look, he can't lean on that left leg at all. He even tried to adjust his weight onto that left leg to throw a big shot, and he just gave in. He's in big trouble with that leg now.
Wood can control the rest of this fight with that because he's biting on every feint for the leg, every swing for the leg, everything. So that should surely be what his corner are telling him to build the third round around, make Rosa go to where you want him with those legs.
Big time, yeah, agree.
I mean,
And
Ian
Rosa has
like
no
the best
choice
fight and the
really,
best
just to
performance.
try and protect that leg, and he doesn't
Yeah.
seem to be able to effectively fight out a southpaw. So he's pretty much a sitting duck there really now.
But so far, this has been a standout performance for his debut at 145, right? Charles Rosa's stroke, he's gritty, durable. Yeah, it's a great performance. Great performance so far.
And he looks good to go as well, doesn't he? He's not lost any stamina with the weight change. He looks
The thing that's
good.
going to be interesting to me over the next few fights for Nathaniel Wood is he was saying, I'm going to do 145 right. I'm going to put the weight on. I'm going to this. I'm going to that. I do wonder whether we're going to be in a similar position because right now he hasn't had the time to put the weight on to get to 145 and do whatever. This is just him not cutting as much weight to get to 135. So I wonder.
But didn't he say he had some kind of problem cutting weight? So it would
that was in
make
the
no sense to
the viral photo that went. Oh, hello.
It would make no sense to kind of put on the weight and then you run into the same problem that you just kind of moved weight classes to escape from.
That's what I wonder. Jesus Christ, that low kick is brutal.
Credit to Rosa here, guys.
I don't think he can push off that leg.
By the way, is underrated. I don't think he's going to be silly enough to waste time here.
He's like bullying him here.
Yeah.
He's like, this guy's done.
It's like the ref's his mum. And
he's telling the ref that he's got fingers in the gloves.
His hands, yeah. He's got hands inside the gloves.
It's like
keeping me stuck here.
Saying, do you want me to still beat him up here? Or are we done?
I do love when they have those. Do love a good one where you just hold the guy's head on the ground and look like, really?
Come on,
man. Hit this fella one more time?
Are we done?
This one's on you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's like when Gaethje got real pissed at Jared Villel out here when he beat the hell out of Cowboy.
Yeah.
Just looked at him afterwards and was like, that's your fault.
I hope Rosa's got extra leg room on his flight back home. Jesus, that's going to be a sore one to sit on a plane with.
So true. Yeah, Nathaniel Wood, I don't think he's going to use it, but his front headlock game is probably the best part of his grappling, to be honest. But again, why are we doing all this clinch work? Get on your bike, get back on the outside, force Rosa to step up.
As good as the performance has been, though, Rosa is a sitting duck here. His leg is compromised. He's tired. He's clearly not on the level striking wise. Like, really, Wood should be looking to get a finish here and kind of announce himself properly in the division. Like, if I'm sure he has aspirations to climb up the ladder and get into the rankings and all of that. So
it feels like the one thing Rosa can do slightly off balance is all these spinning elbows, and if you're in clinch, that's when you're going to get caught with him. He's thrown a few over the top and a few round the back, and that feels like the only real risk Nathaniel could 100%. Face at this point. If he just keeps his distance and picks him apart, there's no real threat.
Big time. It's like the
he's
fight
really
is
winging everything though.
Yeah,
everything's telegraphed.
Yeah,
fight is definitely more competitive than what it should be though at this stage.
Now in this third, definitely.
Oh, there we go. That's a leg kick again.
Just force him up. Yeah, tell him to get up.
That leg is bad.
Yeah. See, Nathaniel needs to yes, smart from Nathaniel. Just get immediately up and just be like, get up then.
Yeah, do not engage.
I don't know why he kind of semi-abandoned this leg kick. It's so effective in the second round. He's got back to it in the third round,
and even when Rosa does change his stance, fucking kick the other leg.
Yeah, outside leg kick is there all the time.
Oh my god, that leg is so fucked.
Yeah, he's in a bad way.
Oh look, he can't even keep his balance on it. Yeah.
Ross is trying to make it happen, but he just can't. His leg
there's zero quitting that.
Rosa has heart.
The amount of stuff he's been through even before getting in the octagon, like there's no give up in this kid at all. He's 35.
That's why we don't want to be though. We don't want to be with Charles Rosa's hips at the same level as your hips. Just start to get yourself out, sprawl your way through, and don't let him get around the back door. Don't go looking for chokes.
Just land little elbows here as well.
Yeah, do the right things. Do the fighting in the right way. Yeah, elbows are there, as Graham said. Elbows are there.
Good performance. Wood will be happy in getting this fight, but if we were to be a little bit nitpicky, like Graham said, you know, the fight was there to be finished, I think, and he didn't get that done. But overall, a good performance from Wood.
Yeah, as Spencer did say though, Rosa is a
tough as fuck.
He's a mad lad. Like there's no like. I wonder how much too is just Nathaniel.
You know, that's just stupidity.
With
there.
2 years out.
Be careful.
Get in there and make sure you get the win and don't get stuck in anything stupid, right? Like Rosa ain't going anywhere.
He just did at the end.
That could have.
Did he get cut there at the end trying to wait?
That could have been. Yeah, that could have been a fucking hello Japan mistake.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dave Gardner.
Oh, those leg kicks on an already compromised leg. Fucking hell.
Oof. It's a good win. It's the win he needs, right? Good showing going up a division. Yeah. Didn't look out of place.
And the fight was somewhat entertaining as well. I mean,
I was going to say that's a more valuable 3 rounds than Makhachev had, really, isn't it? Although there was more back and forth in it. It was, he got to try out a lot of his stuff, prove his cardio to himself, and really just, pick him apart.
Well, and you go out and you get a good win over a tough veteran, right? Like, we all know the quality of that win now. This isn't beating somebody that's
30-26 in there. Oof,
debuting in the UFC or anything like that. This is a guy that's been around for 7-8 years. That's a good win for that kid.
Really good.
And Shawnee called that as fight of the night. Maybe performance of the night.
I hope it's not fight of the night or
I hope it's not fight of the night either, because we're in for a long night.
Well, funnily enough, I was looking at bets last night, and there was a bet on Paddy Power. Odds were 250 to 1 for every fight to go to decision.
Holy shit. That's a fair bet. Like, I mean,
it's looking promising right now.
It's fight of the night so far, which is kind of bad for the card, but hopefully we get to see a couple of better fights.
Main event going 5 rounds.
No,
it does feel like the old days at the minute when we used to get cards in Nottingham, Birmingham, and all over the UK where it was just like decision filled and there was nothing substantial. That's how it's feeling at the minute. I think we do need something to break up that, like all the decisions. We do need something to set the card on fire.
Yeah, but I mean, that's on paper, we kind of all said it before this card that the matchups weren't as one-sided as the London card earlier on this year. There were definitely more competitive matchups, and we're seeing a result of it so far.
So what are we thinking here? Wrestle heavy, Mark Jacasey, or
absolutely wrestle heavy?
Yeah.
Wrestle heavy.
We talked about it on the preview show where, we were kind of going over and back whether, Jacasey would kind of open up a little bit more than what he did against Slava Claus, but like, he's not in a position where he can do that. He needs to win fights right now. He's only has 1 fight win streak. He's lost his last 4. So he needs to go in there against Hadzovic and get the job done here. And I think he's good enough to get that done as well. Don't want to be losing. You don't want to be having a 1-4, 1-5 record inside the UFC because you're going to get fucking cut.
Yeah.
That was the same thing with Jai, right?
I think he only lost two before, did he?
Jacasey, no, he was on a 3 or maybe even 4 before the Slava Claus win. No, he lost 2 and then he had lost 3 before that.
Yeah, lost 2.
Yeah, the Joe Duffy win, right? But to what Ian's saying, right? Like, you get those 2 wins, but then you get 2 more losses, and suddenly you're 2-5 in your last 7. Like, at least Jai now, right? Going back to his fight earlier, now he's 2-1 in his last 3, as opposed to being, get that 1 win and then you got 2 more losses on the side of it. It all just, some of it is just the optics of it, right? You just need to get things looking a little better on your resume when they go and look and see where you've been at the last couple of fights. And so I don't think there's any part of Jacasey that wants to go out here and get a loss and suddenly be, 3-7 in his last, or 3-6 in his last 9 fights.
Plus, he's invested into the grappling more, right? With one of the head coaches of Scramble Academy Leeds is now an effective part of his camp. He'll be in his corner.
Liam Khan, right?
Liam Khan, yeah, one of my close friends. He'll be in his corner.
Very, very good referee as well.
Yeah, so there you go. So there's Liam on the far left, and there's Brad, and then Mark did some of his camp up north, and then came down and finished it in GB Top Team. Liam's been pivotal in the grappling stuff and also in the game planning. And for the Slava clause, he was like, "Look, we can take this guy down and just hold him." People forget that Diakasey's got a decent grappling background and just fell in love with the Timu Pakalan finishes and some of the stuff we saw early on before he got to the UFC, right? But
I don't even think it was that. I think he tried to mix in the takedowns and it just wasn't working for him. I think it was, he can do it all, but in terms of mixing it together was the problem that he was running into, because I think in the last fight, everything kind of flowed much better, and maybe it's a turning point in his career, or maybe it was a good night, but I don't know if I agree that he kind of fell in love with the striking that much. I think he was trying to get the takedowns, and he was even getting out grappled himself, and I don't know, things just weren't coming together for whatever reason it was. But I don't think it was like we've seen in the past with fighters kind of get one really nice highlight reel knockout and then just try to headhunt for the rest of their career. I think obviously the calf kick took him out in one fight. That was something. But I think in other fights he did try to wrestle. It just he couldn't put it all together. It was clunky.
Yeah, and he faced good competition, right?
I
was just gonna say he faced good competition, right? It's a split decision against Drakkar Klose. It's Dan Hooker. It's Hakparas, who we all had some expectations of. Then it's Fiziev after he gets the 2 wins. And then the fight with Rafael Alves is just like, what are you going to do? The guy comes across and blasts you with a knee and then grabs your neck. Like, these things happen.
Mm-hmm. Quick round the table.
Jacasey.
Fresh back. Jacasey or Hadzovic? You're on mute, sir.
I would say Jacasey wins this fight by decision.
Grand. Scribbius Pip.
Yeah, Jacasey, I'd say. I'm hoping he'd be able to push for like a second round finish somewhere.
Okay, Harry Williams.
I agree. Daiki. Sorry. Decision.
Okay, and E. Spencer Kite.
Yeah, Jacasey decision. Grapple City.
Jacasey as it is by decision.
All right, wonderful. 6 years edge.
I think I remember him saying. I think I remember him saying after he came back to the UK that he just wasn't getting the attention. I think it was at ATT he was at. He wasn't getting the attention that he kind of needed to mix it all together well when he was over there.
Ooh,
and I think obviously he's come back and put a show in him.
He's wearing two knee guards. That is not a good sign.
Yeah. Jimmy Wall wore 2 knee sleeves yesterday and absolutely put the lights out of a fella. So
yeah, but yeah. We haven't seen Jacasey do that before, to my memory.
It's because he knows he's going to be driving through double legs all night.
He doesn't want his knees ripped up. Yeah, could be.
I don't blame him if it is.
Yeah. It only takes one, and your knee's just ripped, and then it's miserable. There you go, straight away. 13 seconds in.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah. You forget sometimes that he's also a super athlete.
Oh, he's a fast start here. Maybe he does have a knee compromise, and he wants to get this done early.
Go on, Harry.
I remember he was. I was talking to Sam Spencer a couple of years ago, and he went over to ASW. Jacasey was there, and he said Jacasey, like the freak athlete in him, was just throwing the fucking shit out of him, knocking him like 10 bells. He said he walked out with a concussion, and he felt like every limb had been ripped off him.
Well, if you're Jacasey and your game plan is grapple heavy, this is a pretty solid start for you, right? Hadzovic has got absolutely nothing here so far.
Yeah, he's not offering much, is he?
He's not looking
Jacasey did well though. He came out and showed the striking first, made him back up, and then went for the takedown. He didn't just shoot naked, and he's mixing it up well together. As I said, in the past maybe that has been a problem, but in the last fight and this fight so far, it definitely seems like he's improving in that aspect.
Well, definitely, if he can find that balance, because one of the best ways to get good striking is the threat of a takedown, and one of the best ways to get a takedown is the threat of a knockout. So Jacasey's got both of those. He's got these crazy knockout highlights, and he can do power doubles and dominance like this on the ground. So yeah, tying those two areas together sounds like it could be the breakthrough for him.
Given that we haven't seen much striking here, I take it the small ground and pound is going to be enough. So if it stays like this,
I think Jacasey's definitely winning this round so far. But if he was to, if it was to get back to the feet, or if he was to eat a big elbow, that could change things. I think he has been a little bit sloppy with his ground and pound here. He hasn't really got much away, and when he's tried to, he's kind of missed or hit the shoulder. So maybe tightening up his ground and pound, but. Hadzovic isn't really doing much here. He's expending energy
as well.
Yeah, he's expending energy, and Jacasey seems happy enough to be here, and maybe he's going to grind him down, and then he'll open up a little bit more when he feels kind of the fight kind of draining out of him a little bit.
Back body lock grapevine stuff now, so this is a great position if you're Jacasey.
But just to kind of piggyback off what Graham was saying there, that if Hadzovic does manage to get up and land a couple of big shots, I'm not saying that he will or won't, but we would have seen in fights, the fighter getting taken down, land very little ground and pound. The fight goes back up, and you have those impactful blows at the end of the round. By not implementing your ground and pound or not getting off ground and pound, you're leaving yourself at danger of doing that. Yeah. But
Jacasey's just above very little ground and pound.
Yeah, no, he's doing just enough.
Not quite very little, but it's not far off,
There's nothing really of impact that's landed yet, though.
Yeah.
What do we think? Do you think it's likely that all hometown fighters could win? I don't think Paddy Pimblett wins. Discuss.
He could win. It's definitely not an easy fight. It's the toughest fight he's had in the UFC. I'd expect Paddy to probably, if I had a free bet, same odds, 50-50 odds, I'd go with Paddy. But it's definitely a tough fight for him. And
I think I don't know. Maybe I'm just massively wrong. I think that the fight is tailor made for Paddy to go in there and finish him. It's I don't think that Levitt offers too much on the feet at all. But
if Levitt can get a takedown and just play it really safe on top and land enough and frustrate. He definitely has methods of victory, but I do think Paddy should have enough. But
I think there's a couple of people that can get caught. Depends how hometown we're talking. Are we considering Mason Jones hometown because of his
UK?
I think we would be. Yeah.
UK. He can get beat. I think if Molly's not careful, she can get beat. Paul Craig's got a tough fight.
I definitely wouldn't have Molly in my accumulator. I see a lot of people on social media with Molly in their accumulator. I'd stay well away from that.
What do you guys?
Yeah, me too. I didn't put her in mine.
Placement on the card, because he's killing it at the moment. He's getting finishes. He's looking great, and he seems to be a bit of a forgotten man on this card. And it's particularly when a Till got pulled as well. It felt like, I don't know why he's not getting more focus.
Yeah, we kind of said that on the preview show. Going in there, he's going in there against a tough opponent in Volkan Ozdemir, who hits hard. And Ozdemir's after losing to the guys that Paul Craig is after beating already. Yeah. So you would think that he would have been rewarded with somebody maybe a little further up the rankings.
But even on top of that, he's in exciting fights where he nearly gets his head knocked off and he pulls on some. You know what I mean?
He's getting finishes in them. He's great. He's great. He's a great interview.
Why do you think if they can understand it over there, that he's kind of under the radar for so long?
I really can't understand it. All I can think is how underwhelming light heavyweight is a division, or how untalked about I guess it is as a division. It's not really. There's a outside of the new champ. I don't think there's that much regular excitement there. You know, it's not a division that's getting written about all the time, and that's all I can think of. Or I said, genuinely, although I joked about it, how much can the Americans understand of of Paul Craig's thick Scottish accent?
It's very
true.
true.
They'd love that. They'd be like,
there is some of
remember
that,
Braveheart.
Yeah.
Maybe like, I don't know.
He's not got the catchphrases of a Connor or a Paddy, any of these other strong accented people who you could just, all they need to catch is that one line. Like you've got to catch a whole promo as such, and that might be slipping under the radar a bit.
That is gorgeous.
Really nice.
Stuffing the hips, stuffing the knees, stepping over, tight waist, far knee. This is a horrendous position to be in open cage.
And
Really
there are gonna be
smothering.
people that hate this fight, but this to me is what we talk about all the time on the preview show and on the different podcasts, right? Is like, this is Jacasey understanding his strength, understanding where he's got the advantage and just playing to it. Like, sure, you could go out there and throw hands with this guy and people will love it because it's an entertaining fight, but your risk goes way up. This is zero risk. Like, Hadzovic has nothing for him here.
Yeah.
Just go out and get that second straight win. Show you can do this. Perfect.
And all of the fundamental parts of this from a pure grappling perspective are being done. Mark has a tight waist. He's not allowing Hadzovic's knee back in. If he is, he's sitting for the reverse underhook that we're looking here. He's stapling when he needs to. He's looking for Dagestani handcuffs. His weight over the hips and over the shoulders is good.
I say his weight distribution seems just on point on this, right? At any point, anything that Hadzovic is trying to do, any movement, he's adjusting perfectly to just be constantly pressure on top of him.
Yeah. So, I mean, everything comes from his ability to cover Hadzovic's hips, right? If he can cover the hips or he can cover the head, Hadzovic's ability to move is compromised. So what we're seeing here is now there's a mistake being made slightly because Hadzovic's knees come out, but Mark is now shuffling it back in. You see he's using his left hand at the tripod. He's swallowing that knee again. And he has the tight waist with his right hand, which means Hadzovic's ability to move to his left-hand side and get that knee line in is again compromised. So we're oscillating between tripoding and swallowing those knee lines and going for upper body positions, which is exactly what you want to be doing. And he's mixing in some of the shots, and where we are back again. Hadzovic makes a big movement, and Mark's like, thanks very much. I'll pop out the other side. Robbie, put your fucking thumbs down. And here we are in, leg drags and all these sorts of positions. This is 101 grappling, 101 MMA grappling, right? 101. Yeah.
It's just showing great patience as well. That maybe
100%.
we haven't also seen from Mark in the past. And the fight IQ here is really good. Obviously the thrill or the adrenaline rush you get from landing a big strike and the crowd and all that stuff is great. But at the end of the day, you got to win the fights. And he's once the third, if it does go to a third round, once the third round starts, the opportunity to land those highlight reel finishes on the feet, if you do want to try and go that route, is going to be much higher than at the start of the fight. Like the risk, as Spencer was saying, the risk percentage has dropped massively. So he could just go out and get another takedown, or he could open up a little bit on the feet in the third round. Following the game plan to a T, and as I say, obviously we talked about it loads, and sometimes it is the best thing to do. But moving over to another team when you're not the main guy, it suits some people just to blend in, and for other guys, they do need that kind of special attention, or in the big gyms, if you're kind of not getting the job done, it's kind of natural that they're going to focus on the guys that they think have more potential. So it does look like this move from Mark has been really good. Obviously, Herb Dean's standing them up here.
He's not standing them up. He's standing them up purely because Hadzovic complained about a headbutt.
A headbutt, really?
I didn't see that.
So it did look like a bit of a clash of heads. Mark was trying to put his head in the chest and landed in the eye socket. It definitely wasn't an intentional headbutt. You'll see it here.
Oh no, he just touched him. Yeah, no.
Yeah, he just touched him, but he's caused a cut. the cut's going into his eye, and because Hadzovic is frustrated because of how the fight is going, he's calling Herb Dean, calling Herb Dean, and obviously Herb Dean, who doesn't call it at the right time, decides to stop the fight fucking 35 seconds later.
Yeah, well, this is only going to result in if he doesn't continue, it'll go to the cards, and Jacasey is going to win anyway. So it's a lose-lose situation here
it won't go to the cards
for an accidental headbutt.
It's only the second round.
But doesn't it
So
not
the way
have...
it works is if it's an accidental foul, it'll just be a no contest. It's only after two. If 2 of the 3 rounds or 3 of the 5 rounds are completed.
Right. Yeah.
You have to be in the 3rd round to go to the scorecards, and then you score the amount that you have in that round, and then you go forward. So if this gets stopped here, if he doesn't want to continue for some reason, all right, good. We're not out.
That's good.
Yeah, if it got stopped there, it's just a no contest due to an accidental clash of heads.
I almost thought I saw that happen before, and this fight gets scored. But I definitely trust your opinion.
So we had in the past earlier this year, right?
1.5. Like you had to be halfway through the second round in the past, but I think that's one of the many things that changed in the update. I know when I did a Mark Goddard's judging course, it was you had to be over the halfway point of the round, so you had to be halfway through the second round, and then you'd score that round up to that point.
Yeah, that's what my opinion.
Lads, Mark Giacchese is targeting that eye. I wonder whether Hadzovic's eye is like we may have an orbital break, or we may have something, because he was pouring at that eye immediately after.
Yeah.
But yeah,
she's the head. Like, not saying because it looks different in slow motion, but the headbutt didn't really look as impactful as to cause an orbital break, in my opinion. Anyway,
agree. But like, we don't know whether it's already damaged or what, right?
Could be.
Maybe his reaction to it was so strong because it was already damaged. You know, when you have a damaged eye and somebody tips off it with their head, it's going to feel like a lot more than it is. But Jacasey, obviously, you know, he's got some problem with his knee. I don't see him wearing these knee, at least one of his knees. I don't see him wearing these knee pads or knee strappings if he didn't. So for him to get the takedown early in the rounds like he has done and kind of chill out on top has been absolutely perfect. So I expect that to be the game plan here in the 3rd round.
Was the reaction big though? Because it's really hard to get Herb Dean's attention during a fight. Because a lot is on his mind. Seriously, my eye, mate, it fucking hurts.
His eye hanging down by his mouth. Excuse me, Herb.
Have you got a minute?
Yeah, here we go. Straight in for the takedown attempt. Not a bit sloppy this time. Well defended.
What are you on, Graham?
43, 42, 41.
Okay. Just a couple of seconds.
A couple of seconds ahead.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
It's just pure athleticism, right? He just fucking ragdolls him to the ground.
I think it's more than athleticism. I think his wrestling is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, I think obviously we kind of made a joke about how Daniel Cormier seemed shocked that he knew a lick of wrestling, but his base for years kind of was wrestling, and then you know when he kind of rose to prominence in Bama and stuff, obviously he was getting a few knockouts, but throughout his career, for the majority of it, he has been primarily based in wrestling.
Apparently, Bisping has been surprised by his wrestling this time around. From what
he forgot about the last month or 2 months ago.
Yeah, I almost have forgot.
There's a lot going on, in fairness. There's a lot of fights. Even he can't keep up, but he's right there watching them.
I think Mark's doing a great job as well, like especially if the eye is compromised, just putting his forehead and driving it in when he's keeping the head position. Like it's intelligent, right? Like just grind him, make him feel that
forearm, elbow, everything. Just you got to do it.
The thing you're saying there, Graham, like Jacasey started out at ASW, like it is a submission wrestling gym. So why these people are so surprised that he can wrestle, I do not know.
Well, because he's not American, and so nobody except Americans can wrestle. Remember?
And he's got a good little highlight reel of knockouts, so that'll do the job.
Imagine if Justin Gaethje was English.
But yeah, you know, for Jacasey here, he still isn't really landing those big shots on the ground. His ground and pound could use, you know, a little bit of work. Obviously, he's looking great in terms of his transitions, and as we all know, his striking is good and his wrestling is good. But in these positions where you have a guy up against a cage like this, he's landing these tiny shots, but nothing of impact. And you know, as you kind of step back up the ranks of the division, you know, these opportunities here will have to be taken.
What do you guys think? Is Jacasey at a maturity point in his career to keep progressing in this direction of using his wrestling, of mixing things in? Or once he gets a few wins under his belt and is at less risk of his position in the UFC, is he going to fall back in love with highlights and knockouts and crowds?
I think it's.
I think he got a new contract, did he, after the last one?
Yeah,
right.
It's going to be about finding that balance in between the two, I think.
Yeah.
Because you know, I completely understandable how why he's fighting like this. Is that, like, you know, you need to fight like this where you know you have the advantage, but it's finding that balance between mixing up his striking, being in more entertaining fights. Because look, he's doing what he needs to do to win here, but we can't say that it's all too entertaining.
It's also, I think, to piggyback off that a little bit, like Pip, you mentioned, is he going to mature? Is he going to continue to mature? Right. Well, I think him making the move back to the team where it's sort of all about him a little bit, we're going to see one of two things. We're either going to see that he's going to listen to the coaches around him because he knows that everyone around him is there for him and they're there for his benefit and his progression, or it's going to be, well, I'm the best fucker in this gym and I can kind of do whatever I want to all these guys. Yeah. So that when it comes back in, we're going to see less grappling now that he's, you know, a bit more confident. I'd like to think it's the former, because look, if he can do this and he can make these statements in these fights where he's saying to lads, well, I can take you down whenever I want. What is it that you and Graham were talking about 2 seconds ago? If you want knockouts, threaten wrestling. If you want wrestling, threaten knockouts, right? So if he could prove this over and over again, and he could say, well, I can take you down for 12 minutes of a 15-minute fight, and I can not let you back up, and I can do whatever I want, and I can land my pitter-patter shots, and I can hurt you wherever I want, then we're going to see guys take these fights more seriously with him and be more cautious when they're coming in, because they know of the well-roundedness and they know his ability to oscillate through the different phases of fighting. So yeah, I'd love to think that he's going to mature and move these transitions together. Because like Graham said at the very start, right? The problem for Mark was he had big power in his striking. He had great flashy things like we've just seen here, right? Rolling thunders and all this stuff. But his ability to move those things together and meld them into the wider game of MMA was the problem. But we've just seen it. We've just seen a fantastic, dominant, grueling performance from Jacasey, right?
Yeah, and it's all going to be who the UFC wants to match him up with next as well, because, you know, he's been given 2 fighters that have not been able to stand with him, or not stand with him, but wrestle with him or grapple with him. So it'll be interesting, and the UFC will probably force his hand a little bit in his next matchup. It'll be interesting to see who he goes in against.
Yeah, I think it gives him that opportunity to now guys have to be, what Harry was saying, right? Now guys have to be aware. And so when they have to be aware and they're waiting on it and expecting it, he can do some more of the striking.
They've not got many more commentators on their books to be surprised at his wrestling. I think they've all been surprised now. So
there shouldn't be any.
Like, Hogan can still be surprised if he's on the numbered card. But other than that,
that's right.
It's so unreal. Like it never makes sense to me. How are you surprised he out wrestled Slava for 15 minutes 3 months ago? 4 months ago.
Exactly.
All you had to do was watch his last fight. You don't even have to watch it. Just pull up UFCstats.com. It tells you there's like 7 takedowns.
Did anybody catch the scorecards? If anyone has the scorecards.
30-26, 30-26, and 30-27.
Yep, fair enough. Can't argue with those.
Gotta say, lads, my Aka's looking pretty healthy right about now.
What are we on, Harry? What have you got so far?
All the homers, is it?
Yeah, Herbert, Makhachev, Wood, Jacasey so far. Next, I've got Mason Jones, Paul Craig, Pimblett, Hermansson, and Aspinall.
Nice, not too bad so far.
Yeah.
You're almost
Ooh,
halfway there.
Hermansson
Is
I
going
don't
to be
know
a
about
tough
that.
one. Yeah. Like, I think if Curtis can do what he
Yeah,
did
that's
again,
the only one.
yeah. I mean, he's
The
probably
main
going to have a
event
little.
could go either way as well, I think.
Yeah, I think that the biggest, someone asked whether the hometown guys would all win tonight. I think the biggest threat of that not happening, and there's many threats, but the biggest one is that main event. Like, Curtis Blades is a motherfucker. Like, he wouldn't be considered as good as he should be because of the guys he lost against, but he's lost against only really top level competition.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's the most realistic, and it'd be the most heartbreaking because you've got the nicest guy in the world, who's also the guy that what we need is a young heavyweight that's climbing and looking great. So for everything, you kind of want Aspinall to win. But yes, seeing the videos of him talking about how Curtis Blades is his favourite heavyweight and how he's the worst matchup for him and all these kind of things, it's like he's so lovely and honest. But yeah,
even the small thing, and like not even getting into a John Jones spat, but making the comments about John Jones and stuff like that, it's not things you should be fucking worried about right now. It's worry about at the task at hand. And I know you're asked questions and you have to answer them, but he didn't have to answer the way he did either. But I think, I'm not completely ruling out. Aspinall could hurt him on the feet early, but it's a really, really tricky matchup for him.
But also, I mean, I could completely see the commentators being surprised at Aspinall's grappling because he's got great submissions, he's got great BJJs, really well versed there, and got a great history there. So it's not the simple case of slick striker against grappler, of course, but then equally, on the other side, you've got Blades can catch that chin as well.
I think that's the biggest question going into the fight is that I think, without doubt, I think Curtis Blades is going to go for a takedown. Is that can Aspinall get himself into a position where he can get back up to the feet? Because, that's his best route to success in the main event. So will Blades' wrestling be able to counter Tom Aspinall's grappling and jiu-jitsu get up?
Yeah.
Because I think when it comes to raw wrestling ability, the advantage definitely has to go to Curtis Blades.
Of course. I think it's going to be all about those, literally the moments of the takedowns where Aspinall can scramble to and what positions he can get in to make it threatening from his side and his grappling, and where Curtis can get him to smother and beat up.
Yeah, and I think he caught Andrei Arlovsky out a little bit like that, where he lulled him into a striking exchange. I don't think he's going to be able to do that to Curtis Blades, but we know that he has that in him, and if he can create those scrambles and snatch a neck, I mean, it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility that he could get the submission. But I do think it's more so maybe catching and hurting Blades early, and maybe getting him out there is probably his best route. But it's an intriguing fight now. What about this one? Mason Jones, Ludovic Klein.
I think this is a risky fight for Mason Jones.
Do you think Mason Jones has looked I think he looked in better shape when he was in Cage Warriors in terms of his physical, his body. Like, I don't know if he's in the best shape these days. I don't know what's going on.
Like, how this fight was only added, I think, last week onto the card, and I know
it was only added last week. Klein was supposed to fight at the end of August against Nacho Bahamondes, who got pulled. So he was already in camp. Like, that's the interesting part of it to me, right? He was at least partway in camp. Now, obviously, Mason's been over in Sacramento and training and stuff like that at Alpha Male, but Harry and I were talking about it earlier in the week offline. He just has this tendency to get in these stupid brawls and these just wars where, like, his only win is against a guy that's a featherweight. And it was a close fight that Onama took on short notice. Like, we haven't seen any great dominance, any like, okay, now we see the Mason Jones that everybody knows yet. And I don't know if we see it here. Because Klein is going to come throwing big kicks right out of the chute.
Yeah, I think, like, I'm not too sure that we've seen like I thought that Mason Jones was absolutely excellent against Joe McColgan when he won the belt. I don't think we've seen him compete like that or perform like that since that fight. Like you said, Spencer, he's getting caught up into too many brawls.
Do you think that part of it is he is going into the UFC and wanting to be entertaining so that he solidifies his position and maybe then allows himself to grow into his skill set a little bit more? And, you know, he's gotten to the UFC now, like he's got to the big show, and he's one of these guys where it's like, well, I'm in the big show now, I'm going to stay here by getting into these wars. Or do we think that this is a nerves thing? Like, what do we think it is?
It's new territory for him. Like, I mean, I think what you said in your assessment is quite a good assessment as well. But you know how else you fucking keep in the UFC, and that's going in there and winning fights. You know what I mean?
I mean, they haven't done him any favors, right? The first two matchups were tough. Mike Davis is an accurately nicknamed Beast Boy, and Alan Patrick, for, you know, whatever shortcomings he has, is a long, awkward veteran Brazilian guy.
I think Jones was safe to say he was winning that fight until the eye poke as well, but he could have been winning it a lot more easier than what he was winning it, you know?
Exactly.
Which I'm curious to get Graham's opinion on, like, Jones, and, like, I was talking about his performance against Joe McColgan, Graham. Like, I don't think we've seen him perform like that since. It was a really polished performance that time. I don't think it's translated into the UFC yet.
Yeah, you know, maybe the shape he's been in, maybe, I don't know what it is. Maybe, you know, changing weight classes and things like that temporarily didn't help. I'm not sure what's going on. Obviously, this being on short notice, he's probably, you know, not in the shape he'd like to be in. But, you know, it could be a number of things. It could be the fact that, you know, the UFC is the dream of a lot of these fighters, and they get there and the pressure's on more. But from what we saw in Cage Warriors, you know, we know how good Joe McColgan is. You know, he's gone on to prove that since. And for Mason, I don't know why it hasn't clicked. It just seems like maybe, you know, the way he finished Joe McColgan kind of did give him a taste for the finish and the exciting fight and the crowd, and he's trying to do that again. Or maybe it's part of trying to get a bonus or a fight of the night or stand out. But, you know, you've got to just go out there. Like we kind of talked about Jacasey, you just got to go out there and, you know, first and foremost, you got to implement your game and make the fight as percentage-wise as likely to go your way as you can. And he hasn't really done that in the UFC. And, you know, the Joe McColgan fight, maybe he could have won that fight easier as well if he had have kind of fought smarter. But because it went his way, maybe he's, you know, latched onto that and it hasn't worked out for him. But you know, it could just be that, you know, he's not quite as good as we thought he was. You know, that like if he doesn't start making it happen, and if he struggles here, you know, maybe we got to start thinking maybe he's, you know, the ceiling isn't as high as maybe we thought it was.
Do you think it has
we
something
do
to
see that with a lot of Cage Warriors ex-champs?
Yeah,
I think it's tough, isn't it? With like I've said a few times recently, I think Cage Warriors in recent years is absolutely unbelievable. They're putting on amazing shows, but you know, they are thinner organizations. You can get to a title shot reasonably quickly at times, and therefore, you know, it might look more impressive than it necessarily is. Do you feel that at all? Or
yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
and it's
100%.
down to it's
certain
down
divisions
to,
are more stacked than others as well. Like, you know, certain Cage Warriors belts mean more than others.
but there's also more competition to Cage Warriors as well. Whereas back in the day in Europe, you know, Cage Warriors was almost the only route to the UFC and the only option for a lot of fighters that wanted to kind of compete at the next level. But now you have PFL coming in and you have Bellator European shows, and there's more options for fighters as well, where they're not going through the Cage Warriors route. And like that, we might be seeing a product of that as well. Like, I mean, Cage Warriors champion coming in 5-10 years ago might not be the same caliber as a Cage Warriors champion that we're seeing coming through right now.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole caliber of, you know, UFC caliber, that whole thing's out the window, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if that's trickled down through everything else.
That was a nice
right?
kick.
Beautiful kick.
Has that resulted in what used to be the caliber of a Cage Warriors champion is now decreased. And so as much as we all know the level of beating a guy like Joel McCogan is a good win, it's not the same as even 4 or 5 years ago where you win that belt and that guy was even something more. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I think Cage Warriors have to find these guys earlier, because if they wait a couple of fights, then the UFC are just going to pick them up, or they're going to be gone. So
any of these fighters even go on holiday to Vegas, then they're going to be snapped up for contenders, and it's
bring your gloves in there.
And that's the thing.
You're seeing it everywhere, right? It's the same in LFA. It's the same in Invicta. It's the same as it used to be. If you got a belt in one of these premier regional promotions, that you knew the level of that person and they could come in and have a certain amount of success in the UFC. But it's not that anymore, because the belts are changing. As soon as you get the belt, you're getting signed. And so then it's just the guy that got beat, or 2 fights back, they lost the title fight.
It's all the different appeals now, though, isn't it? Because again, like we talked earlier about MVP, and I don't think the appeal of Bellator is necessarily Bellator. I think it's his freedom to go and do David Haye boxing for a load of money and bare knuckle for a load of money and stuff like that. So there's all these different kinds of appeals, and then you've got your PFLs and things like that that have a completely different appeal as well. So it's not as simple anymore as are you aiming for UFC or are you aiming for Bellator? It's like there's a load of different things to take into account, I guess.
And since the introduction of the Contender Series as well, like Graham said, UFC are just simply picking these guys from the promotions before they even get the chance to kind of work their way up the ranks or become a champion as well, because we're seeing guys with just 4 and 5 fights getting signed up to the UFC now. So and we're probably talking a little bit about Cage Warriors is more than likely happening in other organizations as well, like LFA and CCFC over in North America, and those kind of
big knockdown there.
Huge knockdown.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pause mine for like 7 seconds because I think I was a little bit ahead.
That got me paying attention.
Exactly. You all enjoy that conversation, and then you scream. Is that what's going on?
The other thing I worry about with Mason in any of these fights, he seems to not wear damage well at all.
No.
Like, he cuts really bad. He lumps up really bad. Like, it just, the minute he gets hit with something sharp, it looks
He's got
awful.
those sharp Diaz face bones that just the second they get touched, you just fucking tear open.
When I did that that Mark Goddard course, the example Mark Goddard had used on at that point damage not being a scored thing was because you could spend a whole round smashing Dan Henderson in the face with a fire extinguisher and you wouldn't notice, whereas you could Marcus Davis could trip up and he'll be swollen, cut, bleeding all over the place. So it was
stiff breeze made Marcus Davis brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a tough thing to try and score on, but yeah, I completely agree. It's always going to be in the judge's vision, isn't it? If you're someone who does wear it.
Alexis Davis is like that too. She gets hit and the side of her face just starts growing out. You're like, she's losing.
Yeah, it's a funny thing though, because like the glancing elbows are the ones that kind of cut you open, but the more impactful ones in terms of like power would be to hit you flush. Yeah. But in terms of the judges seeing that you've landed the damage, you want to kind of just glance.
Yeah, it's like in one of the matches before I came on here, I know you guys probably can't have much commentary coverage, but when there was a clash of heads cut, the corner was saying really loudly to their fighter, that was a headbutt. And comms were saying, that's for the judges, that's not for the fighter. The fighter knew it was a headbutt, but because he's cut open, his corner are trying to really make sure the judges know that was a clash of heads rather than anything else.
Yeah, and the good officials will notice that too and point that out too, like in the moment or after the round.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing, like Mason Jones there takes the elbow, paws at his own face and looks up and smiles at the camera. Like, this is not the way to win fights though, lad. You know what I mean? Like, this is not the way.
Yeah, he's happy to be in this dogfight, but he's lost this round.
Yeah.
So at best, he's
Although these are
going into the
These
next.
are making Klein really react.
Yeah.
Lovely underhook grab.
Yeah, these are getting big reactions, aren't they?
Really big reactions, yeah.
Jones looks tired as hell.
Of course, I mean, he's been beat the fuck out of for
Yeah.
nearly 10 minutes, right?
And last minute as well, right? So
yeah, he doesn't look in the shape that really, you know, a grueling fight.
I thought that at the start when we were talking about it. He doesn't look like he's in that prime of shape, to be honest. And I know, you know, he was in camp, quote unquote, I guess, but like to only find out you're fighting a week ahead of the actual fight, like where's your mindset at, or how hard were you really pushing yourself in the gym?
lads, I'd kill to be in not quite fight shape that Jones is in.
Yeah, me both.
We were talking on
Look
the
at
preview
us,
show. We were talking on the preview show about Paddy getting out of shape, and I said, "Look, I quite enjoy Popeyes as well, and good McDonald's food every once in a while, but like, I don't have to get in shape for fights. Like, I can eat this shit. Yeah." Nobody's calling me up and saying, "Great, fight in 12 weeks. Go and drop all of these kilos." Like, no, sir.
Don't get ready, stay ready. No, I'd rather get takeaway. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's okay
I am
with you.
never going to get ready.
So he's lost that round anyway.
Yeah, he definitely clawed it back a lot with those knees, and again, I think that'll pay off in the next round, hopefully.
And the first was close, so I mean, you're either down 2-0 or you're tied up with 5 to decide it. But like, he's happy to get in these wars. Like, it's
that Klein jump kick I think it was in the first round. Was it? Was lovely, where it looked like he was going for a knee and just extended it to a little snap.
Big round for
Franz Malambo.
Franz flipping Franz Malambo.
I think
welcome in.
Mason Jones versus Klein, third round has just started here. Franz looks like Jones at least needs this round, maybe needs a finish. How are you getting on anyway? You've been watching the fights?
I think you sound.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
You're muted, are you? Franz? Oh, we're getting nothing from you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. I just had to take off my earphones. I have that, the iPhone plug-in thing with the earphones. It's garbage.
Apple, all
Apple,
stuff, garbage.
Yeah,
So you've been watching the
so
fights
what's the
so
story?
far?
Are we get? Yeah.
You've been watching this fight so far, this Mason Jones fight?
No, me. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen him.
He's just popping in to have a chat. That's all.
Obviously,
How you doing? Hang out with the fellas.
No, I tried to get it on and stuff, and it just it wasn't working for me. I've been working on it all day, waiting for folks to, and it didn't work for me, lads. My apologies.
Are you trying to get a legal stream up, was it?
No. I was trying to get my mate to send me over something to watch it, and it just didn't work, innit?
Oh,
it's not having it.
Well, we can keep you semi-updated about what's going on.
Yeah.
How's the injury progressing, Franz?
No injury, man. No injury. That's all gone now.
All gone.
Yeah, I'm all healed up from that. It's actually healed up way quicker than was expected. So I don't think it was, because they thought it was like a bruised liver or something, but it couldn't have been that. And we're good to go now. But I'm after getting some mad news that my fight that's meant to be going on in 4 weeks is a bit on the rocks.
It's up in the air. You're looking at Martinez for the title, was it?
Yeah. But it doesn't seem like it's gonna go down. It seems like something else is gonna happen. But it's early days. Like I'm only have to find out like yesterday, so we still have to see what's happening with that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It was a pity what happened last time, but sure, look at these things happen. You're looking to get back in there in 4 weeks, whether it's him or whether it's not him. Is that right? Would that be right?
Exactly, man. I just need a fight. Like I haven't fought since February.
Yeah.
I mean, that's way too long. I don't know why these people keep doing this to me. I want to fight. They just keep not wanting me to fight. You know. But enough about me. What go on here with this UFC?
Yeah.
It's been a lot of decisions, mate. It's been a long night already.
Yeah.
Hoping that the main card will turn that around a bit. But I mean, yeah. So this is looking rough for Mason Jones, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like he's losing this fight for sure.
Yeah.
Looks like my
So you're not really one to keep an eye on, you know, fighters in the UFC or in Cage Warriors that you potentially might be fighting in the future, or you just kind of not too interested.
No, like I just watch fights, innit? And if I come by, if I come by it, I come by it. But I don't like, I might be fighting this guy eventually. You know what I mean? Because like none of the guys I've fought really have I expected to fight or any of that. And then the guy, like I've been waiting to fight Ricky Banderas for years, and that just has not happened. So I'm just going with the flow. You know?
And what about guys when you watch guys that you've beaten, like Dominic Wooding, and you see what he's doing? Or like,
well, actually, he's literally the only one because I followed him on Instagram, but he just pops up more than like because I think I follow a good majority of the guys I've fought, but he just comes by a lot. Like, you know what I mean? I hear more about him more than anybody else. So yeah, he'd be the closest person where I think I'd know more about what's going on with him than anywhere else. And he's doing great, man. You know. He's knocking into the UFC and stuff. Yeah, he's doing really good. Happy for him.
And like, you know, does that give you confidence to see you easily dispatched him and to see what he's doing? And you know, obviously, it looks like he's been offered a contract that he wants to kind of, you know, a lucrative contract, and he wants to get out of his Cage Warriors contract and pursue that. But like, what are your aspirations? Do you see people like that and think I deserve to be there, or I'm 1 or 2 fights away from there, or where do you see?
Yeah, 100%, man. Step? Like fair enough. Like, you know what I mean. My record isn't as polished as it could be and stuff like that, but my performances have been really good. Like, and I've been fighting really, really good, and I've been, you know what I mean. I think I deserve to be at them type of stages. Deserve is a bit of a mad word to say, but I think I've earned it at this stage. You know what I mean? Like I thought I'd be knocking into like the bigger stages at least 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still just kind of waiting for the call. So I just need to keep performing. I keep saying that, but then my fights keep getting, you know what I mean, a bit wobbly. So I don't know. I just need to get fighting, and then sooner or later I should be in there, man. You know what I mean? I got the skills to do this. I don't know why they're just sleeping on the France Malambo, man. I've been on the scene for so long.
Would you not get on to Connor in there, say, here, sort me out there, get me in there?
Well, obviously, if that was a thing, that could, you know what I mean? If that was a thing, it would have happened by now.
Well, he got Charlie Warden there, didn't he?
It did. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know. Maybe,
you need to be more vocal. You know, closed mouth doesn't get fed, Franz.
You throw in a word in there. You know what? Actually,
you want to pay me 10%? I'll be here.
No, because one time I was trying to get on the what's it called? I was looking for management one time, and I was like, "Yeah, what's the story with Paradigm?" Like, and I texted all the lads because I was away with them and all. Like, you know what I mean, got proper acquainted with them. I was texting them all saying, "What's up here? I'm looking for management. I'm at the, you know what I mean. I have a few fights here lined up. You know what I mean. I'm like 6 fights undefeated now. Flipping. What's the story? Like, can I get on this?" And they just kind of were leaving me waiting. And then I text Connor saying, "Yeah, here, look, if Paradigm is looking for me, I'm here." Just never heard nothing back, so I just went somewhere else. You know what I'm saying?
You should be knocking down the door. You have a You have a route in there that most people don't, and
I know
Connor,
that.
you send about 12 messages before he fucking replies.
Yeah. Here, you know what? Since you said that, I'll give it a shot. Yeah, I'll say one go on, Connor.
tell him your opponent's just pulling out, so you need a fight.
Here is his country.
This is it. Yeah, no, here actually you're dead right, man. I might give him a shot. I just didn't want to. One of them lads, you know what I mean? All in your ear and all that. But here, look, at this stage, I need to be doing these type of things. You're right, Graham. I like anytime you call me, good things happen. Look who I'm talking to now.
You never stop going for those guillotines, but at least you learned how to do them. So that, at least
mate, I'm a guillotine master now. Good thing I didn't listen to you.
I think you need to get Graham as your representative, friends. I think the way he's talking here now.
It's clearly got the ideas
on the sly. You know what I mean? He just calls me every now and then and gives a bit of advice. And I'm taking it on board for sure.
Lads, I'm going to leave you guys to cover the main card. I'm going to go and raise a glass to Harry's accumulator. May it rest in peace. And well, it's been a pleasure coming on, gents. Keep up the good work.
Thanks so much.
It was an absolute pleasure.
Yep. Yeah. What I was going to say to you there, Graham. Yeah, here, mate, you should have put a bit more of the France Malambo face in that there documentary. What's the story with that, pal? You don't even see it in my face.
2017 one.
Yeah, all of them.
Sure, I'm sure you bought the DVDs to support us, and you saw that the Fighting Irish documentary documenting your debut was included as an extra on the DVD. So I know you know that because you obviously supported by buying the DVD, didn't you?
Well, look, to be honest, I wasn't even aware there was a DVD out. So now that I know, that'd be the first purchase I make. All right.
You'll have a nice Fighting Irish documentary included there.
Where'd you even get DVDs at this stage? Like,
I don't know. Who you can download it on if you know what you're doing with the internet, you can download it pretty handy, I'd say.
But then if you download it on the internet, you get the extras as well.
Yeah, I'd say you could probably download a DVD rip. I shouldn't be saying this about my own documentary, but fuck it.
Graham taking money out of his own pocket.
Like you're telling me I should have had it. You don't even know how to get it.
You're in the documentary, so if you steal, it's okay.
That's fine. Okay, say less.
Everybody else can pay. But obviously, you're not watching the fights here, but you obviously been around the scene for a long time, and people like Paddy Pimblett, Molly McCann, Paul Craig. All these guys you've been in and around the scene with them.
Yeah, because I've actually fought on a card with Paddy Pimblett before. He hit bleeding years ago. And then I went to Nando's, believe it or not, with Craig in London, which was a bad one.
What's up with UK people and their absolute love for Nando's? I don't know. It's fine.
Here,
but
look,
I don't understand.
You know when you're cutting weight and you're at the refueling and stuff like that.
It's okay. Like, I don't know. Whatever.
No, there's very little. Like, there's very little options for like good type of food when you're after cutting weight, especially in like cities. It's hard to find, especially places you don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Nando's is just kind of there, and you just kind of tend to go to that.
You know what you're getting, I suppose. Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Because around that, there's all like McDonald's and all that kind of nonsense. So you're not going to do that. You know what I mean? So it's the best option usually.
Yeah, but you're
not going to do that unless you're Paddy Pimblett.
What are you eating in Nando's? For fries with peri salt?
No.
Corn.
Right. So they got the rice, and then they got the grains, the mixed grains and stuff like that. And you can get like boiled veg and Nando's got a pocket, man. And then different Nando's have different menus as well. So you got all types of options. Oh. Yeah, man. But Graham, look, to be honest, by the way you were saying it, I thought we were going to be watching this together. I thought I was going to jump on this, and then I'm going to be able to see the thing and then talk about it. I didn't know I had to be watching.
Oh yeah, no, the UFC don't let us stream their events.
Right? Yeah. No, I didn't. That's a part of this whole thing. I wasn't aware. My bad.
No worries. Yeah. So the obviously Paul Craig is up against Ozdemir next. I don't know how closely you follow the UFC, and you have a that is a tough fight, but man, Craig just seems to always just pull it out the bag. You know what I mean? Even against all these top fighters. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he works it out this time, because he usually finds a way, like no matter what type of difficult position is in. So that it should be a good one. Yeah, I think, for career longevity, the taking a punch and, taking a good few punches to kind of get a submission isn't gonna
Yeah.
it isn't really especially with the long-term results of getting hit by 205ers repeatedly in the UFC. It probably, for the brain, it probably isn't the best, but in terms of entertainment, for me, I've always been entertained by Paul Craig's fights, but we were kind of mentioning it earlier before you came on. What do you think the reason is that somebody like a Paul Craig kind of doesn't really get the respect or the hype that maybe, how exciting his fights are and finishes, and, the fact that he's Scottish, and Scottish are real proud people who kind of, similar to Irish people, kind of get behind their guys, but for some reason, Paul Craig just seems to, not really have that much fanfare behind him.
I don't know, man, because there's just certain people, right, that just... I feel like myself included in this, where like we do the flip and fight and we get the performances, but then everything else that should come doesn't really, you know what I mean? But Paul Craig is doing great, like the stage he's on and stuff like that, and the performance he's getting. But I don't know, the fanfare just isn't there as much as it should be, for sure. But I couldn't even tell you, man. You know what I mean? Maybe
I know why Paul Craig
to him or something. I don't know.
What go on, Harry, then. Why doesn't he get it?
I know why Paul Craig doesn't get it, because he's usually getting twatted until he pulls something out.
Right.
But that's exciting.
Yeah, but the thing is,
really
that is impressive in itself. Yeah. Like, I know me as a fighter watching that, after getting smashed up for like 3 rounds and then coming back and finishing the guy or tapping the guy out, that's a flipping warrior mentality. Obviously, you know what I mean? Obviously, you're looking at him and you're like, this dude is getting smashed, but then to come back is something totally different. That in itself, I feel like deserves its own type of highlight. Say that again, sorry.
But but eventually, that's one of those that people are going to say that every time. He's getting smacked, but then that's not going to happen sometime, and then the fans are going to kind of give him with him. As far as I see it, I think eventually it'll just kind of go like, how many times can this happen till he pulls out the bag, and then the one time he won't, and he doesn't, the fans will fall off. Especially, I wrote a betting preview just the other day. And they were like, oh, if you want to include something on Paul Craig, we know he's going to get beat. But if you want to do something on him, and I'm like, just no faith in their own guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like down to entertainment, and his fights have been entertaining. I remember watching that.
That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah.
It's like, even though he is getting beat up, but everybody loves a comeback, and he's done it more than enough now to be rewarded with it. Like, I mean, how are you not at this stage even bringing a show to Glasgow or something like that and having him headlining against the top lightweight, because he's in that position right now, and that would definitely,
because he's been around for a while, hasn't he? Like,
Do Scotland have? Do they have an arena that can hold like a reasonable amount of people? Or
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, they have the SSC Hydro.
There wasn't there?
Yeah, they did a UFC show there.
They did one before.
Well, you have the Wembley Arena there in London. Obviously, is
probably definitely more of a selling point, and if you're going to go back there, you're going to be going to London. But I think that there's definitely an opening there. You could, not that much Scottish talent in the UFC, but you would have had Paul Craig and Joanne Wood. That's there. Joanne Wood would be on the card, but you could put Paul Craig against any of the top light heavyweights. We've seen worse main events. We've seen worse main events on Fight Night's cards. So
even this fight, if you put this fight as a main event in Scotland, I'm sure people would be going mad.
Yeah.
And what about, obviously, Molly McCann? You probably, I don't know if you've been on a card with Molly over the years, Franz, but
probably seen her around, of course. Yeah.
And what do you think? What do you think of her? What's her ceiling? How far can she go?
All the way, man. She performs, isn't she? Like I think she's really good. Like, do you know what I mean? So,
I'd worry a little bit that the technique isn't quite there. A lot of it is blood and guts, and
but that's the thing. I think like that's what we're saying the same type of thing with Paul Craig. Like, you know what I mean? It's that flipping. They just get in there. They just get stuck in there, and they flip.
But I think Paul Craig has for 205. He has an elite, jiu-jitsu finishing ability.
Yeah.
And he has the wins as well. I just don't think that Molly has the wins yet to kind of give us the confidence in saying that she's probably going to go and win a title or anything like that. Now,
yeah, she's just very scrappy though, isn't she? Like, and
yeah,
she's just entertaining to watch.
Like she talked about having the highest, winning the Cage Warriors title in the Echo Arena, coming to the UFC, losing her debut. So that's going from an extreme high to an extreme low. And I don't think I think we're only starting to see her full potential right now, but it'll be interesting to see how far she can take it. Like, this is a winnable fight for her tonight, but it does pose some questions as well. But she definitely has it in her to beat Hannah Goldie and beat better competition than Hannah Goldie as well. But honestly, I haven't seen enough to make me confident to call her even a title challenger at this stage of her career. Yeah,
might be a bit early for that, but you know what I mean. She'll get there soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, big time.
And what about Alexander Gustafsson? Obviously, he's been around for a long time. He's kind of retired, and has his heart been in it? Has the game passed him by, or like, what do you think the problem with Gustafsson is, and why has he dropped off so severely?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe he thinks like, you know what I mean. He had a big shot and all, especially after, like, think of how much of a high he was on after the Jones fight. I know this is going back, and how good that was, and then nothing really has actually lived up to that since then. You know what I mean? Maybe that could be what's dragging him down. Maybe I'm talking nonsense, but that's just what I've always thought.
Yeah.
I've always thought since then he's had one or two good performances, but it's just like he put his all in that. He feels like he didn't get what he deserved from it, and it just kind of switched everything up for him.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Why is he still? He retired. He came back now. Like, I don't know. Maybe we can throw this to the room. Why do you think Gustafsson is back? Why do you think? What's his motivation? Is it just money? Is it? Does he think he wants to make another run at this?
So I talked to him on Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning, and like, he said all the things that fighters tend to say in these spots, right? When I retired against Anthony Smith, that was just out of anger. I was disappointed that I lost at home, made a mistake. He caught me, whatever. He's been dealing with. So he was supposed to fight Paul Craig last autumn. My apologies. Shawnee will hear that if he's
Shawnee is going to be in.
Shawnee will hear that if he's still listening. He was supposed to fight him last September and was hurt. He's been dealing with back issues and stuff like that. Plus, he's got a lot of other things going on. They're opening an All-Stars somewhere in Spain. And so he just hasn't been in that big push to get out there and fight, which I understand. But then how do you just turn that back on at 35, 36 when you haven't fought in 2 years and you haven't won in 5 years? Like, I just don't know that that's I don't know that that's a switch you can just turn back on to go out. And best days he should beat Nikita Krylov, but
what you want and what you're capable of, especially at this stage in your career, is a big thing for Alexander Gustafsson. Like Franz said, he's after having to come over some serious mental hurdles, like that loss to Jones, the loss to Anthony Johnson in Sweden, and bringing DC close in that title fight as well. Like, getting so close but not getting to the title, that's hard to come back from, man. And then he tried the heavyweight. Like, he was up with Verdum. He tried heavyweight the last time. It didn't go well for him for Verdum. So now the answer is back down to 205. But
the last three right before this, if you go it's the Jones rematch where he gets just dominated. And it was John going into that saying, all you people think that this fight was close because this guy's on my level. That first fight was close because I didn't give a shit and I was just pissing around. I'm going to show you here. And he goes out and just crushes him. Then it's the Anthony Smith fight at home where he gets choked out and tapped out in Sweden. And then it's the Verdum fight where he just looked listless, looked like he didn't even really want to be in there. I don't know how you just find that again. I don't know. How do you just rekindle that fire at 35 when you got a lot of other things going on?
Oh man, just hearing you lads say that, I'm excited for the fight now. Because you never know. like everything you're saying, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, no, that makes sense. But I'm saying, imagine though. Imagine he just
I
flipped
picked him.
Costco.
I picked him because I want to see it. Like,
No way, really? Yeah.
I want to see him. I want to see it. Like, he was pissed off when I asked him stuff about the Anthony Smith retirement, and like,
no way.
He was like, man, that was 3 years ago already. Like, I've already talked about it. I was angry. I was really disappointed that I made a mistake and got beat at home again. Like, so maybe this just was like injuries and other commitments, and now he's back in there. I mean, the one thing he did say, and everybody says it, right? He's in there with all these young kids that are pushing him, and he's got Chimaev throwing him around, and he's hanging with those guys in the gym. Maybe we do see a return. Like, maybe we do see the Mauler back.
Do you think there's a possibility? Obviously, you spoke to him, and even if he does get a win here and looks impressive, maybe that he wants to go out on a win, and we could see him retire on a win.
Maybe.
That's what I would like. That'd be
awesome. Yeah.
And I think he definitely
go out
has
and
the
smash this dude, and then be like, fine, now I'm ready to go. now it's not 3 straight losses. Now it's not all you people talking about what I didn't do. Going out at the low point of my career.
Of all people, Graham, you talking about MMA retirements, is that actually going to happen?
I just said, could it happen? You know, Gustafsson's retired before, and as we kind of talked about there, it is hard to get the motivation going again when, you know, you've got so close to the top of the hill and just fallen short, you know, against Cormier, against Jones a couple of times, and more comprehensively the second time, probably. Like, it is hard to take. It's mentally, you know, he
There's always the risk
wants
too,
to be
though,
the best.
that you get that one win. If he goes out here and looks great, you get that win, and you think, "Oh, I still got it."
Yeah.
I'm
Even
back,
if in his
I'm ready
head
to
he's
go,
thinking
and then,
he's thinking in the back right now, I'm gonna go out, win, and retire, and then he wins, and he was like, "Geez, I look great there."
then he's like, "Yo,
Who's
no, I
next?
still got this." Then you get in there
probably.
with Paul Craig, or you get in there with
Paul
Jamal
Craig is
Hill or
intense. He is
somebody,
intense in there right
like,
now.
Jesus.
He's in great shape too. Somebody else.
Yeah, Paul Craig is in phenomenal shape. There's a bit of feedback coming there from somebody. Can anyone else hear that?
The host has unmuted your mic.
I muted you.
Me?
I muted you. Yeah, just I think it was there was a.
I'm still
rattling.
hearing it, so it's not coming from
There's
me.
a little rattling on your end. Let me just mute you for a second and see if it's you.
Franz said he could hear it.
I think it is Franz, because I can't hear from anybody else.
I don't know what to do about that then.
Don't worry about that.
This man,
Fantastic, fantastic
I haven't
new
done
hairline
anything
on Paul
different.
Craig.
Oh,
we need Shawnee here to discuss glorious heads of hair.
yeah.
Oh yeah, the Uzdemir fight is starting now. Paul Craig here.
We're pulling guard, lads. Let's go.
Well, what time are we all on? Because we've
55, 54, 53.
Yeah, I'm at 4:30. Let me.
I'm at 4:15, so I'm going to pause it at 4 minutes.
Yeah, we'll get there together. Yeah.
I'll pause it at 4 minutes. Let me see. Where am I here?
So yeah, Paul Craig is pulling guard straight away here. Uzdemir wants nothing to do with it, trying to back away.
This is so smart, though. It's so smart.
He's pulling guard again.
Yep.
He's going for the leg. He doesn't have it though. But
It's just the entanglements, right? It's just.
Let me know when you're at 4, guys.
Yeah. So I'm pausing at 4 now.
I'm at 18.
Oh, cage grab there from Uzdemir.
15.
Kept himself up.
Right, you've convinced me. I'm going to get this fight up.
He's working on a leg here. We were talking earlier about people who go for legs. Now it's 4.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. I'm back on again. Yeah.
Paul Craig's going for a leg here. I think it's not deep enough on the knee, but we were talking earlier about people not knowing what to do with leg locks. But I'd say Paul Craig probably does know what to do. So I think Uzdemir would probably need to be very careful here.
At the moment is the entanglement isn't. He's not going to have enough bridging pressure, so that you need to be side on. Right, your hips need to be bridging through the side of the knee, especially with an outside heel hook where it's a rotational finish rather than just a straight bridge.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the thing with fighting.
Franz, I'm watching on my phone, so I'll show you, but I can't sit like this for 2 hours.
No, you can't forget about that. I can't even see that. I'll get something sorted. You watch.
He's done pretty well there, Uzdemir, in fairness. He's back to his feet here now. Paul Craig against the cage. Going for another takedown. Pulls guard again.
But like, it's just he forces you to deal with him.
Yeah,
like it's just you don't get any chance because you can't be down here pissing around. Like you can't be down here trying to be overly offensive. He's fine taking that shot if he can have that wrist control.
So pausing on BT Sport's not a thing, by the way. If I pause on BT Sport, I have to stop the whole thing. So I'm a little bit ahead of you guys, but I'll just keep quiet.
Oh, no, you're fine. Shout. That's what got us back interested in the Mason Jones fight, right?
Yeah.
Harry gave us a shout, let us know that there was a knockdown coming.
Sure.
So, like, Ozdemir isn't used to this kind of realm. Do you think he'll fire out?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's an excellent game planning from Paul Craig here. He's forcing them into the grappling exchanges.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful not to eat too much.
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing, when we talk about the Russian grapplers and the Nurmagomedovs and whatever, and they're able to be so open on the feet. Paul Craig could do whatever he wants when he's trying to take this fight down because he knows that if he fails, he'll just pull. You know what I mean? And then he'll try and do some of the
jiu-jitsu. He's even doing that already. You're going in for the clinch, you're automatically falling down onto your back. It's forcing. Oh, he's eating some elbows.
Yeah, he's cut.
Be interesting to see now as the fight goes on how much Ozdemir has in the tank. And when you're coming against a striker like Ozdemir too, you want to force him into the grappling exchange.
He looks tired already, Ozdemir.
Yeah, his arms look tired. Yeah,
lads.
Paul Craig does look a bit tired himself, actually, as well, though.
He does.
Oh.
Oh.
I think that might have hurt him, did it?
That hurt him.
It did.
He could be playing a bit. He could be a bit of a Verdum here, where he pretends to be more hurt than he is to invite the pressure. But you never know with these jiu-jitsu back players. Oh, he's down again.
Oh, he's hurt again.
I think that was Possum, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he's playing a little bit.
He looks.
This would be big. This would be big for Ozdemir.
He does look a bit more.
2019.
He looks a bit more tired now and sloppy though with his guard pulls and grappling clinches.
Yeah, it's a bit sloppy now.
Just waiting for something to happen now.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little Russian uppercut.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, that's dangerous. Doesn't want to get involved in too many exchanges like that, even though he came in on top there, that's risky business there.
But Paul Craig's own high kick is enough for me to get all types of excited.
What about the round though? You'd have to probably score the round for Ozdemir.
I mean, there wasn't the closest to finishing the fight was the heel hook, but it wasn't anywhere near close to finishing the fight. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't damaging.
Like, I'm talking spoiler alert.
Oh, are you behind?
Lads, yeah, no, here, look, listen, boys. I'm going to arrivederci you guys, yeah?
All right, cheers for coming on, Franz.
Thanks, Franz.
It was great talking to y'all. Here, look, the next time I'm going to have flipping TV screen, UFC in sorted. We can do this proper, yeah?
You'll be in the UFC next time after you give your old pal a
Mate,
shift.
look, everybody here on this panel, let's do this, right? Let's flip and get Frank Malambo out there. Let's get him somewhere.
We'll start that hashtag again. We'll get it going.
I was going to say hashtag Franz to UFC.
Franz to UFC. Let's fucking do it.
Oh, actually, look, but to be honest, I heard PFL is coming to Europe, lads, and there's bantamweights up in that thing. So
there's a million up for grabs there, Franz.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm chasing. I'm not chasing to be all popular and famous. Obviously, that comes from fighting and making money. Then that's good. But I want to make that money, bro.
That's it.
Right, lads. It's been great talking to y'all. See you later.
See you, Franz. Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Graham, could we just comment there on how wholesome it was for like the first 15 minutes of you and Franz just having a catch up? That was absolutely genuinely enjoyed that so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I just obviously Franz, I don't know. Can't remember when I first saw him, but very early on his career, amateur career, if not before he made his debut. Obviously down in SBG a lot back then, filming with Connor and stuff like that. And he's obviously been a training partner especially for the Mendez camp and the two Aldo camps, one that turned into the Mendez camp. And I lived in the house of Franz for a while as well. So yeah, we have
I remember him being over in Vegas
now,
for a couple of those big fights, like for 189 and 194 for sure. I remember him being. We did that. I remember we did the training session at the Tough Gym the one night. I remember being there with that, like the whole lot of them when they were just still amateurs, I think.
Yeah, he competed.
I think he gives Connors the best bars, to be honest. I think Connors is the sharpest when he's using Franz as his main training partner.
Yeah. He was over there when he was preparing Connor, and he competed at the IMAFs as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he won the IMAFs.
He won.
He wasn't. He actually went over there just as part of the camp, and then James was in the tournament, and Kiefer, I think, and Franz was just like to John. I think I'll hop in this, and so we hopped in and won.
Harry, was your reaction to Paul Craig getting up and punching Ozdemir in the head as he ran away?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ozdemir gets tired and he gets these moments where he doesn't really quite want to be. I don't know if he doesn't want to be in there, but like he's beatable.
Paul Craig's made a huge mistake here.
Oh, that's
just got mounted.
He pulled
him into mount.
He's really backing his jiu-jitsu here, but I don't know about this.
Maybe he thinks he hasn't got beaten up enough next before he pulls off the win.
Pulling to mount is tough. All right, he's recovered the half, but
he's good now.
He looks tired himself, though. He looks, the damage is starting to wear on him, I think.
This must be such a difficult guy to fight, though, right? Like he's shooting to your hips and pulling fucking mount. Like what do we do here, lads? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't stop him from shooting because I know he's going to pull if he fails. I'm cracking him. He's not going anywhere. When I'm on the floor, he just lets me punch him in the face. Like, what are we?
You got to be super careful when you're on the ground with him because if you get too aggressive and too offensive, he'll throw up a triangle or he'll hit a sweep or he's happy to just control your non-active hand. He's in good shape. He's taking shots better than he did early in his career.
Oh!
To wait now about 20 seconds to see what happened.
Oh,
was it that spinning elbow?
Elbow.
Oh yeah, it didn't seem to quite land properly, did it? I don't know.
No, it didn't look that flush. No,
I don't care about that shit.
But he's hanging in a striking contest with Volkan Ozdemir.
Yeah.
His arms look heavier and heavier each punch he throws. So Paul Craig here. Oh. He ate a few shots there, but
a few
this
shots.
is where he wants it, I think. Ozdemir smart here, backing away.
Yeah, very smart.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure about this, boys.
Ooh.
Oh my God, that's a big shot. Lads.
Yeah, so he's down 2 rounds. Everything's going perfectly the game plan.
Yeah.
Just as anticipated.
Headbutting his fists brilliantly. Yeah, perfect.
Triangle 459. Paul Craig incoming.
But I mean, this is also, if you're in Paul Craig's corner, I know I've said this in a lot of the fights, but what do you even say to him? Do you like game plan going, well, lads, you keep this up? What did you ask? What do you ask him for?
But stop pulling guard and letting Ozdemir fall into mount would be a start.
Well, no, it's not stop pulling guard, but
let him stop pulling him when he's in. Yeah, don't let Ozdemir into full mount when you're doing it.
Yeah. Oh, Ozdemir has fought a pretty good game plan, though. He has, backed away when he has clear opportunities, and he definitely is 2 rounds up here. He's landing the strikes. He just has to, be careful here, and he'll win a pretty dominant decision. But against Paul Craig, he's definitely going to have to, keep his head in the swivel. But you see, the more you do these things, the more you pull off these triangles off your back when it looks like you're finished, the more, the less chance, the more prepared these fighters are for this. And,
100%.
Ozdemir is going to be thinking, I can't, let this happen. the blueprint is there. So,
I said at the preview show, I said the preview show that the most important thing that Ozdemir can do in this fight is wave the fight back to defeat whenever Paul Craig falls down and tries to pull guard. Don't play around with it.
Uh-oh.
Oof.
Bit of a wobble there.
A bit of a wobble there is right.
Paul Craig, sometimes he's like just a 205 Ian Ent whistle.
Yeah. Good call.
Shot.
Good
That's
rip.
A great shot.
Oh, he's still working though. You need to be careful here. That up kick was close as well.
Was close.
Well, and Ozdemir's doing the half let him up, burn clock, then step
Let me
in.
rest a little.
Yeah, let me get a couple seconds here. Just Paul Craig doesn't have the standing
is so slow.
5 countability that Charles Oliveira has.
Paul Craig is looking really, really slow here now.
We'll just pull him out, sure. Be grand. It'll be absolutely fine.
I think pulling mount is probably better than standing here throwing these slow balls.
What was that fucking takedown shoot?
He's just got to get a hold of him. He's got to make something happen.
Terrible.
He has him right where he wants him now, lads. Triangle incoming. You wait and you see.
Ozdemir just wants no part of it. Very smart stuff here, yeah. It's demoralizing for Paul Craig as well.
Sadly, for Paul Craig, whenever he can pull it off, it's very exciting. But whenever he can't pull it off, it's not that great to look at.
Although, again, his fights, the jeopardy is still there, maybe not in this one so much now, but in the first round, the second round, the jeopardy is there that he can pull off that submission or, dominant position through a sweep. Ozdemir seems to have decided he's won the fight and he's happy just to kind of
He's happy to stay out here and not do much.
Oh, that was a nice job.
Oh, he's just so easily defending that shot now.
Ozdemir's holding his hands very low.
This is a bad idea, though, talking shit to him and see if you can battle the ego a little bit and create an open for something. But
he's holding his hands low to try and avoid the takedown.
Yeah,
Craig just had some kind of fast head kick, but he just
even if you level change come in over the top of the punch or something like that,
fake the shot and throw a big overhand.
Yeah, a big overhand. He has to fucking do something here now because he has to throw caution to the wind because he's down and he needs a finish here to get the win, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, he definitely.
Everyone's opinion, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's very slow here.
60 seconds, still plenty of time, boys.
That's it.
See, that head kick just comes too telegraph, too slow. Oh, very slow kicks here. Very slow. Yeah. He doesn't even have time for completing a submission now. He needs to...
Stop that. He's always got time.
He has him right where he wants him. That's 20 seconds to go now.
He's got time.
You know, you need to get up and throw a Rolling Thunder or a spinning back fist.
Rolling Thunder to the nuts again.
Something crazy needs to happen here, or Paul Craig is about to get dominated. Oh, it's a nice shot.
This fight might have been the lowest point of the entire card.
Jesus, lads, it's not been a great card so far.
No.
As we haven't even had a chance to live react to anything crazy yet. So here's hoping the next couple
Paddy
of fights
Pimblett will deliver anyway.
Yeah.
Something will happen in that. If all else fails.
And we are kind of praying for something to happen now in that fight. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a pretty, obviously he's trying to make it happen from the bottom, and when it doesn't happen, it does look, it looks pretty bad when you do get pull a guy into mount and get punched in the face repeatedly. But he did fight to the game plan that gives him the best chance of his route to victory. But I think Ozdemir just came with a really smart game plan. Did enough on the feet and just played it smart when he was on top and didn't get engaged in much of Paul Craig's game when he could avoid it. And a pretty good performance all around from Ozdemir.
Is it ever going to get sad in that building if Molly comes out and gets whopped right away?
Fucking it could very
well happen.
How
popular do you think Molly is? Do you think it's just all because of Paddy, or do you think
I think a lot of the association is from Paddy, to be honest. I wouldn't put it down to before that spinning back elbow, nobody was really talking about her, let alone as a fighter compared to a title contender. It's that association with Paddy has done her a world of good, as well as that's like spinning elbow, of course. But as far as how far she can go, I think that's still quite a long way away, to be honest.
But not even how far she can go. Like, how popular do you obviously getting on Sky Sports with Gary Neville and all that stuff is great. But do you think people could get behind her? Obviously British boxers and things like that, they really get behind them, and there seems to be obviously the Scousers, the Liverpool fans are rabid fans for anything that comes from the city, and they kind of they say, oh, I'm Scouse, not English, or whatever, Scouse, not British. So they obviously kind of are going to support their own and always have. But do you think the Britain or England fans will get behind her, or do you think it's just going to be a kind of dedicated hardcore Liverpool fan base?
Yeah, I think it's more so the Liverpool fan base more than the UK.
You're pretty close there in Manchester. You're right beside Liverpool. Is Molly people talking about Molly in Manchester, or not really at all? Oh, I think you're frozen there, Harry.
About Paddy these days, as far as go, especially this, as far as the comparisons between the two, the gym I go to, all I heard all this week was Paddy's on the weekend. Paddy's fighting the weekend. What do you think about Paddy? No one really talks about Molly. To be honest, it sounds pretty harsh, but I was surprised she was on the overlap. It's a Paddy thing. I think it would have probably been just as Paddy.
Yeah.
Tim Simpson rocking a terrible suit at the UFC event.
Tim doesn't wear suits. He wears half a suit.
He wears terrible blazers.
Yeah, half a suit.
I have no bad experience with him, but that is a terrible jacket.
Yeah, no, Tim is sound, in fairness. Tim is sound. If you want something done, it's better get on to Tim.
Oh, I don't even pretend that there's anybody else besides Tim to talk to anymore. It's just straight to T. Simpson. Audie stopped returning my emails a long time ago.
In fairness to Audie, actually, where we were doing the all access for Mayweather and McGregor, we were doing an interview with Audie, and we sit down interview like real set up and all. And Audie gave me his phone and put it in my pocket just before the interview, and he did the interview for about half an hour, and the whole time his phone was vibrating. I was like, "Fucking hell, this is insane." I know it was like fight week or whatever, 2 weeks before Mayweather, but his phone was hopping. His phone was going insane.
Yeah,
it must be crazy. I'd say it never stops.
Yeah,
we need a big one from Molly here now to kick off this card, lads.
I see this like, if Molly is to win, it's going to be a
big
close decision. And,
I think so too. To be fair, I think Hannah Goldie is tough enough to kind of last the distance, and she's also tough enough to try and take her down as well. So that's obviously what she's going to try and do, and that's not going to make for too of an entertaining of a fight either, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Hannah Goldie came to London Grapple this week, and she did all of her training out of London Grapple. She looks sharp. We could definitely hear her hitting the pads, put it that way. And she's a big lady, very thick, very, very wide muscled frame. So yeah, it's I mean, we're gonna see, right? We're gonna see whether the head in chest, dirty boxing, scrappy, push forward, Molly stuff is gonna work, or whether Hannah can keep the distance, get the fight down, land the power shots.
See how their cardio matches up as well. I think Molly will be able to keep her off her somewhat at the start of the fight, but how long will she be able to do it for?
If Molly comes out like she did against Luana Carolina, she's going to get bashed with a big shot and dropped. Yeah. She needs to come out and be smart and not be balls to the wall. Because, like, for whatever limitations Hannah Goldie has, she is a big, strong woman.
Could you guys hear the commentary then?
No, I haven't had any of it on. Unfortunately for Paul Craig, I think that fight is exactly why he's been stuck dealing with the slow play and the slow build the whole way, right? Like, there's just that limit to him where can't quite be trusted. Doesn't quite have the Damian Maya-ness of force you into my domain and keep you there. Not that many people have the Damian Maya-ness, but still.
I think maybe if Hannah Goldie a bit more experience, or Molly, is a bit more experience, and that may be what, just about edges it here for Molly. But looking at the odds, when I saw the odds before the fight, I saw Molly was a really big favorite, and I definitely wouldn't be, as I said earlier, I definitely wouldn't be including her in accumulators or anything like that. I think that could be, I think she was minus 500 or something like that, along those lines, and I think that's a bit of a crazy price. I think we're going to see some close rounds here.
Yeah.
But Molly talked about having like PTSD from getting knocked out for I don't know how long. She said a couple of years. I don't know. Did anybody else watch the overlap with the Gary Neville thing? And that she'd wake up in the night or couldn't sleep. When she closed her eyes, she'd get flashbacks and stuff like that. So,
if she comes in here and gets clipped early and gets hurt early, she could freeze altogether. Like,
yeah, if it starts going against her, it could turn into a nightmare, because she got the crowd behind her. That's great when you're doing well, but when it's going wrong, that it can play against you as well. She's just walking out now. She doesn't look nervous, in fairness. She looks focused.
Oh, she looks good.
You know, experiencing Cage Warriors, fighting in those big shows in the Liverpool Echo with Paddy Pimblett, big crowds, you know, in there, loud, stand to you. Like, you know, obviously the UFC sometimes they have events where it isn't as loud and raucous as these UFC London fights or those Cage Warriors Liverpool fights. So she's been here before as well, and Hannah Goldie probably never felt anything like this in terms of the crowd and the noise and the pressure.
Yep. The crowd's pretty loud for her right now. Also, what's that Dave fella fucking wearing? Why is he coming in looking like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory?
Class. Like,
well, first and foremost, it's because he's a cunt. Secondly, it's because that is the American impression of posh British society. And he's trying to be that guy.
Yes, on the second part.
But it's largely because he, you know, trying to...
He's an unfavorable fellow to keep PG-13.
He quite likes to stand out and make a spectacle of himself. He needs to be the center. You know, he's over there, so it can't be about the fighter that he sponsors and the fact that she's getting into a fist fight. It's that he's got to look like an idiot that can be put on camera all the time. Clearly, I don't have a Barstool Sports subscription.
Tell us what you really think, Spencer.
Yeah.
I seen a few
I'm
people.
not a Barstool fan.
I seen a few people mention that there's a bit
Although,
more.
Shouts to Robbie Fox, who is a good lad.
See a lot of people saying that there's a bit extra pressure on her now to perform, given the way the card has gone. I don't really think so. I don't think that's going to play an effect at all.
Not.
I think fighters barely pay attention to what's going on in the back when they're warming up.
Yeah, they haven't a clue, and there should be no other people's results shouldn't be happening.
You know, if Paddy Pimblett had gone out there in the last fight and got knocked out or something, I think that would affect her. But you know, people who aren't from her camp, you know, I don't think it's going to affect her.
Yeah, she's definitely not going to be thinking, oh, we've gone to mostly decisions tonight. I need to go and change my game.
Or think, oh, Paul Craig just lost. I need to win for the crowd. Or no, I don't think that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't play into effect at all for me. Anyway.
How much do you think? Like, okay, this is probably a longer question and maybe not the right time to do it right now, but Israel Adesanya talked before about if Kai Kara France loses, or let's say Volko lost or whatever, he goes in or Brad Riddell, right? He goes in and he's like, okay, they lose. And he tries not to allow it to emotionally affect him, and he moves on and continues his preparations and does whatever. I'm sure, Graham, when you've been in Connor's warm-up rooms and stuff, there've been times when teammates have lost and stuff, and he just manages to put it to the back of his mind or whatever. Like, do you think if Molly does lose here, does that affect Paddy at all?
Yeah, I think it probably does. Maybe if she loses like a close decision or something, maybe not. But if she goes out there and gets like choked unconscious or knocked out or something, I think it probably does, because they have such a close relationship from what it seems from the outside anyway. One thing that John Kavanagh would do with SBG was, if win or lose, you're kind of like, you don't come back into the dressing room afterwards. You just kind of go off and you don't, you know, bring any energy or distract the fighters from the job at hand. You know, you can all have a chat and a fucking celebration about it afterwards or whatever. So yeah, I think in some circumstances, like when somebody is so close, like Molly and Paddy seem to be, and kind of came up together and kind of, you know, a lot of the same goals and kind of, you know, rising to prominence at the same time and all that stuff, and being friends and being around each other all the time, you know. So I think, yeah, it probably would affect Paddy if, you know, Molly was to get kind of, you know, badly hurt or finished, you know, choked unconscious or knocked out or something like that. But if she just loses a decision,
for her to get badly hurt,
yeah, it's true. But if she just was to lose like a decision, I don't think, you know, these things happen in MMA. But obviously, seeing a friend of yours, close friend of yours, getting hurt is probably going to affect most people. For me, it's 4:51.
So I'm at 4:30, but I can't fucking pause it.
4:50.
So
just don't scream when something happens, Harry.
Yeah. Just try keep it kosher.
Molly looks good, to be fair. She looks good.
Couple of nice shots so far from Molly.
Yeah. Goldie with a nice knee, but
Yeah.
Molly
responded with a good overhand right.
Absolutely. Yeah. She's
going at the pace that I thought she needed to fight at. Like, she's not pressing. She's not overly pressing. Like, she's walking her down, but she's not haywire.
Yeah, she's dictating the pace and the range pretty well. We'll see what happens when it gets to the grappling exchanges, right?
Well, but she should even probably be able to, for some of it, keep that from happening, because it's not like Goldie's. No, here we go.
That's why
she walked on. Yeah, she walked on to a grappling exchange.
Oh, don't be setting us up there, Harry.
Because Goldie fights like this, right? Like, she's got her arms. She's short arm. She's T-Rexed arm, and she reaches on takedowns as opposed to like driving on them. So, like, I was thinking, Molly
they're both pretty short armed.
Yeah, I was thinking Molly would be able to keep out of this, but.
And this is what Molly needs to be careful of in this fight. She has to get out of these positions up against the cage, because Goldie is the most strongest in these positions. She's been doing. She's with. She does a lot of training with Gillian Robertson, I believe, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's at Fusion XL, which is Julian Williams. So it's where Mike Perry used to be, or still is. Vieira's down there.
Phil Rowe
was there. Phil Rowe. Yeah. Anybody that follows WWE NXT, it's where the Diamond Mine was based out of when they were a thing.
So Molly passes that with flying colours then.
Not yet in our book, Harry.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
There she is. Free into space. Good balance. Good
Very
shot
good.
on the break.
That's what you need to do. When she's shooting for the takedown, she's defending it and she's landing shots, and that's exactly what you have to do against Goldie.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Molly.
Doing a good job.
Make her pay.
Goldie already looks a little tired.
She does. Yeah, she's running out of ideas here.
Hello.
No, straight there.
Oof.
Nice.
Molly's timing her shots quite well, though, isn't she?
She's got to be careful though.
Oh my god!
No, it looked more like a kind of push off.
Oh!
Molly's going for that spinning elbow. Oh, she dropped it. She's out. She was out for a second there. Came around.
Yeah. That's a
great Molly.
Herb Dean letting Hannah Goldie take two too many.
Fuck.
That's a big performance.
Yeah, she looked great out there. You know, she, as you said, she defended the against the cage well, and when she landed her punches, she smelled blood well, and maybe it wasn't the most crisp technical flurry, but she landed the pair of shots and got the finish. She can definitely throw hands.
Spinning back shot.
I don't think that. I don't know. I'd have to see it again. I don't think that quite landed, but I think it was one of the.
You know what they're going to put in Topology
after that.
Topology is going to read spinning back elbow and strikes.
Yeah.
It definitely landed, by the way. Look at the replay. It definitely fucking lands.
Grandpa Reed Harris, poor bastard, trying to be the wrangler of all of these people. Like, can't you get somebody a little bit younger?
Oh, that does land.
That right hand was great.
Oh,
that elbow landed.
Yeah,
the
left and the right put her down afterwards, but the elbow definitely landed. Yeah.
Wow.
And there's Herb letting her take 4 too many.
She went out like with her head down, and
like when she falls over, this fight should be done.
There.
Right there,
1,
done.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Molly bracing against
7
the
punches
fence.
she took. Yeah,
pumping lefts into her. Jesus Christ, Herb.
Fuck Herb Dean. There, I said it.
Was it not conclusive that she was out? Was it not clear that she was done?
That's crazy.
Well, lads, what do we do with Molly McCann now?
Nothing.
Yeah,
exactly this.
Yeah,
fights like this that she can win and bash people like Hannah Goldie. Because the minute you try to make this a thing, she is fucked.
Dude, they're gonna make it a thing. This is gonna become a thing. It is impossible.
But I think it can. I think it can continue to be a UK European show thing. You don't have to move her up anywhere.
It's not happening. The Barstool thing, the crowd fanfare, the Paddy connection. I'm telling you, the moment that Paddy goes, if Paddy goes out and wins tonight in dominant fashion, they're gonna put him on an American card, and Molly is going with him.
Sure, fine, but in terms of opponent, it needs to be these people. It needs to be Luana Carolina. It needs to be Hannah Goldie. I'm gonna pull up. What are they? Flyweights?
But see, there is no rush because the casual public don't know who any of these girls are anyway. So,
100%.
You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. You can slow play this, and just drag this out to where you let her do her absolute best to build a winning streak by fighting people that she has favorable results. Like, you give her the Paddy treatment.
Yeah, exactly.
Favorable fights.
And she seemed, she got obviously it was a bit more favorable. Well, the bookies were probably correct in how favorable they were towards her, and this is a favorable matchup. And I think they'd be advised to keep her on UK or European cards for a while. Maybe even Paddy Pimblett as well. Like, I know going to America is this big thing or whatever, but I think Paddy can bring a lot of eyeballs and bring a lot of attention, and obviously. Sky Sports are huge over here in the UK and Ireland, and being on that Gary Neville overlap thing is literally the only MMA people. I think they're the only non kind of big name footballer to be on that show. So they definitely are. Molly and Paddy are helping grow the market over here. So I don't think they'd be advised to keep them over here for this side of the pond for a while longer.
I'm going to read off some names, and I want you to tell me whether Molly wins or loses. And this is just pulling up the roster of women's flyweights.
This is a very, very interesting post-fight interview, by the way. She's just said to Bisping that none of the other fighters on the card that didn't get finishes wanted it enough. Okay. That's an interesting line.
Yeah. She just said that the entire rest of the card let the fans down. That's a bold statement.
That's an interesting position to take when you've got to just walk back there to see those people. But here we go. Here's some other names in this division. Let me just. But
she's playing up that I'm here for the fan. That kind of angle. I don't know if it's
for sure
or not, but
it's great for her to do that. Yeah. But to do it by kicking everybody else is maybe questionable. But does she beat JJ Aldrich?
No.
Don't think
so. Right. Does she beat Courtney Casey? Maybe. Montana De La Rosa?
Probably not.
So I mean, her next fight should probably be like Jasmine Jasdavicius.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like someone like that. Like, do you know who it should be? Victoria Leonardo, who won earlier tonight. They're on the same timeline. She just won. Perfect.
Yeah.
Give Gina Mazzani yet another fight. Like
that's probably what they're going. Yeah. They're probably not going to step her up. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't put her in there with some of these more talented people. Like if you put her in there with like Natalia Silva, who's the one that beat up Jasdavicius earlier this year, she gets clobbered.
I like how they show these American sports stars.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like why are they showing all the basketball stars for in London?
I got a fucking idea who plays for the Washington Wizards or who this plays for the San Antonio Spurs.
It's because if you put footballers up, nobody watching at home would have any idea.
Wrong Spurs, isn't that right, Harry?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Wrong Spurs indeed.
Are they bottled as well?
What's that?
Are they bottlers?
Are they bottlers as well?
So Gustafsson warming up there in the back.
Yeah.
Who's picking Gustafsson, or is he done?
I picked him.
I think that's
hopeful.
Are you confident in your pick, or is it a pick from the heart?
Absolutely could go the other way 100%.
Is it a pick from the heart, though, or is
I think a 75% Gustafsson could still beat Nikita Krylov, but I don't even know if he's at 75%.
And the thing with Krylov is as well, you never know which Krylov's going to turn up. He could just fold. If he gets hit with a big punch, he could fold as well.
Yep, exactly.
What about you, Harry? One of the Harrys?
I went Krylov.
Yeah, I think the same.
It's a big fall from grace, isn't it? When Krylov came into the UFC, what was he called? The Al Capone of MMA. And he had the UFC gloves on his picture, even though he never fought in the UFC at all. He was like a meme, and now he's the favorite to beat Alexander Gustafsson. MMA.
I hope Gusty.
Shawnee's point on the preview show about that was pretty smart, though. Like, 15 years is about your run. It's been 15 years that he's been fighting, because he's 36 now. He had his upward 5, he had his prime 5, and now he's in his downward trajectory 5. And it's hard to find it back. Oof.
Yeah, and if you do look at some of it, like, the wins he did have in between his losses were like Jan and Glover. They look much better in hindsight than they did at the time. Obviously,
I wonder how much that factored in too. Like, I asked him about it. He didn't really have much to say about it, right? But your last 2 guys you beat then went on to still figure it out and win the title. And so does that get you thinking, I can still
maybe I packed it in too early. Yeah, but it is.
We'll see.
It is. I don't know if he said to you, Spencer, when you were talking to him, how was he? Did he ever, when he retired, did he ever kind of break away from training, or did he always keep on training?
No, so he owns that gym too, right? Like, he owns All Stars, so he's kept training. He's always been.
That's what we do, bro.
He's always been in there. He's always been in there, and he's always been working. But he's had some back injuries. He's had some stuff like that. But
yeah, something going on here. Having a drink with
getting into the
I was going to say over or under 5 times we're going to see Molly McCann pictured with a drink in her hand now before the end of the broadcast. That's one.
Has anybody tried that? Like, the idea of banana flavored whatever it is just
no, thanks.
Thinking about it, I've never tried it, but even thinking about it, banana flavored, horrible. Jeez, Krylov has 36 fights.
Any familiar with flyweight boxer Sonny Edwards?
Sonny who?
Sonny Edwards, yeah.
Sonny Edwards.
Yeah.
A troll gave him shit on Twitter and asked him about having a spar with him at the gym, and he actually turned up and had a spar with him.
There you go. I'd say that went well, did it?
How long was it?
There's a few videos, but it keeps stopping my BT Sports, so I'm going to have to watch it later on.
I never understand those guys that want to show, like, you want to be soft in the head, to be honest, to even go through with that, or to even start calling out professional boxers. But whatever. They're even more soft in the head before, but even more soft in the head after they do it.
Mate, he sent a selfie to Sonny Edwards on Twitter saying, I'm outside the gym now. And he was like, fair fucks. And he gave him a good spar and got a picture with him after it.
Yeah, I don't know. When I was a kid, when I was younger, I used to like boxing, but I just can't. I don't know. I can't get into it anymore. it's just too boring. After watching so much MMA and
yeah, the
too
contrast
limited and boring, and the gloves and the decisions and just the corruption. There's just, I don't know, I'm not making any specific claims, but like I've watched boxing bouts and just been like, that's just ridiculous. The scorecards, like, just I don't even, something fishy going on.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And that's
there's
just
too many times where it feels shady as fuck.
Yeah, just like that. You couldn't have possibly thought that round was for that person. You're definitely doing some shady here. Like, you know what I mean. But yeah, I don't know. I think MMA. When I was younger, I remember all the big Tyson fights and things like that, and Lennox Lewis and all that stuff, and I'd be kind of into it. But now I don't know. I can't get into it as much anymore.
Yeah, like I remember, even when I was a kid, you're staying up and watching those big Tyson fights with Holyfield, and I don't know if it has that same pop. Like, there is some great fights at the highest level, but
even like Prince Nassim and stuff, there seemed to be more characters that were actually like, interesting. Maybe it
was all like, I think maybe we might have been lucky, Graham, in around the same time as well. With we would have had the big fights with Steve Collins and Chris Eubank back in the day as well. They had their rivalry, and that's the kind of was Prince Nassim and Steve Collins and that kind of genre of boxers was my introduction into kind of boxing, because I was the same. I started watching boxing too before MMA, but then, like you said, the minute you just look at an MMA fight, you're like, holy shit, this is next level, and just way better. Like,
do you think that some of it is because boxing has sort of, especially in Europe and in the UK, it's revitalized itself into this more mainstream available, must be more of a sort of a cookie cutter personality type thing. Like, you look at Anthony Joshua, right? Anthony Joshua as a person, I don't think is the media personality that he portrays.
Very boring person.
Right. But it's like perfectly sellable, perfectly media trained, similar to like footballers. And I wonder whether boxing, at least in the UK, the powers that be felt that was needed to revitalize boxing back into the sport, whereas MMA is not like that. But I feel as though MMA is moving more towards that direction. Fighters being more media trained, and
whatever. Joshua kind of reminds me of John Jones when he first came on the scene, trying to portray this image, but just people will always be more attracted to a person being themselves, even if you are a bit of a dickhead,
Yeah, I way prefer Jones being a fucking dickhead, being like, you dare pussy, or I was out in the fucking coke at the weekend before I fought you and all, rather than this like, oh God, this and Jesus this. It was just because you knew it was fucking bullshit. Like,
yeah,
I prefer him to be an absolute asshole and to be who he is. And
remember
like,
when he was first coming up?
Yeah, I was out in the coke, but I still beat the shit out of you. Like, you know what I mean?
It's class.
Just be yourself, and obviously don't be yourself in terms of like fucking crashing into pregnant ladies and things like that. Like, obviously he's taken it way too far a few times, but in terms of like, answering questions in your own kind of personality rather than in kind of PR mode, I think it just, when it's real, people just, maybe it's a subconscious thing, but people know when it's real, and when it's bullshit, it just kind of gives you a bad taste in your mouth afterwards.
Like, some of the promos that we've seen, like I remember back when he was on the come up, he like, I don't know, stopped the burglary or carjacking or something just before a fight, and everyone was going up in arms and that. But what you see in the old footage and the promos from John Jones is what Graham's saying now, him talking shit. Like, some of the promos that he cut against DC were absolutely legendary. Like, when he said that, remember when DC was in the studio and he joined him on the video, and he was like, you can do whatever you want and you can train as much as you want. You are not taking this away from me, and I'm going to take everything that you're working for. Like, that's what I wanted to see. And not everybody likes that, but that's him being himself. And I think you can probably relate to people more so along those lines.
One of those maddest flexes that we saw was him being like, by the way, DC, left high kick, weeks and weeks out, and goes out and fucking lands it anyway. Like, unreal. Like, Conor used to call his shot, right? But he'd call his shot on fight week or the night before or whatever. Oh my God.
Harry, settle. What are we going to see here?
Oh, Gustafsson's down early.
Oh my God.
He's back to his feet. Eats a really slow knee.
Oh my God, talk about a bad
Oh,
start.
he needs to
Oh
move.
my God, this is all she wrote. This is
flustered
it.
here. He needs to show some composure. Yeah, here we go. He's turned him against the cage.
Lads
Oh
on the
my-
live stream.
Krylov kind of.
That's a horrible start.
He went a bit overboard there. He could have had a bit more composure, but he's still pressing forward. He still thinks Gus is hurt. Gus seems to be still a little bit out of sorts, but regathering himself. Needs to, use his length here. Needs to paw out his jab, but he's very wary now of exchanging. He's out. He's out.
That's it.
That was strange.
Wow.
I don't know. Was it a really short shot?
I kept my fucking mouth shut, but that's it, lads. I'm sorry, that's it.
Oh yeah,
End of the career. That
even if he did come back somehow and not get finished there, like
what was the punch that put him down in the end? That was strange.
It was a right hook up single leg.
Yeah, over the top.
It was a left on.
No. Yeah.
You're muted.
Sorry, it was a left hook. Krylov had a collar tie and used the collar tie to pull him into a left hook.
There you go, right on the chin. Yeah.
It didn't look that hard. I don't know.
Over.
It must have just been right on the spot, right on the chin. Yeah, when you're coming out retiring and you're coming back and retirement's in your head and you don't know if you want to be there, like serious retirements. I don't know.
Yeah. Those were the big questions I think before the fight, and they've all been like solidly answered now.
Because Krylov is not that great a fighter. He's a decent fighter at best, and he just got absolutely demolished there by Krylov.
Oh, that's sad.
That's like reminds me of.
But it's a career best for Krylov anyway. It's a career best performance.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I think
Gus looks so bad that.
Yeah, it is in name, but it's hard to take some. Right.
It's gonna look good on the record in the future, but yeah, in terms of fighter, the challenge that was put up against him, there wasn't much.
So Carl Jan said it. Oof, this is BJ Penn vibes, right? And feels to me similar. Like it'll end up being like when Yair beat BJ Penn. Looks great because you beat BJ Penn, but you beat old BJ Penn.
Yeah. Oof, that was
a bad one.
Yeah.
That
was a bummer.
Yeah, it's sad to see that. Like it's sad to see it because you look back at the great fights he gave us against Jones and close one against DC, and I think we kind of all had that in the back of our heads that we're only seeing the shadow of the former Gustafsson, to be honest, and the result there and the way the fight played out kind of confirmed it. And yeah, it's a fucking bummer to see.
Even Krylov doesn't look too happy. Even Krylov is like, this kind of sucks.
Yeah. It's not nice to do that to someone. Probably from his point of view, but it's a big win for Krylov all the same after his last performance.
And I think what you're saying, Ian's good, right? Like, it's important that we remember Gustafsson for who he was, at the height of his powers, and we have to give him the roses that, people will look at this and they may not have seen Gustafsson Jones 1. They might not have seen Gustafsson Summer Cormier. They might not have seen Gustafsson Teixeira, right? And I think it's important that we, that you're highlighting who he used to be and who he was and who he's given to the sport, especially at light heavyweight. Because if people watch this and they see this, that's not Gus. Do you know what I mean? That's not Gustafsson. That's not the Alexander Gustafsson that we knew and loved. That's for sure.
No, definitely not. But yeah, I think we're all. Hopefully that's the last we see him in there. He doesn't know anything to anybody now. Concentrate on the gym.
Yeah.
He's got a kid. He's got a wife.
2 kids. Yeah.
Like it's clear, obviously his chin has diminished to the point where he is getting rocked by shots that would not have hurt him in the past. So if that's not a kind of a prompt to hang it up, I think I don't know what is. It sucks to see. Like, it's crazy. Like, I don't know. It's just going to be one of those things that's going to constantly exist where guys just don't know when the right time is to hang it up.
It is difficult for them though, because where do they go next?
That's it.
Gustafsson may be in a better position because he does, as Spencer said earlier, he does have his own gym, but this has been a huge part, everything in their lives nearly for a lot of years, and it is hard to, just stop and do something
100%. It's the high of being in there. Like, especially at the highest level, like there's nothing that can compare to that high when you're in there and you're competing. And it's impossible to find it anywhere else.
Chasing the dragon.
Chasing the dragon. Yeah, exactly.
Feels a bit like that.
Well, and to have been as close as he was, like that's got to be heartbreaking.
Next,
do you remember how dominant Jones was? Like it's easy to forget how much of an upset that was. The fact that Gustafsson was even competitive with Jones for the first 3 rounds. And the whole promo was, Gustafsson is actually tall as well, so Jones won't be a lot taller, so you should watch this fight. That's how little faith they had in Gustafsson. They were like, tall guy.
Yeah, that was it. It was just like John Jones isn't going to have the reach advantage coming into this.
His reach advantage is only going to be 4 inches this time, not 12.
Yeah.
So tune in, he really that was a really surprising performance, and he really stepped up in that fight. And obviously John Jones, maybe underestimated him a little bit, and kind of put the debate to rest. And in the second fight, but Gustafsson, he was a round away from one of the biggest upsets in UFC history of being the UFC champion.
Big time.
It's got to be hard to take, how it's all worked out afterwards.
Jones was in the midst of his legendary run of beating all the fresh new up and comers, the win of Ryan Bader.
But Jones was like, I'm going to clear out this division, and then I'm heading up to heavyweight to clear out that division.
All the way back.
Looking at him, probably he's probably going to be able to do that. If you had asked me, pick John Jones against any of the heavyweights at the time back then, I probably would have picked him. So Gustafsson really, he really kind of shocked the world in terms of, usually you say, shocked the world in terms of something like, an underdog winning, but even in terms of taking rounds and being competitive in rounds with John Jones, after what John Jones
no one was being competitive.
Legends like Shogun, he absolutely made Shogun look like a child when he
made
Shogun was a champion at the time, So yeah, it is really sad to see somebody as Spencer mentioned there, BJ Penn or Gustafsson just look completely like a ghost of their former self and just look fucking terrible out there.
I think the DC fight in Houston lingers for him more.
Yeah,
because it was even closer. It was tooth and nails. If you had told me the DC, I haven't watched that fight back in ages, but watching it live, it 100% felt like we might have a new champion. And to lose like that for a second time, a couple years after the first one with Jones, and then the 2 losses at home in Sweden, big shows, right? One of them was the stadium show against Anthony Johnson where he just gets clobbered in a minute. He's one of those guys that the high points of your career that everybody talks about are your losses. The thing you're constantly reminded about and the times people see you are fights where you did well but lost or where you got knocked out badly. It's tough.
Yeah, it is. Maybe, when they look back at the career, as I said, the losses or the victories against Jan and Glover will look better, but I don't think it's going to be much consolation to Gus. It seemed like he kind of was nearly there several times. Obviously the Anthony Johnson loss was tough to take after rebounding well after John Jones, and as Spencer mentioned there, that Daniel Cormier fight was razor close, and if it was scored in today's rules, if I remember correctly, which I'd have to go back and watch, he probably would have won that fight, and could have been a different story completely. So yeah, this is MMA. The fine margins in fights and fine margins in careers.
He's got to take solace in the fact of being the guy that brought the UFC to Sweden. He's got to take that as a big.
Do you think that'll be much consolation to him? I don't know. Maybe
it's
20 years time or something.
If he's looking for things, right? Like he's the one that put Sweden on the map with a larger MMA audience.
Yeah, maybe in 20 years, if the Swedish scene is booming and there's a new Swedish champion or whatever, he may be able to. But right now, I'm it's
right now
really tough for Gustafsson to pick himself back up. If he retires, I believe him, and I wouldn't believe many MMA retirements. So Paddy Pimblett promo being played here. I'm interested to see, always interested to see Paddy fight. I'm interested to see him kind of tested here. Hopefully we'll get to see the fight. We'll get to see him fight a bit of adversity and maybe, not have it all his own way. And
look, I think
hopefully it's an entertaining fight, because we need an entertaining fight after that Gustafsson fucking downer.
If this goes how I think it goes, it won't be that entertaining, because it's going to be Jordan Levitt wrestling Paddy and out grappling him and just doing the control thing. Like Claudio Puelles in that fight, Levitt did pretty well at just being on top, right? And not allowing Puelles to do the submissions and do the stuff that he's good at. Now, Paddy is definitely seems to have the power advantage, seems to have the speed advantage, seems to have the size advantage in this one. But I mean, who knows, right? Like Levitt slam KO'd a fella. These things do happen in MMA, So yeah, it's this to me is the wrestler test for Paddy, right? It's can he go in and can he beat the guy that doesn't want to stand and bang with him, and the guy that may have the superior transitional skill set to get it to the ground. That's what I think this fight is.
Do you think the kind of wheels fall off for Paddy if he can't win here? Because
probably because nobody knows who Levitt is.
Yeah, and because as you look up the division, there isn't going to be, unless you can handpick the matchups for a little while longer. But if he's not at the level of winning here, and he's not willing to kind of stay in shape and put in as much work as these other guys in the division, like he's not in a weak division like the 185 division. He's in a pretty heavy,
absolutely
competitive division, and
that's
sorry, go on, Harry.
The entire arena is booing Levitt loud.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in answer to your question, Graham, yeah, you can handpick only a few more matchups, as you said, and it's a tough old division to be in. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who knows? We're going to find out, right? There are questions, as Spencer always says. There are questions coming into fights. That's the reason why we watch them, is because there's questions we want answered, and we're certainly going to find some things out about Paddy here. I think there is every chance that Paddy goes in, finds his chin, tests it, and we see where we're going. I think Levitt would absolutely happily, desperation grapple, and if that happens, Paddy can find a chin or find a neck or whatever. But if not, I mean. And we see Levitt get those takedowns like he did against Puelles, and we see him get the takedowns like he did against Sales and these guys. Like, who knows? Like, Nadna Romani and Soren Bak were the two losses on Paddy Pimblett's record that came to wrestlers, right? And what happened? He tried to use jiu-jitsu to get up. That's tough, man. That's tough.
And these guys that are being handpicked for Paddy, these guys, obviously this is a huge fight for them, but they can really kind of steal the thunder here in a way and kind of make a name for themselves if they can go out. So this is a huge fight for them, and I'm sure his team and him have been game planning. But Yeah, I still, I don't know. Harry, you seem to think that Pimblett's going to lose here. I still think Pimblett will have enough, but you know, I don't see him having it all his own way here. I see this being, you know, some adversity he'll have to overcome if he's going to win this.
I'm curious to see what Levitt's reaction is now with this, with 17,000 people, right? Like, it's all well and good to be blowing kisses when you're coming out and they're booing you, and you know that's going to happen. But like, now this place is going to just be deafening, and just, you ain't dealt with this, and there's 17,000 people waiting to see you get smashed, and this kid is going to come out just fully engaged the same way Molly did, looking to smash you.
Yeah, I always think like you should, when you're the first person out, you should, or you're the second person out, and the first fighter's already waiting in the cage, that you should take your time. When they run to the cage and they kind of make it the wait not that bad, I think you should make them wait as long as possible. Make them start thinking, you know, getting in their own head, or just make them wait, make them get cold waiting, make them just, you know, watch your walkout for as long as you can. Like, Paddy's kind of walking out fast here, but if I was him, if I was a fighter, I'd be walking out. If I was the second fighter coming out, I'd be walking out as slow as possible. You know, especially with the crowd on my side.
For sure. I mean, and just to just slightly add on to that, I'm not saying necessarily that Paddy loses. I just think that there are elements of Levitt's game plan that feed themselves into causing Paddy a lot of problems. Can he reverse those, and can he do the right things? Yeah, of course he can, you know, but will he? You know, that's my question, right? That is exactly my question.
Yeah.
I honestly think that Paddy is, I think he might win relatively easy in my opinion, but I could be very wrong on that.
In a way, it would be nice to see, because then the hype train continues. And,
yeah, there's spots where he could, right?
Yeah,
like
I think it's down to what I think it's down to what Harry said, is that how well that Jordan can implement the game plan that he wants to fight here. But if it's like, if Paddy just snuffs everything away in the first couple of minutes, it's going to be bad news for Levitt, and the fight could be over.
How well does Levitt respond to the striking right out of the game?
Yeah.
And how long is it until we see Levitt shoot for the takedown? How long is it until we see Paddy try and counter the naked kick game of Levitt? Because that's what we're going to see, right? We're about to see Paddy try and land straight shots and hooks, and we're about to see
if this kid can take it.
Yeah, we're about to see Levitt with naked kicks, and if Paddy can counter the,
we're going to see lots of shots of Molly McCann.
Molly McCann,
just absolutely living her best life.
Oh, that's brilliant.
This is the other thing about Paddy that I do want to give him credit for. He can come out and have that walkout and be as engaged with the audience as he is, but then he gets in there and you get this guy where he can turn it off and he can focus in on what he's got to do. It may not go his way, but just to be able to do that is something not a lot of fighters, especially not
dial-in is crazy
27-year-olds can do. I do enjoy the Harry Kearns Patrick the Batrick, because I do enjoy every time Molly calls him Patrick.
Patrick?
There you go. Even better. I can't get that last little gravel out of me.
And also, like, I know
no screaming out during this one.
Harry, Harry, keep it quiet. Try your best.
The taping that Paddy's taken off his arm and given to one of his coaches is for the child that Paddy was close to that passed away recently.
Gonna be interesting.
We're in for one now, boys.
Going to be interesting.
All the jeopardy is there, right?
Yeah. This is on so many levels, right? It's so funny. This is a fight that has no real divisional significance yet, but it has all the pressure in the world on it. Because if you're Paddy, you got to keep winning. because this isn't the kind of guy where if you lose, people go, well, he was just in too tough.
Well, Paddy said he doesn't want to stand with him this fight, and he said he wants to make a statement and knock him out. He wants to actually hurt him.
And stylistically, that's probably what he should be doing. I think that Levitt doesn't offer too much on the feet at all. I think if he can stuff the takedowns and land on the feet, he can get Levitt out of there.
Well, he's not been wobbled yet, which is a good sign.
This is dicey. He's got to be smart in these clinch exchanges and just look to get himself out of here. Don't throw any offense. Don't look to just work your way free. Because Jordan Levitt.
I don't know if any of you lads addressed Harry. I don't know if any of you lads addressed Harry Kearns' message before, because I was trying to just hear how loud the arena was. But yeah, I think Paddy will eventually get knocked out if he approaches the way he has in previous fights.
Yeah, there'll come a point.
Definitely, yeah.
And I mean, look, Darren Till's a Scouser, and he's been knocked out.
For some reason, they just don't include him. I don't know why. Maybe because he spent so long in Brazil, they just kind of, on a technicality, they just kind of brush him to the side.
He left, so he loses. Terry Adam also famously, viciously knocked out.
Guillotine on here, but I don't know if he has it locked in yet.
Maybe once you get knocked out, you're no longer a Scouser. Maybe that's the ruling.
Well, now this is not where Patrick wants to be. What are you blowing kisses about, Powell?
A lot of pressure here from Levitt.
Yeah, this is Levitt's game plan. This is what he needs to do. You're going to have to try and win ugly.
I don't even think it's ugly, to be honest.
No, it's extremely sharp tactical fighting.
It's the perfect game plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like going to be.
Oh, it's not aesthetically pleasing. It's like the Jacasey fight.
Yeah, exactly. It's just fighting smartly, but that's what you have to sacrifice. You have to sacrifice excitement to get the job done sometimes.
Yeah, I think Adnan Armani kind of implemented a similar game plan to this and got the job done in Cage Warriors. So
100%. The question I have as well, and I don't know, like Paddy is in way better shape now, and he's filled out a lot more than he was when he was fighting on Cage Warriors. But one of my questions I have is if this game plan continues, I wonder what the gas tank of Paddy looks like, given how we know he blows up during fights and stuff, or outside of fights. And to answer your question, Spencer, the thing I was marveling at was when Paddy jumped the guillotine, Jordan Levitt's hip switch to get out of the close guard was absolutely beautiful. Yeah.
Well, it's one sure thing is what my opinion that he's going to win relatively easy has gone completely out the window anyway because he's in a fucking fight right now.
Yeah.
This is Harry Kearns updating us. Scouse not English until you get knocked out.
Yeah.
Letting us know what the situation is.
It just felt
so it's official now. Harry has let us know.
We appreciate it, Harry. Thank you for the insights.
We literally have a Triple H in the house tonight.
Yes.
Paddy's been pretty good about landing those elbows quick when on the takedowns and forcing Levitt to kind of lift his head up to kind of take away the takedown attempt.
Yeah, I mean, to the gas tank question that you were posing, Harry, it also applies to Levitt, right? One of your reads from his previous fights is that he gets tired and he's tired quickly.
He let go of it.
That's a tough position to pull that off from that side control.
He knee him on the head on the ground there, didn't he?
Cage didn't help Paddy there.
It's too late.
Yeah.
He's got the back of him though now.
How are we scoring that one, guys?
I was going to say, Graham and Spencer, how do you score that?
Paddy, I think.
Yeah, I think 10-9, Paddy.
Strikes at the start of the round, mixed with the elbows and that finish. Yeah, I think that's enough. Like failed takedown attempts.
Do you score the jumping front kick from Levitt with anything that he caught him with?
No. It just looks flashy, but I don't think there's any impact in it.
Paddy landed right after that too, which kind of would have nullified it.
It's a much tougher fight than I think he expected.
Well, this was my read, right?
Yep.
Like, it's not often that I get it right, but when I get it right, like I just thought, now don't get me wrong, Paddy could come out here and just fucking spark him at any moment. That is absolutely a possibility. But I thought that Levitt's chain wrestling and Paddy being an opportunistic submission grappler, this is what we were going to see, right?
Yeah, he actually needs to not be diving on the submissions and use them the way Nick Lentz used them against Evloev. But I don't think Paddy has that, right? Like, he only has chase them as finishes. He doesn't have them as force this guy into a defensive posture to stop wrestling. And
he's throwing a lot of kicks here, Levitt. Trying to keep him at distance.
This is exactly his game plan.
It's a very
doesn't care about getting taken down.
Yeah, well, what does he give a shit? Catch my kick. I don't care.
We're going to get something. Powell's laughing.
See, all fight week, I remember Paddy saying that he was in Levitt's head, but then whenever he was talking about him, he was so angry that he really wanted to hurt him. It's a case of, is it the other way around?
I'm not sure. I mean, Paddy's also bringing in a lot of emotion into this camp. Into this fight. Sorry, the child that passed away that he was very close to. I mean, when he was asked about that child at any point, he got very emotional. Obviously, he was very.
His whole demeanor changed.
Yeah, a really, really emotional, really tragic story. Like really, really, really sad. But I mean, I wonder how much of this he's carrying into this specific matchup. These are all intangibles, and we can't. This is we shouldn't really talk about them too much because they are intangibles, right? But yeah,
Well, they're definitely factors all the same, and the fact that what we were talking about of him ballooning up in between fights as well, like how much time is he put into his cardio, into his game plan, into his preparations, but like that all
nice knee in there, Paddy takes his back.
He's still winning though,
Yeah, that knee really lowered him down to the ground. Then that was very nice from Paddy.
Forget that. Wait, I don't know if you've seen it yet, so I won't say anything, but. Have you seen the back exposure yet?
Yeah, he's on his back now.
Yeah, he's on his back.
Forget that. Paddy has Levitt's hand trapped in a body triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is done.
It's all over here.
Yeah.
It must be all over. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Teabagged him. I mean, it's a good win. It's a good performance.
It's a good win.
Got the finish, yeah.
It's good to see a bit of adversity as well.
Yep. Yeah. Had to go through some stuff.
Yep.
Now imagine if this fella, instead of going out and ballooning up, just like take your 2 weeks to celebrate, grand, eat some junk, have a great time. But like, imagine if he stayed relatively fit, good shape, get out there. Like, that's a good looking lad that clearly has personality and charisma. that you could throw out there as your next great big star. And yet he is going to go and put on, I don't know, my kind of weight by eating my kind of diet. Well, yet again, we get to the what do you do with him now? That's a very good knee. And he was threatening. I don't think it's anything that's remotely close there with that Darce setup, but
Like this.
It makes Levitt, it causes pause.
So what it forces Levitt to do is, as you say, respect the Darce, and to do that, he must open his shoulders.
Yeah.
As he opens his shoulders, he's going to give back exposure, right?
Right.
And that's what Paddy's looking for. He's looking to break him down, and he's looking to take the base away from a solid, what's called a 4-point, a solid 4-point into some form of post. And as soon as that post comes, Paddy did, look, everything from after he wrapped the Darce was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Trapping the arm in a transition is really, really high-level grappling, right? To trap it, to wrap the body triangle on the opposite side, and then to look for the finish, and to look to finish it in a patient manner is absolutely phenomenal grappling. But we know this about Paddy. One of the strongest elements of his game is his ability to snipe submissions. And when he gets you anywhere near a submission, he is fantastic. My question, though, is how, like, are we talking about Paul Craig here? Like, what are we talking about? We're not talking about Paul Craig. We need, the first round, to me, shows me the deficiencies. The deficiencies are he wasn't able to get to the power striking. Actually, Levitt at the start of the second round was doing a bit of the striking with Paddy himself. He was jumping on the guillotines. He was making the wrong decisions in those grappling realms. That's something, who are you going to put him with against? Let's say it's Ilia Topuria.
Oof.
No, it's not going to be Ilia Topuria, but you know what I mean.
Keep him a mile away from Ilia Topuria.
You know what I mean, right? There's only so many fighters that we're going to see now that he's going to be able to do it, unless he takes progressively, bigger steps in his skill acquisition. He has all the experience, so this is make or break for Paddy Pimblett now.
No, I wouldn't say it's make or break for him just yet, to be honest. I think he might be matched with someone who is maybe a little bit better than Jordan Levitt again on another card.
But I think it is, because if we see him go in and win another fight, the reason why I say this is make or break, because if he goes in against a guy slightly better than Jordan Levitt and he wins that fight in the same fashion, they're going to push him again. The next fight has to be Paddy coming out and fixing some of the holes that we've seen this evening. Can he do it? Yeah, of course he can do it. He's a fighter with 2 legs, 2 arms, and a brain. But is he going to do it? That's the question.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the make or break in relevance too, though? I mean,
it's relevant to if he goes out and doesn't improve, but manages to catch another win, they're going to push him, and then he's going to be found out in a pretty negative way.
Well, I think that's going to happen no matter what result. To be honest,
maybe
eventually, that's what we've been saying before the fight.
Everyone gets exposed eventually, sure, but like. The rhetoric here is we want to try and
make or break for him. For me, is that if he comes to a time in the division where he's facing a losing streak and he needs to win, in my opinion.
Right, but I mean, what I mean is make or break in terms of his
how far he can get and what he needs to do to get to where his ceiling potentially could be.
Right, absolutely.
Where his skills now are at. And
yes.
Yeah, it's not going out now and eating 17 pizzas. It's getting to the gym on Monday morning.
Damn
working.
Right.
That's fair.
Because they're tough assignments the rest of the way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you may be able to find somewhere where it's something similar, but after that, if he wins it and he gets a finish, we're kind of off to the races.
Did he call it anybody there? Was anybody listening to the... No.
He called the takeaway.
Yeah, I was listening then. He didn't call anybody out. He dedicated his performance to Baby Lee and to his friend that on Friday morning, 4 a.m, he got a text saying one of his best mates had hung himself or killed himself. Sorry. Yeah, so he had that to deal with. He said he'd be back at the end of the year. It was quite a humble one, to be honest.
I would have to.
I mean, I think he's quite a likable kid. Like he's quite a likable.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Like you want to see him succeed.
We all want to see him.
That's why I want to see him get professional. Like just with the right coaching, with the right people around him.
Very, very emotional leaving the cage.
Yeah. Sure. He basically just did a big speech about men reaching out for help if they are having like suicidal thoughts and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so it was
like,
quite a different approach from him, to be honest.
Like, you know, we were talking about maybe some shit coming into this camp, like with regards to that and other stuff. So that big release of emotion would tell that there might have been a lot of weight on his shoulders coming into this fight as well.
Yeah. Well, and listen, like, I mean, anybody that's on here that's listening that just watched that and heard him say that, if you're thinking anything about he's soft, he's this, he's that, whatever, it takes more strength to be out there on national TV and say those kinds of things.
Fuck yeah.
If you follow me at all, you know I'm open about my struggles with anxiety and depression and the fact that I go to therapy pretty damn regularly and put a lot of time and energy into my own mental health. Take care of yourselves, talk to the people around you, check in on your friends, do everything you need to do to keep yourself in the best space possible. You are all loved. We want you all here on these streams.
Preach.
Absolutely. Paddy himself said in the Gary Neville, the overlap Sky Sports thing I was talking about earlier, he said himself that after losses in the past where he got choked unconscious and he contemplated suicide, and he said just the fact that he kept it to himself for months because he's meant to be this tough fighter, you know, he's, you know, kind of be macho kind of thing, and he didn't talk about it. And when he finally did mention it to somebody, he said he just immediately felt better, you know, getting it off his chest. And you know, you definitely have people who will support you around you. If you're in a situation like that, I'll definitely reach out for help. If you're embarrassed, reach out to a friend. Just reach out to, like, you know, somebody you don't know, and people will help you. Like, you know, people will understand and won't think of you as weak. As Spencer said, it takes more strength and guts to actually talk about it publicly than to keep it to yourself.
Big time. You'll be surprised when you do eventually, and we've all been in a position where we've had to do that. When you do eventually reach out to somebody, how much it helps, and building that support network around yourself is so important as well. So there's no shame in any of that at all.
Damn right.
He also said he wasn't impressed with his own.
Look at us. We can break down MMA. We can break down life problems. We can do it all here in this fucking live stream, guys.
Absolutely can. This is why we do this, boys.
This is it.
Featuring Imogen.
Feel better, Imogen.
I've got to say, Harry, like, I see your like background in your studio on every podcast, and it looks fucking phenomenal.
Mate, this isn't a studio. This is. So I tell this story all the time.
Living room.
Fucking say it anyway. Basically, during lockdown, Imogen, my missus, she was put on furlough, and she was sat on the sofa. She watched all the Netflix, and then she was like, "Oh, I'm fucking bored, lads." And she's like, "I'm going to redecorate the flat." I was like, "All right, cool. This is what I got." So, yeah, I just sat here doing my work as usual, and then around me, this room was created. So, yeah.
It's a lovely aesthetic.
Thank you. Eventually, when
I'm not thanking you. I'm not praising you.
Whatever, I'll let her decorate the office. I won't, but yeah.
I'll send her pictures of my new office when I move in next week and get her thoughts on design and decor.
You to help him architect his new office. He said he's getting one in a couple of weeks.
Oh, I will go to America anyway.
Spencer lives in Canada.
Same.
Fuck me.
What'd she say?
Oh yeah, we're moving to America. Spencer lives in Canada. Same thing. Not really.
Not really. Yeah. If you enjoy the health service that you have there, you'd like to move to Canada as opposed to America. Although also let her know that there will be one exception to the rules of your place. The dog will be allowed on the couch.
Okay. Well, look, I know that this is absolutely
nothing. Has there been a change?
Huh?
You're saying, look, has there been a change?
Well,
it's allowed on the couch now?
Imogen is poorly, and I came in the other day, and Imogen was like, I might have let the dog on the sofa.
That a boy, Hux.
Do it. Fucking do it.
That
They all
a
break
boy,
in the end.
Huxley.
They all break in the end.
Co-main event, guys. What do we think? Chris Curtis. It's a win-win kind of a situation for him. I mean, taking the opportunity. I think he has a good chance of
100%
getting the win here. I think he's a real good chance.
Look, I'm sorry, Spencer's typing, so I'm going to steal his fucking thunder. If Chris Curtis comes out here and looks anything like he looked against Rodolfo Vieira, right? That Rodolfo Vieira fight, Spencer and I talked about it on Next Day Takeaways. What he was able to do was he put a clinic on stopping double legs. Now, Rodolfo Vieira is nowhere near the fighter on the feet that Jack Hermansson is, of course. But if we're able to see Chris Curtis land to the body like he did against Rodolfo Vieira, stop the takedowns when they come, inevitably. Now, Hermansson obviously has a different grappling style, but if we can see that sort of thing, Chris Curtis is good on the feet. Lands heavy, nice jab. Like, it's is absolutely a winnable fight. Now, Jack Hermansson can come out here and do the grappling and do the Jack Hermansson thing, but I absolutely see no reason why there shouldn't be a competitive fight. And shout out to Harry Kearns. You don't want to be me when you grow up. You want to be you, son. Legend.
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, the other benefit, and I wrote about it in the Punch Drunk predictions this week. The last team that prepared to face and defeat Jack Hermansson is the same set of people that are walking Chris Curtis to the cage right now. It's Eric Nixick, it's Nate Pettit, it's Sean Strickland isn't there because Sean Strickland isn't allowed to make that trip, but it's the Extreme Couture team. They prepped for this before. They are ready for this. And I think Chris is actually a more varied and more nuanced striker than even Sean is. And so this is absolutely winnable. And if he goes 4-0 in the UFC in under a year, 5 straight wins in a 12-month span, like all those people that got crazy about Kevin Holland when he was beating mostly scrubs and a washed up Jacare Souza. Yeah, I said it. He was washed up. Need to give Chris Curtis his flowers for this run that he's been on here.
Lads, shots fired by Marco Madsen online after that Paddy performance. He said, great performance by Paddy, the fatty, #UFC London. Pick any date, I'm ready. #week, #chin, #week, #wrestling.
I agree with a little part of that, the #week, because that is one really weak call out.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you hang around with Henry Cejudo too much.
Yeah, just hashtag.
Like, I know Marco Madsen needs to make stuff happen quickly with his age and all that stuff, but that is just weak.
Beating Paddy doesn't accomplish much of that.
No.
Yeah.
Like, it gives you a spotlight, I guess, but it doesn't necessarily move you that much forward.
Yeah, I don't know. Shots fired off target. Friendly fire.
Shots fired from a water gun. I'd say that's more of that call it was.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I need to do better than that. But
well, let's be real here. It was probably Ali that fucking wrote that tweet for him.
No, Ali would be logged into the wrong account if he was to tweet. So
yeah, call him out under Usman's account.
Remember, whose account did he use to call out? Like, he was trying to call out somebody, and he spelled everybody's name wrong. He spelled Mendez's name wrong or something? Was it?
Yeah.
I can't even remember. It was Frankie Edgar trying to call out Mendez, I think, but it was actually Aldi Abdiaziz, and he didn't even know how to spell Chad Mendez.
Paddy versus Dan Hooker. Who wants to see that?
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
We can't be doing that. Fucking hell, lads.
Does Paddy owe you money, Icon? Is he late on payments for something? Like, is there something we should know? Because that's sending him that's calling a hitman. Like, that's Jesus.
But that's the
That's
thing with Paddy,
vicious.
like, you know, maybe it's somebody who doesn't like Paddy. Maybe somebody wants to see him get the shit kicked out of him. But, you know, people care either way, you know. In MMA, the hardest thing seems to be for fighters to get people to care about them at all. So if people want to see Paddy win, or people want to see Paddy get his ass kicked, you know, that's good for the business of Paddy Pimblett. That's good for the UFC. You know, the big fight in MMA and in the UFC is to make people care either way. So
100%.
People seem to care.
Whilst we just wait for this co-main, can I get a quick thought on Graham, Ian, the real Harry, and Spencer? Who would you give Paddy next if you had to draw a name out of a hat?
Oh, I'd have to bring up.
I'd give him somebody who, you know, we barely even know. That's who I'd give him.
I'm just going to go on to Zane Simon's list here and see what kind of options are there for him in the.
He's a lightweight.
Yeah, lightweight.
Like, it'd be nobody. I give him nobody that we've.
No, you don't. You can't. You cannot.
Or somebody that we've vaguely heard of that's fought on a couple of prelims that we forgot about. Somebody like that.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody like Ramiz Brahimov, but he's coming off a loss.
Yeah, you could be looking at someone like
who has a good record, but is just kind of shit.
I mean, they wanted to do that Jared Gordon fight, but that feels like a bit too much.
Yeah. I don't know. Like it's slim pickings when it comes to who you put them in there with. Like, I mean,
it's again the like Jamie Malarkey.
Yeah.
As a as somebody
Is
coming off a win.
There must
with
be
a
somebody
bit
with
of
a bit of a bigger name that's on the real downturn, like a Gustafsson of the 155 division. Who's that? Who's Gustafsson of the 55 division?
Like someone
Diego Ferreira can't stay healthy, so that might be somebody. Do you know who you give him? You give him a Joe Selecki.
Yeah,
that's the kind of fella you give him. Another guy who is the same as Levitt, that he doesn't have a lot of hands. He's just going to look to grapple.
Where's Diego Sanchez these days? Is he still banging around?
He's fighting Dan Hoddy in a boxing match, right?
That was the plan, wasn't it?
Yeah. Someone like Uros Medic or Mike Davis or someone like that. Two of them.
Both of those fellas kill him.
Yeah, I know, but
both of them kill him.
There's not too many options looking at this list here. Like, you could give him somebody maybe that's 0-1 or 0-2 in the UFC.
That's the struggle. That's the thing that he's at.
He's kind of getting to that threshold now.
That's why it's going to be a Jamie Malarkey, or it's going to be.
They were going to try matching up with that Otman Azatar. Zatar, yeah. Like someone like that, I guess. But like that's what we were kind of talking about. Or I was saying the honeymoon period is probably going to be over for him soon, because there's not that many options in there in the lightweight division for him now. And it'll be interesting to see, unless they might put him in with a potential new signing. Maybe it'll be interesting now. I'd be curious to see if he has any names. He probably won't himself have any names in his presser, but like, you're running out. Like, you look at that St. Simon's list, there's not too many options there. And
can we also give full props to Chris Curtis for following through with the Sweet Caroline walkout? Legend. Did you see that on Twitter?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, so when Darren pulled out and Chris Curtis underneath said, like, I'll jump in, somebody posted saying, would you come out to Sweet Caroline? And he was like, oh yeah, sure I would, of course, no problem. And he actually did it. Legend.
Nice.
Legend.
Good man.
Is Matt Wyman still in the UFC, or he hasn't fought since he got slammed? He's probably not even a name anymore.
Has what? Matt Wyman?
Matt Wyman. The former Ultimate Fighter contestant, Matt Wyman. I don't know.
I was looking at like someone like Chris, what's his name? Gushmacher. Grudgemacher. Yeah, but
you can't just
somebody with a name. Like
you can't just feed him somebody that's coming off losses either, right? Like that's the trouble.
That's the trouble as
Unless
well.
it's somebody with a name, you can feed them somebody off losses if they have a name, I think.
Yeah. Nobody gives a fuck who he fights. They just want to see the walkout and they want to see him win.
For the moment, yeah.
Sure, maybe. But does it do anything for him?
Right, but like what? The question is, what are we doing here? Right? Are we building Paddy the Baddy as a hype train? Are we building him as an athlete? Are we building him as a fighter? Like what is it that we're doing here? That's my question.
Are we buying time until he takes it seriously?
How
hoping he takes it seriously?
Yeah, or how much can we squeeze out of him before we put him in there with a level of opposition where he gets found out?
Right. Ian is probably way more on the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got to level him up, otherwise it's just like fucking Harlem Globetrotters, isn't it?
But you don't want it to turn into an MVP situation where like it's just
because I was going to say that as well. There's going to be MMA fans will start saying eventually, "Oh, he's only beaten cans or he's only beaten lower level competition," because that's how MMA fans work as well. And you're in that kind of territory now. Whereas that, if you are giving him those kind of fights, it's going to be very, very interesting.
So Hermansson's just been introduced on my stream here by Buffer.
Same as, yeah. He's being introduced here too. Looks in good shape too.
I wonder what shape Curtis is in, short notice. Not ideal, but he seems to be in good shape.
He'll be in good shape. He's one of those dudes that's always, always, always there. He ain't got nothing else going on. He is just in the gym, just helping people get ready.
He looks relaxed anyway.
How many fights has he had? 73?
This is like his fucking fifth fight in the calendar, since November.
Fifth fight in 12 months and 10th in 2 years, I think, 3 years. He's as prepared and polished for this as there could possibly be.
It's also
just whether he can hang at this level.
There's not a ton of fluff in his game, and what I mean by that, Hermansson will throw the Superman backhands. Hermansson will do the things, right? He'll do the flashy things. Curtis doesn't really do that.
No.
It's 1-2 left hook, down block, reversal. Here we go again, right? He's a tidy, clean, easy to look at fighter. And that's not disrespectful at all, right? It's just basic fundamentals done really, really well.
Yeah. He is just a professional.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if he said something similar to, Curtis Blade said, "Oh, it's just a fight at the end of the day, right? I come in, I get a check, I do the thing, and I'm a prize fighter. That's what I am." I wouldn't be surprised if some similar things came out of the mouth of Chris Curtis. What do we think of the size here, lads? Hermansson looks considerably bigger.
Yeah, he looks huge in comparison to Curtis.
He's a big guy, Hermansson, man.
He is.
Well, and Kurt used to fight at welterweight, right? Middleweight was sort of, he's one of those guys that when he was on the regional circuit, he'd just fight at whatever was available. So he could still make 170 right now if he needed to. But this gives him, fighting at 85 is just his way of, I don't have to cut anything. I can always be ready to go. Because he's also fought up at 205 before. Now, mind you.
Fuck that noise. He's way
Mind you, it's regional circuit 205. So it's just a fellow that should be fighting at 85 as well. But this is where the size, though, to that end, right? He's a couple inches shorter than Strickland. He's a couple inches shorter on the reach, probably. You can't just march him down the way that Strickland did.
Feels to me as though
she's definitely there for Hermansson.
Yeah, it feels to me as though Curtis is just a touch of a step behind.
Yeah. And when Hermansson is hitting, it looks like it's very impactful as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Interesting to see that we haven't seen any real drawn out grappling exchanges at all. But I like I think this is going to have to be the way, right? Curtis is going to have to take a shot to get inside, I think.
Yeah.
Because he's chewing up the lead leg really
I
nice.
think Jack knows he can hang out.
He's just waiting Curtis too much.
Right.
He needs to.
Right.
Hermansson doesn't have to grapple because he can beat him from range.
Yeah, and he's also like, look at the lead leg kicks. It's less of a kick, but it's more like a sweep, right? He's more like sweeping the leg away. And
forcing him to reset, so he is.
Yes, exactly. And that kills the pressure, but I also think it opens a straight right down the middle, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Turns him into the right hand.
Exactly. Because he has to turn backwards, exactly. Yes.
And if it stumbles him, then we go to the ground.
Then we go to the ground.
Yeah, Jack is definitely fighting like a fellow who knows he has that takedown in his arse pocket. And there you go, right on cue. Gadoosh. Well, not takedown, but attempt.
Yeah, if I'm Chris Curtis, I need to be winning the footwork battle way, way more. If you're a southpaw versus orthodox, your right foot needs to be on the outside of Jack Hermansson's foot at all times to force him to change the angle.
Yeah.
And the reason why that's important is because Jack Hermansson, the reason he's landing these kicks so frequently is because his left foot is on the outside of Curtis's right foot, meaning he can create that angle way, way quicker. This is a huge problem. That footwork battle, that lead footwork battle is a real, real problem.
And every time he does try to get to the outside, that leg kick comes and that sweep comes and forces him to reset again.
Bang on.
It's a really good game plan from Jack, and he
very
really well
good.
implemented. He's frustrating Curtis here. He's not letting him get anything off. He's gonna do what he wants. He's point fighting a bit, but there is damage being done to that leg, and he is landing pretty much all the shots in the fight. So Curtis is gonna have to he's gonna have to not wait. He's gonna have to make something happen here, and even if he puts him in danger, he can't let this play out again for another round.
No, he's kind of getting caught chasing Hermansson a little bit, and he's going to have to try and cut off the cage a little bit better, get Hermansson against the cage, not take him down, but start cutting off the cage and landing your flurries there and just winning those moments of the fight. He's just like following him around and getting picked apart right now.
Yeah, it's the footwork battle, right?
Yeah.
It's the footwork battle. And I wonder whether we could see, because Curtis leans quite heavily into that lead leg. That's what allows him to sort of bounce in and out and be on that pressure game a lot. I wonder if we could see him take a slight back step and try and jump on that single leg just to offer some variety, just to offer a little something to say, just so you know, that leg kick's not there every single time, because he doesn't have the range to counter Hermansson when he's throwing that leg kick. And I mean, immediately he lands 3 leg kicks as soon as he's out the gate. So what the fuck do I know?
Still a little bit behind here as well.
Hopefully, I'm allowed to give away leg kicks. Hopefully,
we'll let you away with that one.
It's a nice variety from Jack Hermansson here as well, keeping them guessing.
Absolutely, and this is half the reason why he's losing the footwork battle, because you can't. You're so busy doing other things and putting your feet in places so that your head's not getting clipped that you can't worry about. You'll see it now from like 356 to 354. You'll see the lack of footwork battle, and you'll see Curtis chasing and trying to cut the cage off from the inside of that segment. And that's an issue.
And you could see about 10 seconds ago when Hermansson just tried to gently sweep sweep the lead foot of Curtis, that he doesn't really feel in any danger at all if he feels he can just tie with him just like that.
100%.
It's timing. When Curtis is trying to make his move and trying to cut off the cage each and every time, he's being caught with that leg kick.
Yep.
And he just has no answer for it. And he was probably somewhat expecting Hermansson to come in here and grapple. So to be faced with the predicament where Hermansson is choosing to stand and strike with him, who, like, that might be an adjustment that Curtis is struggling to deal with as well.
Gents, I think Chris Curtis is getting more and more and more frustrated. This could be a problem.
Yeah.
If that frustration leads to him opening up and being a bit more wild.
He's following instead of cutting off the cage when he
I
does.
was literally about to
try
say the
press
same
forward.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way for him to, like, Jack isn't just going to throw away his game plan and be like, yeah, you're right. This is not nice of me. This is not fair of me. Like, Curtis is going to have to force this issue, and that means put himself in bad spots.
Bit of a stumble there off that blocked head kick. You see, he's in trouble. Yeah. Hermansson dropping elbows or hitting elbows against the cage, all blocked. Blocked again. They're kind of half getting through on the hands, but pretty good defense.
Those downward elbows are nasty. I'm just on that sequence now.
Yeah,
I think they were kind of half blocked by the.
They were a little bit. They're just they had nasty intentions though.
Yeah,
some of them definitely got through, but not all of them.
No,
it was more the sequence that led to him getting pushed against the fence with his arms in there. You know what I mean?
Not fun taking those shots on your arms either.
No.
I don't know why Hermansson just kept going to the well. Like with his hands there, just throw hooks or go to the body, or the variety has been so nice. But
I think what we're just
Curtis
seeing...
tries to call a timeout, but you're not allowed, so he has to continue.
Curtis is really struggling because he's getting the shit kicked out of him.
Oh, understood.
Hermansson's doing a good job of just sliding away from the punches, circling out, and
yep. And this is the other problem when you lose in the footwork battle, right? What is it the fighters say all the time? Like if a fighter's throwing big shots at me and I can slide out of the way, I'll take some of the impact off. But Curtis is just walking Hermansson down, right? So he's walking onto the full impact of all these shots. I feel like Chris Curtis has got to make a choice here, right? He's either got to bite down and decide he's going to be a bit of a dog here and just try and walk through more fire to get to Hermansson, but
yeah, it's the thing whether you're just happy to be here and to get the decision, or do you want to win this fucking fight because it's what he's been doing is not working.
I wonder whether, like I said, diving on that single leg when he throws, I wonder whether we see Curtis try and level change at all. Obviously the defensive grappling's fine, but just offering a tiny bit of variety. Because at the minute, as we've all sort of said, it seems like Jack Hermansson's throwing whatever he wants with very, very, very little worry about what's coming back.
He's fine. Curtis is finding it even hard to get an angle to even land a punch. Like, never mind get in on the hips. He's just a step behind all the way. He's just getting outclassed and out game planned, and just he's just getting dominated basically. And I don't know. Obviously a takedown would be a big thing, but even if he was to get a takedown, I don't know what he'd be able to do with it really to turn this fight around. It seems like this is only going one way.
Shawnee's just put a tweet out there. Just get your thoughts on it. It says Hermansson's used up a lot of energy here. Things could turn very quickly. Thoughts?
Yeah, I don't really see that, to be honest. I think I think that Hermansson kind of has faded a little bit, but I'm not seeing anything that he should be worried about right now.
So Nixick gave him some very clear advice in the corner in terms of things to do, things to throw, things to attack with. So we'll see. Basically saying he's always exiting out the same way. So if you go a 1-2 and throw the high kick on that side, then he might walk right onto it. But I think Jack is probably too savvy and too sharp for that because
Big leg kick there at around the 420 mark.
Curtis just hasn't quite shown yet that he's got the drive this time out, I guess.
Wait, Ian, are you ahead of me? You're ahead of me, Ian.
What? I'm at 357 now.
Well, I'm at 415.
How did this happen? I'm at
425.
Lads, we're all over the fucking place.
All right,
I'm at 353, 352.
I'm at 345.
Now.
I'm at 340 now, so I just refreshed my feed and I must have caught up.
Lads, Sean,
what's going on?
Something. It does feel like Hermansson's slowing a little bit.
Yeah, I think he has. He has it in the bag already in terms of the round.
Curtis does, as we've seen in all of his fights, he does land to the body. He has landed a few of those straight left hands right to the body, but we haven't seen the combinations yet that Nixick was telling him in the corners and stuff like that.
Yep.
I think Hermansson, the way Curtis is kind of just walking forward, he could, if he wanted to as well, he could get a takedown, with a minute to go, and if he wants to just secure the fight, I could see him shooting on the takedown here. But I think he can just keep doing what he's doing, keep kicking the legs, keep kicking the body, keep moving, and I don't see him. I don't really see this fight turning, to be honest.
No. Hermansson has been moving on the back foot quite a bit too, and that takes a lot out of you as well.
Yeah, for sure. Though you'd think if that was the game plan, it can't have been the game plan because it was for Till. I mean, to be honest, Till walks forward a lot, right? It could have been the same. This could have been the same game plan.
All right, here we go. He's just going for the takedown. He doesn't get it. It's good to make him think about it, though.
Nut shot.
A nice little rest for him, anyway. If he was feeling a bit tired, he can recover a bit here.
If you're a fighter in that position like you're Curtis, do you give yourself the 5 minutes there, try and recuperate?
It depends. It depends how tired you are and how tired you think your opponent is, I suppose.
Yeah. If you're Curtis there, give yourself as much time to recover as possible. Take a couple of deep breaths and just go hell for leather. But
yep.
What? This guy is just...
That's a bleak kick there. You need more urgency here from Curtis.
What Curtis is doing now and what he's been trying to do early in the fight is actually working in the later stages. He's cut. Now we see him being successful cutting off the cage and landing those shots.
I don't think he's cutting off the cage more
so maybe Hermansson is getting a little bit more tired and not being able to get out of those.
Yeah. He's kind of picked up the rhythm of which way he circles, I think, and he's able to kind of predict better which way to chase before it happens, but he's still not cutting it off effectively, I don't think. He needs more urgency. He needs to.
I tell you what,
he needs to finish here.
I wish this was a 5-round fight. This would have been fun if this was 5 rounds because this momentum is definitely turning.
Yeah.
Well, would Hermansson output as much if it was a 5-round fight though as well?
But if he didn't output as much, does Curtis win the footwork battle a little better?
Yeah, it's true.
Hermansson hasn't really gone all in. Yeah, Hermansson hasn't really gone all in on his takedown attempts either.
This was an interesting round to score now because Hermansson has landed a few nice body kicks and leg kicks, but Curtis has landed a couple of punches, but nothing too impactful. Hermansson seems to be moving away from 90% of the punches, and Curtis is hitting fresh air a lot.
Are we going to get he came to score points, I came to fight from Curtis?
Well, now he's giving him the finger when the fight's still on and he still has a chance to win.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a. Yeah, we're getting it.
It's the rampage. It's the rampage thing. It's everybody's fault but his own.
I gotta say though, like that is a brilliantly, like short notice opponent change. Jack Hermansson comes out, workman-like performance, does exactly what he needs to do to win. I think we see the reason why there wasn't a lot of the takedown offense, because when he tried it, Curtis down blocked really, really well.
Yeah.
And there's a good respect for his defensive grappling, right? Like, why waste energy? Embarrassing from Curtis, says Sean Sheehan. Not the most professional. Sure.
What happened there that I kind of
he just flipping him off and pretending like doing a running on the spot thing.
At him and
you just got outclassed. Like he didn't run. He had a game plan. He executed it, and you basically followed him around and couldn't do anything about it until he got tired.
Yep.
The ironic thing is, if there isn't that little bit at the end, I would say he doesn't lose any real. Don't really lose anything from that. You took a fight with Jack Hermansson on short notice.
Why is he still giving him the fingers in the middle of the cage? What an idiot! Like I mean,
and he's booing.
What is he upset about here? What is he upset about?
Upset because he lost, right? And he lost
exactly.
That is.
He's just a bit of an arsehole, but it looks in it.
Yeah, sounds like
that. Jack just said sorry to him, and Chris swore at him again. That's a bit trash. Old school, super old school black belt in Jack Hermansson's corner. I've forgotten that man's name and I feel horrendous for it. Alberto Rios is his name? Trios? Fuck. The man with the long hair ponytail. Fuck that guy. That's gonna really annoy me. What's his name? Anyway, that's not in any way, shape, or form interesting.
Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to know what Curtis was thinking during. Like, I mean, let's give him, we give him a week or so away, and I'd be interested to see what his thoughts are here, because, like, what sort of fight did he expect to come from Hermansson? Did he expect grapple heavy? Did he expect because Hermansson's not ever really been an all-out war, I'm going to get in there and do big scraps kind of fighter, right?
He's been this guy.
Sure. Maybe with a touch more grappling, sure, but like he's been this guy, right? So I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, look, what we're actually seeing is we're seeing the representation of Chris Curtis's frustration come out, and he's directing it at Jack Hermansson, but actually, really, it's himself that he's upset with. But
yeah, he should know how to, cut off the cage. Like, if you're gonna be you consider yourself a serious high level fighter, and you can't cut off the cage against a guy like Hermansson, who isn't exactly, fucking Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, like he got primarily outstruck for the majority of that fight by fucking Jack Hermansson, who is not a really great striker, to be honest.
So just a little insight. I've got a couple of friends that are in the arena at the moment, and I just got some texts to say that half of the arena emptied to the pub as soon as to the bar, I should say, not the pub, but they
after Pimlet, was it?
Immediately after Pimlet, yeah.
That was the danger of not having him as the co-main event.
There was a lot of booing and a lot of just discontent at that fight, and he said the place is dead now in comparison to it was buzzing after Paddy. Like, this is a kind of, like, don't get me wrong, we talk all the time about how to us, like, card placement doesn't really matter too much, right? But if you're
it matters to the people that are there.
It matters to the people that have paid a lot of money to be there. Like, those tickets started at like 120 quid, like, for the fucking nosebleeds. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, serious chunk of change.
The guys they want to see.
Those seats are fucking terrible as well. You're looking at the screen the whole time. You're basically there for the atmosphere and to watch it on a screen.
Yeah. So, like, if you're paying that amount of money, why don't you do Paddy co-main, Molly co-main, and then do Aspinall at the top? Like, they're your three main attractions, right? No, I get it.
I really thought this would have been it.
Yeah. I'm with you.
I really thought if they would have and should have had the foresight to pull the trigger on Paddy after seeing a reception last time. Why not carry that straight over into a Tom Aspinall main event?
Yeah, it's doing Tom a disservice as well. If he's gonna go in here and win, he wants to be there with the crowd. He wants the people still tuned in.
Yeah.
So if a big heavyweight fight, like heavyweights do have an extra pull to the casual public. Like we can talk about how technical these 125, 135 pounders are and all this stuff, and most casuals are just gonna fucking be like, okay, yeah, but when
it's different if that
heavyweight
was
fight?
Till, right? If that was still Darren Till, it's different because you're getting the carryover of.
But Jack
Till comes
Hermansson
out and
versus
people
Curtis
still,
is just
as soon as it loses that local flavor, flip it 2 fights down.
Yep, absolutely. What sense does
put
it
Molly
make
ahead of it and put Pimlet
yeah.
ahead of it?
Also,
my friend, start the card with it.
Yeah, for sure. Because don't get me wrong, I'm not meaning this poorly or whatever, but Hermansson doesn't shoot himself into a title shot with a win over Chris Curtis. And if Chris Curtis had beaten Jack Hermansson, he doesn't shoot himself into a title shot either. You know what I mean? So for building the feelings in the arena, obviously you do the Molly McCann Paddy Pimblett fight. And just to finish on that, my friend just sent me a picture of a gang of people leaving during that fight, like leaving, not coming back, leaving. So like. Yeah, Graham's point is you're doing a disservice to Tom Aspinall.
The trouble with doing the biggest local star anywhere but the main event. I mean, we had people en masse leaving in Vancouver after Rory McDonald, Tyron Woodley, and we still had a title fight coming. Like the biggest fight that had ever been in Vancouver was still up next. One of the greatest pound-for-pound fighters on the planet at the time. And people were like, cool, we saw the kid from out here. We're going to go now. See you later.
Mate, I remember when Cage Warriors in Liverpool, when Paddy beat Johnny Franchi for the title, that you wouldn't look it if you looked it up online, but that was a co-main event. Chris Fishgold followed in the main event for the title. Even though he was still a local lad, it cleared out. People were there for Paddy. He sold all them seats. It wasn't Fishy. It was Paddy that sold all them seats. Same thing. I just don't understand why you'd put Paddy third from the top and then have an American and someone else, wherever he's from, Sweden or wherever he's from, fight in the co-main event. And then just have that space in between, follow it right over from the next big English guy to fight in the UFC, followed by the big main event. Just keep that momentum rolling. It just doesn't make sense, does it?
No, they definitely should have changed that around on the card when Darren Till pulled out. Makes sense for Till, but...
Yeah, but nobody's going to be up in arms if Jack Hermansson's moved down one place in the card.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing is that some of these contracts, some of these fight agreements they're actually like penciled in, and this is going to be a co-main event assignment. This is going to be that. And so there's
but is Jack Hermansson really in a position?
There's got to be a way that you say, look, Jack, here's an extra whatever. We're bumping you down the card.
It won't even be here's an extra whatever.
Yeah, it's just like, here you go, Jack, and that's it. You get to have your shower and go out and enjoy yourself a little bit earlier in the night.
Do you really want to go against us, Jack, or are you going to disagree with us? Okay, I'm going to agree with you, Dana. Like, you can make it like very difficult if you think you're difficult.
Yes, they have Aspinall walking out first. That's because of ranking, though, right? Like that's dumb pageantry bullshit. Just fucking let him walk out second, Jesus.
I mean, considering as well when Paddy and Levitt aren't really ranked, and they let Paddy walk out second, what difference does it really make? Really, come on,
none at all.
Drop the lights and let him walk out, have his moment.
So let's just talk about a scenario here. If Tom Aspinall, right, comes in here and clips Curtis Blades and gets him out of there early enough, how excited should we be?
Very.
Yeah, I think so too.
Only 2 guys have done it. One of them's the heavyweight champion. He did it twice. And the other one's Derek Lewis, who is just in the mix all the time. incapable of doing it to anybody. Like, these are the things, like, we always want to, I feel like we often want to find ways to minimize. We want to minimize Derek Lewis's knockout win over Curtis Blades because, oh, well, he just caught him with a good punch. We want to minimize Derek's win over Volkov, right? Oh, well, Hail Mary. Yeah, but that's why it's exciting. That's why it's interesting. That's why, especially at heavyweight, these things are dangerous, and you've got to be smart and tactical and do things the right way. And you can't just say, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it matters. And so if he goes out and becomes just the third guy to beat Curtis Blades in the UFC, I think it means a lot, no matter how it happens.
Do you think it would mean more for, like, in terms of how excited you are for Aspinall as a prospect, if he was to win in first round KO, or if he was to, dominate the fight and win a comfortable decision?
I think it would depend on how that first round KO came. If he goes out here and is fluid and picks him apart and gets him out of there in, say, 2 minutes, but he's just been boxing him up, that's really impressive. If he goes out and is stuffing takedowns and, like, I think this is a huge opportunity for Tom. I'm a big fan. I'm a big believer. And I think this is going to be a come out party for him. Like, I think this is a breakthrough moment. We'll see, because this is a big test. This is a big ask, but I think he has the skills to do it. And outside of, he just caught him with a weird shot, I think any kind of finish in this fight or any kind of victory in this fight
I'd even think a decision for Aspinall, it is very, very impressive over someone like Curtis Blades. But I think,
like, if he goes out there and dominates and wins a decision, really, clearly, I think that's probably more impressive for him.
It definitely answers
more
answers a lot more questions.
How far he can go.
Yeah, we haven't seen him. He's never been past the second round. But
it'll even get to, get into like a bad position and have to turn it around, or eat a big shot and show that he can eat a big shot. You know what I mean?
I would love for this to be 48-47, go through some misery, take some shots, rally back. The more questions we can get answered, the better.
Yeah,
I'll still have more tomorrow, but
you can stuff a takedown early in the fight and land a big shot, but can you stuff the takedown attempts of Curtis Blades over the course of 5 rounds? You know what I mean? And that to me answers a lot more questions if he does have the ability to do that.
And if he can stuff them, or if he can't stuff them and he's able to get back up without taking significant damage from...
It's like that Francis Ngannou versus Stipe Miocic, where we all definitely none of us were watching it together, but we all, I guarantee you, had the exact same reaction when Stipe shot in and we saw Francis sprawl, and we were like, oh shit, son.
Like a little girl.
Yeah. It was like, oh my God. And it would be the same here if we can see Tom Aspinall doing the exact same thing over the course of 5 rounds.
1 hour and 5 minutes of top position for Curtis Blades.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Do we want to line up as best as we can for this fight?
I can't stop this. Otherwise, if I pause this, it stops the whole stream. And then I
could be like ahead.
I don't think I can move mine either. Fight Pass doesn't let you do it. Let's just roll and
let's just fucking roll with it. We can stay as quiet as possible.
And nobody has to stay quiet. Just get excited. It'll get me. I think I'm behind everybody else. So as you guys get excited, I'll know to focus in even more.
Yeah, when Harry goes, we can move for 20 seconds. We can be like, what's going to happen?
I'll actually keep are in front of me now. So
yeah.
So we can hit you with dummy
shouts.
Absolutely, you can.
Susanna's got Blades. It's not the worst pick. Plus 120 for Blades as well in this fight. It's a live dog.
Plus 1,000 to KO in the first round for Blades as well.
Jesus, yeah.
You got $5. I don't care about.
Talking about statements.
Yeah, I think Tom's going to get it done, but those odds are very good.
Yeah, I gun to my head, I think Tom can get it done here as well if he fights the right fight. Harry, what do you think? Harry Powell first.
I had Blades going in, and I don't think there's going to be a difference. I think that there's the fight's about to start. I'll shut up. Like I think
Look at you hedging your bets as a
Look at this. Yeah,
worried.
get off the fence,
Paddy
Powell.
Pamela thing. Oh yeah, no, he's gonna lose. I guarantee it.
He'd be streaming. I was right at the end of it. Then
end of the first round, I was getting my tweets ready. I tell you.
Harry Williams, what are you thinking?
I'm going Aspinall, but it cannot be understated how big of a fight this is for him. This isn't just another middle. This isn't another middle of the rankings heavyweight. This is a top contender. It can't be understated how big this fight is. Like if he beats
Do you feel that big fight feeling,
one.
Harry? Do you feel that like nerves or that like yeah? Do you
Yeah,
Harry Powell as well? No.
I mean, I don't have a similar. I don't have a connection to Tom Aspinall like the real Harry does. But I feel. I mean, what I feel is that we're going to learn a lot about who Tom Aspinall is and who he is right now. You know, he's so young in this heavyweight division. If he goes out and loses, even if he goes out and loses in devastating fashion, this is not the end of Tom Aspinall going to hear, right? But
Curtis Blades has proven that.
Right. And if he goes out and wins even in a close fashion or a devastating fashion or a dominant fashion, boy, oh boy, we're off to the races with Tom Aspinall.
You said it on the preview show, and I agreed with you, Spencer, is that in certain terms, this is even a fucking bigger fight for Curtis Blades here, considering, the losses that he's had before. And he
catches one here and he's number 5 for the rest of his career.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough fucking pickings for the rest of his career.
Or until
Carter with the Aspinall by sub. So that's a shout. You get good odds on that, I'd say.
I have two kind of connections to Aspinall. Obviously, the Manchester connection, and the other one is that he knocked my teammate out about 7-8 years ago in 10 seconds. No. When I interviewed him at Cage Warriors, it's the first time I've seen him since then. I was like, I got a fucking bone to pick with you, son. You fucking flying my teammate about fucking 10 years ago.
Here we go. I'm off anyway, 4:55.
Well, I'm just starting now.
Shaking hands.
What are the odds? Shout out, Josh. What are the odds? Herb doing something very high. Whoa! What's happened?
Oh, Carl Jans just fucking said something. The summit's kicked off.
Oh no!
Oh, knee's gone.
No, knee's gone. Oh, this is a disaster.
Jesus Christ, lads. If you're looking for a better way for this fight card to finish, given everything we've seen, fuck me, that's devastating.
Oh, Christ.
At least my bet for the week plus 1,000 cash on the bright side of things.
Unreal.
First round knockout.
What was he? Threw the leg kick, landed down on it, bang.
Fuck. That looks like a
my God. Oh, he kind of just misjudged the distance of it, and it wrapped around the thigh of
strange one.
It's a very strange one.
It could be a broken bone, is it?
Yeah,
a broken bone in his leg, possibly.
You could see something go when he puts his foot back down. You could see something go.
Oh my God, the poor bastard.
That's very disappointing, though.
Poor Tom fucking Aspinall. Yeah, look, his
fucking shin.
Out. On the
fractured his shin. Yeah.
Poor bastard.
That shin bone shot.
Both of them. Poor bastards. This is absolutely not the way you want to win a fight, right?
No, never.
Yeah.
Never.
Oh, poor Aspinall is in bits. That's terrible to see. They're whenever they're putting pressure on his knee, it looks like he's experiencing the way the doctor's pressing on it. It was like on the inside of his knee. Fuck.
Jesus Christ, lads, that's a rough one. That is a rough one. He's right. Marcus is right. Ortega last week.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jesus.
And it's just flukes. Like, this is just stuff that can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor Tom Aspinall. Poor Curtis.
What is it?
Did Curtis Blade check the leg kick, or was it?
No, he didn't check it. What he did was, I think Aspinall looked like he threw it, and Curtis Blade stepped into it, right?
But that is a form of checking, though, stepping down hard into it, isn't it?
Yeah, but it didn't land anywhere where you would think
No, it
it
looked
would
like
do.
it landed up on the thigh.
Yeah, it landed on the upper thigh, but maybe where it landed when Tom was trying to extend it, did it bend in an awkward way, or I don't know. It's just such a weird one.
I think it's actually the outside of his knee, because when you saw a reverse angle, when he stepped on it, it looked like the right-hand side of his knee popped out the side.
Yeah.
Almost like into the top of his thigh. Marcus, you're more than welcome, my friend. If you enjoyed it, let us know. We'll maybe do some more. Obviously, we're 6 hours deep at this point. So yeah, Josh Gold, exactly. Lump on the right-hand side. Yeah, this is a rough one. A rough one for both fighters. Like, there was genuine excitement in this for all of us, right?
Yeah.
But,
Guys, we didn't even get. That was the first fucking exchange as well. We didn't get to see
yeah,
jack
look
shit.
at the doctor's hand. The doctor's left hand is on the outside of Thomas' knee. Fuck, lads.
I mean, in a way, you almost want it to be. You want it to be ligament more than you want it to be a break.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
You know, Cowabon and fucking knee injuries.
I know.
Jesus.
Fair play to you, Harry Kearns. Respect.
Oh, fucking hell, what a bummer.
Yeah, that's oof.
Well, you've got to remit. Like, okay, let's think about what's going on. It's got to be a rematch now.
It depends how.
I don't think so. He's not going to wait around.
Yeah. Aspinall's out for at least 9 months.
Yeah.
It depends how bad it is, but yeah, there's no way Curtis Blades is waiting around. Maybe he'll get lucky and it's not the main bone in the leg; it's just a bone in the leg.
I just think
either way, it's
just a
long
freak.
recovery. It's a long recovery. It's months. It's got to be at least 6 months out.
But it's the same as the Yair thing,
Yeah.
right? You can't punish Curtis Blades for the way this ends. Like, you can't hold it on him for the way that this.
So
goes.
what would you think? Curtis Blades gets the winner again in Tuivasa.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing. Yeah. It didn't look like the leg kick itself did anything. It's just like a freak injury. When he landed, it just popped out. Whatever way his weight shifted after the kick.
I want to see that reverse angle again. This one. There's a reverse angle here. He throws the kick. Yeah, Blades does not check it in any way, shape, or form.
Is it because he's off balance when he steps? Yeah, I think it might be he's off balance when he steps.
I mean, the good thing about that, and I know this is going to sound odd and
for fuck's sake, they could get a better fucking chair to put him down on. The state of the thing, he's about 265 pounds, and they're putting him on a fucking garden chair.
I think you're right, Spencer. If he had broken his leg on the actual kick, it probably would have been the main bone. But because it was when he stepped back, it might actually be like a smaller bone.
He might have like dislocated his patella. He may have, and it may just be a ligament thing. Like if it's just and I mean, again, I don't say just an ACL or just an MCL because those are, major injuries. And we've seen, guys be out for long periods of time, like Dom Cruz and stuff like that. But hopefully it's nothing catastrophic. But
this has happened to a teammate of mine twice who no longer trains. One time, literally just holding his opponent was against the cage. And had his leg for a single, and the leg he was standing on, he just hopped on for balance. Knee went 90 degrees and back in, and then it happened a few months later. Just fucked, and he was like, guys, I can't do this anymore. It's debilitating. It's a fucking horrible thing, especially now. If it turns out to be, if it's a recurring thing in the future, who fucking knows, man?
Yeah. Gutted for Tom. Gutted for Curtis Blades too, because
yeah, equally as tough for him.
Yeah.
Well, not
This was
equally
a
as
chance
tough
for him.
because he's.
Well, he gets paid double his money, but not equally as tough. Not the way he would have wanted it. Yeah.
No.
Can we say that Tom Aspinall getting out of the cage here has been an absolute fucking shambles? Like,
oh my god! Look at he's still.
I mean, you would almost put him on a. You would almost be better to just put him on either a backboard or a full-on gurney.
They bought like a child stretcher.
Yeah, like the little fucking green chair.
He's the heavyweight.
Is that the fucking spilled back of ice?
look at him now. He's fucking trying to. He's walking himself out of the cage and is in absolute agony.
It's Curtis Blades taking a group photo there after his win. Just looks like depressed.
Yeah, I know.
He's just like,
look at him, his foot, man. He can't stand up.
That was ridiculous, lads.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, look, Graham's
like a ice all over again.
Is it like? Is it? That's a funny comment.
That's an interesting. First man I ever interviewed in MMA in that photo, Cody Donovan. Shout out to Donnybrook.
Yes.
Also shout out to future Ultimate Fighter winner Zach Pauga.
You know the results, do you?
No, he's gonna knock out Muhammad Usman in a couple of weeks.
Hashtag spoiler alert.
Yeah, that's just a prediction from watching all of their fights.
Can you spoil a show that nobody watches? I don't know.
I remember.
That's what I mean. We're through to the finals anyway. We're through to the finals anyways. It's only them left. Not spoiling nothing. They're on that Santos Hill card.
You could say anything about what happened in the fighter. I wouldn't know.
I'm one of the 12 people that watched it this year.
So I guess maybe to round it off, who was the standout performer on the card? Overall, it wasn't
Nathaniel Wood.
Yeah. The best part of this card has been doing this live stream for me, anyway. To be honest.
Yeah, well, Joy Herbert got a vital win. Like, it wasn't pretty, but it was very important. Mo, obviously, maybe most people thought he would get a finish here, but there are 3 valuable rounds in the UFC, and he had it pretty much all his own way, but he had a lot of things he can go back and work on, and I think that's a really good learning fight. Nathaniel Wood, as you mentioned, Mark Jacasey, another good win, showing off his other side of his game that people seem to have forgotten he had, and seemed to have some kind of knee injury that he overcame as well. Mason Jones, I don't know if we have to kind of maybe recalibrate our views on how far Mason Jones can go at the moment.
I think the biggest takeaways for some of the English guys, I think Jai Herbert finally getting a win. Nathaniel Wood looking unbelievable at featherweight. And Paddy.
Yeah, Paddy and Molly as well. I think
Molly,
I think Paddy and Molly coming away as the 2 major winners of this card again, and it's probably down maybe to the level of the standard of other fights, but that's the fact of the matter. Those 2 wins are probably shining brighter than anything else on the card right now.
Uzdemir had a good performance as well. He played it pretty safe and didn't really get into too much trouble and won the fight pretty comfortably against a guy who's always dangerous. But in terms of the kind of local interest, definitely Paddy Pimblett and Molly McCann kind of saved the day in terms of the card, especially with the main event going down the way it did.
Such a fucking shame about that main event.
Yeah, the Gustafsson fight was a bit of a downer, and then we got going again, and then the main event was a bit of a downer finish on. Yeah, so I suppose I'm gonna jump off. I have to go record the podcast now. So another hour and a half of podcasting for me.
Yeah, that's it. And thanks for coming on with us, Graham. It's been a good old blast. 6 hours. It didn't feel like 6 hours, to be honest.
It didn't, no. But Graham, the general. Thanks very much, sir. Pleasure as always.
Lads. Good luck.
Good seeing you.
Cheers, lads. Bye bye. Oh, Sean's jumping in.
Oh, preview
Preview to the podcast.
How are you guys?
Sean, what's your assessment on everything?
Fucking shit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't the best of cards now, to be honest. We were just saying that you know.
I hope you bring this level of enthusiasm to the podcast we're about to record.
I blame Spencer here for talking up Curtis fucking his name Chris Curtis for the last 6 months. I think he puts on a performance like that and double flips the birds afterwards. That was embarrassing.
It's my fault, is it?
It's your fault, Jess.
Got you excited. How dare I get you excited to go to middleweight?
Yeah, that's it, exactly. Middleweight. The ultimate.
How did you fall for that, John? He obviously was fucking taking the piss out of you. A good
Get you excited to go to middleweight, and then this shit happens.
The ultimate honey dickin'. You know, I look like I'm fucking tiny here. I forgot. I forgot to
giant
zoom in my
background
camera.
behind you.
Yeah, I sure look. These things happen in MMA. Yeah, it was pretty fucking bad, wasn't it? Only for Paddy Pimblett, Molly McCann, it would have been a complete disaster.
That's exactly what we said. There were the two that are shun out from this card, to be honest. But
Kind of had that written all over it, though, a bit.
we kind of said it with the matchups and stuff, but
Cheers to FT. Thank you for sticking around.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, it's kind of like the Gustafsson loss was sad to watch. The main event couldn't have ended any worse. You got to see 15 fucking seconds. It was just
it was interesting as well, the way Blades was fighting. I said that lad was going to get bombed out of there. It would have been a great ending, like, because you can't fight like that against Aspinall and hope to win. Now maybe he would have gone for a takedown fucking 2 minutes later and ended up winning it there, which probably would have happened, like, but it didn't seem like that from the first 10 seconds that we saw. So yeah, it's Gustafsson one is
it's very sad.
Such a shame, like when you see him a middling fucking, you know, middleweight or light heavyweight beat a legend of the sport. It's just and it always happens, doesn't it? Like you see it with some of the greats, like, and someone was saying to me, "Oh, Gustafsson's not a great." Like he
fucking is a great. He's probably one of the greatest fighters that never won a title that we've seen.
Like the second or third best light heavyweight of all time. Maybe,
we were saying it at the time of the fight that, you know, and we kind of tried to highlight how good a fighter and how close he ran John Jones and the significance of that fight when it happened as well. It's like you cannot forget those things. But unfortunately, the trend is when you do things like Gustafsson and you stay coming back and you stay losing, is that all those previous achievements and performances get left in the rear view mirror. Like it's a shame.
At the moment, long term, I don't think they will, to be fair.
No, but it's like
it happens to everyone.
Bias. Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah. You can't, you can't talk about the MMA greatest or whatever you want to call it without like leaving those things to the side, because everyone has them. Like Anderson has a bit, BJ has a bit, you know, they'll, unless you run away back to Dagestan like Khabib, you're not getting out scot-free.
Gustafsson needs to go back to Sweden now and run for government.
Jesus, don't do that either. We've enough of them fucking idiots. So, probably just train a few lads and, you know, have a good time. I'm sure he's a bit of money. Just, you know, get a job roofing or something like Joe Duffy and you'll be right.
Oh, shout out Joe Duffy.
Shall we rein this one in, lads?
Yeah, I think that's a good time to do it.
It's been a blast.
Been great fun.
Absolutely. Well, look, this is the first live stream we've done in obviously a long while. I think it went well. If you enjoyed it watching, let us know. Shoot us a DM, shoot us a tweet, whatever it is, and if you guys are interested, we could do some more, right? But for now, a massive thank you to Scroobius Pip, to Franz Malambo, to General Graham, to Shawnee Podcasts, to E. Spencer Kite, to the real Harry Williams, and of course to the big IO himself, Mr. Ian O'Neill. Thanks to everyone for watching, for listening, for interacting. It's been a blast. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, see you later.